too deep into it, but basically I had to take a big pool of people who all outranked me. All these people who were, I had captains come out. I had a ton of officers. For reference, I'm an airman first class at this point. That's actually my promotion ceremony to senior airman. So I'm an E3 and E4 at the time. The E goes up to 9, and O goes from 1 to 9. So I'm at the bottom of the barrel. And I'm having to cut these people. And I'm having to deal with people who outrank me. And so what it taught me very early on was that I had to deal with egos, and I had to deal with people who thought that they knew more than me, and they probably did, just to be frank with you. Okay? But anyway, to fast forward, we end up playing a game. I end up having a backup point guard from Purdue who blew out his knee and joined the Air Force. I had a walk-on from Mississippi State. I had a JUCO big who was actually a contractor there. And I had a D3 shooter who graduated and didn't know what to do with his life, so he joined the Air Force. So I got this ragtag bunch of dudes. 3 days before they tell us we're going to play, before we end up playing, they say, hey, you need to buy a suit. You need to go and buy a suit. I said, I can't go off the base. What do you want me to do? Here, get your sizes to this person, they'll get you a suit. Okay, what do I need a suit for? Well, you're going to play against the Collegiate All-Stars of Kyrgyzstan. You're going to do it in front of the Prime Minister of the country, the U.S. Ambassador of the country, and the Prime Minister of Sport. Get your team ready. I kind of laughed. I said, you're serious? Yes. Okay. Oh, by the way, it's also going to be in front of the biggest crowd in probably Kyrgyzstan's history in terms of a basketball game. This is meant to be a friendship deal between the two countries. For those of you that don't know, Kyrgyzstan later, 3 weeks after I left the country, went into armed revolution. So the kind of friendship between the two countries was very tenuous at the time. So they wanted to use the basketball game in order to kind of win the hearts and minds. Anyway, why do I tell you all this? I get halfway through the first game. I don't know FIBA rules. We're down by 15. And I finally get a timeout called. I don't know that I can't call a timeout during live play because I didn't read FIBA rules. So I finally get a timeout. Matt, you can relate. Okay? I finally call a timeout. I get my guys together. I get my assistant coach who hasn't been to a single practice away from me. And I finally get everybody in. I said, hey, man, this ain't a win-one for the Gipper speech, but let's just be real. Y'all aren't ever going to wear U.S. on your chest again. I ain't ever going to probably coach for the U.S. ever again. I'd like to, if anybody's out there. Okay? But, hey, man, let's show these people who we are. Like, let's get this shit done. Excuse my French. And we went out. We won by 17, kind of going away. The people all came, and they gave us these elaborate gifts. But at the end of the day, I'd found my passion for the game. I'd found what made me get up in the morning, and it made me excited to go to work every single day, right? So God's plan is much better than my plan. The second piece of that is to find your passion, right? So we're at camp the other day. How many of you guys work camp already this summer, some form or fashion? Okay, we have a camp at Georgia Southern Brian Bird basketball camp. We have 55 kids. Okay, there is an 8-year-old who had not made a basket going into Wednesday. It's a Monday through Thursday camp. On Wednesday, he pulls up from a distance that he should not be shooting from. He shoots it all the way from his hip, off a pull-up, and it goes in. He gives it one of these, goes down the court, and said, I'm like that. And is so happy. At that point, we sub, and he runs back to his team, and he's fist pumping, and the score is 11-3. And I thought to myself in that moment, I thought, what is preventing me from having that kind of passion for the game every single morning? Right? Maybe I don't need to make a pull-up from 17 feet as an 8-year-old, but what's preventing me every morning from getting up and feeling that same way? I had a coach that told me a long time ago, he said, value what you're doing today because you could be digging ditches. And it's so true. It's so true. Each one of us is so blessed to be able to coach the game, and for many of us, this be our profession. So find your passion and then continue, right? Continue to do those things because God's plan is better than yours. All right. So I get back from Kyrgyzstan, and I decide to change my entire life. I change my major. I change everything that I'm trying to do and I decided that I'm going to be a basketball coach. I'm going to Murray State at the time. That was just God's plan for me, right? Because I'm going to tell you why in just a second. But I get back, and I walk into Amir Abdur-Rahim's office. Some of you know Amir. He's the head coach at Kennesaw State now. And I said, listen, I will do whatever you want me to do, and I'll do it for free. Do whatever you want me to do, and I'll do it for free. You tell me when. He said, I want you here tomorrow morning. I want you here at 7 a.m. You're going to work team camp from 7 a.m. until 9 at night. Yes, sir. And I just did that. I just tried to do that over and over and over again. And finally, he goes to Coach Kennedy, Coach Billy Kennedy at the time, and he says, hey, we should hire this guy. So that's fortuitous, right? The first piece is going to be attach yourself to the right people. I honestly had no idea that this was going to be a huge impact on my life, each one of these people. But why do I have these pictures up here? Okay, a couple reasons. That's Billy Kennedy. Who can tell me where Coach Billy Kennedy was the head coach at? Texas A&M, Murray State, Southeast Louisiana. Okay, this is a man who won pretty much everywhere that he went. Okay, right now he's an assistant coach at Wichita State. Okay, he was the head coach at the time. Right here, Steve Prohm. Can anybody tell me where Coach Steve Prohm was the head coach at? Iowa State, Murray State. Had the winningest season in Murray State history. Went to a Sweet 16 with Iowa State. Okay, Amir Abdur-Rahim, we already talked about him. Head coach at Kennesaw State. So on the very first staff that I worked on, there are 3 guys who were head coaches in Division I. Right? I had nothing to do with that. But what I can tell each one of you is that if you are willing to work for free, you can attach yourself to the right people. And that's a huge if. That's a huge if. I understand what I'm asking you right now. But if you, and we'll skip a little bit ahead here, if you want to use Chris Beard's favorite quote, it's, what do you want to do and what are you willing to do to get it? And let that sink in for just a second. What do you want to do and what are you willing to do to get it? Right? So if you want something, are you willing to work for free? If you really want something, are you willing to move wherever it takes? If you really want something, what are you willing to do to get it? Are you willing to give up your time? Okay, and we'll kind of get to a little bit of that piece as well. But attach yourself to the right people. This was the first year that I was there. The second year that I was there, Coach Steve Prohm takes over. Coach Kennedy goes to Texas A&M. Coach Prohm allows me to take a bigger role on. Okay, but he hires assistants. Matt McMahon is now currently the head coach at Murray State. Okay, James Kane is an assistant at Dayton. William Small was just an assistant at Iowa State. Brian Shearer, who is our GA, is now an assistant in Division I. I can't tell you where because it's not out yet. Okay, but all of these people, I attach myself to the right people. What does that also mean? That means winning. You want to be a part of winning. Okay, at the end of the day, you want to be a part of winning because people want winners. Okay, number 2, people that will help you develop. When Steve Prohm took over, he didn't just treat me like some dude who could get him a cup of coffee and do some laundry. He valued trying to develop me as a young coach. He would come over he would give me a basket. You divide up into 6 baskets, guys are shooting or doing whatever. Hey, we want to do it a certain way. Hey, T-Mac, take this basket right here. You got these 2 guys. He allowed me to develop. So you want winning. You want someone who will allow you to help develop you. And then the third is someone who will fight for you. Someone who will fight for you. Quick story, okay, leading into my next school. When I was leaving Murray State, I graduated with my undergraduate degree in 2013, I believe. I had to take years off to train, years in service as well. Okay, in 2013. I'm fighting for a couple jobs. GA spot at Georgia Tech, GA spot at Cincinnati, GA spot at Ball State. And one more comes up, actually from someone who was at this social in New Orleans. Okay, guy tells me, he says, hey man, I don't know if you know or not, but there's an open assistant spot at Emory University Division III in Atlanta. Guy from right here that I met at a social in New Orleans from this event. Okay? And he says, hey, man, you should probably check it out. That guy's really, really good. Okay. So I go down and I work camp for Jason Zimmerman. Right? I get an interview, I work camp, and he's kind of on the fence. It's a second assistant spot at a Division III school. I'm going to make, I believe it was $7,000 over the course of the year. So again, what are you willing to do to get it? Okay? But Steve Prohm is about to get married. He's 3 days away from his wedding. He calls Jason Zimmerman. And he won't get off the phone with him until he agrees to hire me. Like, what? So, do you have people that are like that in your corner? You want coaches, you want to attach yourself to people who are winners, people who will help you develop, and people who will fight for you. Steve Prohm is a huge part of why I'm standing where I'm standing. He's helped me get 3 different jobs over the course of time because I worked for him for 2 years. I mean, like, do you have people that are like that in your corner? And if not, like, you need to start asking yourself questions. Okay? The second thing that I really learned at Murray State was do things that others can't or don't want to do. Man, that's not sexy at all. That is not sexy, man. Nothing on this list are things that people either want to do or they can't do. Everybody knows that older coach that doesn't do video. You all got them. Raise your hand if you got a coach on your staff that doesn't do video. You know, hey, can you bring it in here? I had a question. Coach, we went over this about 8 times already. You hit the space bar. You hit the space bar, okay? Number 2, analytics. Each person in this room, I don't care what your philosophy is on analytics. I don't need some sort of breakdown of where you're at on analytics being good, bad, or whatever. Don't care. But what you do need to know is you need to be able to understand it. If you're in an interview right now and a coach says, yeah, you know, our effective field goal percentage was not good last year because of X, Y, and Z, are you going to know what's going on? You don't have to like it. You don't have to think that it's the end-all, be-all as a decision maker, but everyone in this room should have an understanding of what it means, of how it impacts certain coaches, especially coaches that you plan to work for. Okay? Third one, 5 a.m. workouts. Right? The guy that's in the picture, his name is Stacy Wilson. When I was at Murray State, Stacy was probably our 3rd best player. Anybody know who Stacy Wilson is? Yeah, exactly. Right? He was like our 3rd best player on a good team, on an OVC championship team. Okay? But Stacy was a guy that nobody wanted to work out with because Stacy's class schedule sucked. And he could only work out at like 5 o'clock in the morning because he had to lift, I think, at 6 or 6:30, so nobody wanted to work out with him. He's the 3rd best guy. He's not Isaiah Cannon, who went to the NBA. He's not Ed Daniel, who had a great personality. He's the 3rd best player on a good team that needs to work out at 5 a.m. Be that guy. I learned a ton about player development because I got to work this dude out all by myself at 5 o'clock in the morning. I could make as many mistakes as I wanted at 5 o'clock in the morning. Number 1, because nobody else was there. Number 2, because I was given that opportunity, because I was able to do things that other people didn't want to do. Right? So it yielded something because I was willing to do it. Lifting with the players. How many of you feel like you're at optimum health at the moment? Yeah, y'all are probably liars. All right, good for you guys, though. All right, but no, in all seriousness, this profession can really wear you down. Okay, especially the hours, especially if you work for people who really push you, right? This is an opportunity not only to build relationships with your guys or your girls, but it's also an opportunity for you to stay healthy yourself. And if your players see that you're willing to go through what they're willing to go through, in terms of that, it creates a bond. And we'll get to that later on how that relationship can help you push them past. But consider it, man. Consider lifting with your players. Okay? Taking players to meals. After like 8 hours of spending time with the same dudes all day, 2 a day, a lift, maybe they got an individual workout, you probably want to get as far away from your players as humanly possible. I get it. There are times that I'm like, hey, man, I'm not talking to you, you, or you. I am going home. Okay, and that's healthy too. But nobody wants to take that guy to dinner after all of that either. But if you do, you can continue to build a relationship with that player. You can continue to do things that other people don't want to do. That not only builds your relationship with the players, but your head coach, whoever you're working for, that person sees it too. That guy has an unbelievable relationship because he'll do anything for him. So doing things that others don't want to do or they can't do. I think this is one of the most important pieces, right? Because there's a ton of coaches out there right now that are doing things the exact same way that they did last year and the same way that they did, the year before and all that sort of thing. So if you're willing to do things that are new or things that they don't want to do or can't do, you will bring value to them. Now, I kind of alluded to it, right? Coach Steve Prohm gets on the phone and says, you need to hire this guy. I'm going to stay on the phone until you hire him. High level. High level. I get the job at Emory. I'm making $7,000 a year. Okay? I am fired the hell up. All right? I get to Atlanta. I have an office that's shared with the pool. I share it with a women's basketball assistant, and we share it with the pool. Okay? Anybody know anything about pools and humidity? All right. Good. So I'm poor enough that I'm eating literally nothing but tuna sandwiches for lunch. I've decided to buy my own bread, buy the cans, buy the mayo. I get in there. What I don't realize about the humidity is that my bread molds in 2 days. I have bought my lunch for the week. So now I'm kind of out of it, right? But why do I tell you that? I tell you that because you have to be willing to work for little to no money if you want to get where you want to go. That's hard, man. That's hard. There's a lot of you that right now are like, I'm bowing out. I'm out, man. I can't do that. I have a family. I have whatever. I completely understand. Completely understand. But it goes back to Coach Beard's favorite saying, right? What do you want and what are you willing to do to get it? Okay? The second thing that I really learned, okay? How many of you guys are familiar with Emory? Okay. How many of you guys could get into Emory? Yeah, me either. Big time. Big time. That's a smart guy back there. Okay? These dudes probably control like half the money in Atlanta right now. These dudes are unbelievably smart. We had more fans when we went to NYU to play NYU because we had so many alums that were on Wall Street that it was a home game. That just tells you how smart these guys are, right? I get there and I'm like, we're about to run some seriously tricky action. We're about to be high level, man. We're gonna have just all sorts of cool stuff. And Coach Zimmerman, how many of you guys know Coach Zimmerman at all? Coach, does he keep it pretty simple? Exactly. Exactly. Coach Zimmerman keeps it so simple and he lets his guys play. And what I realize is like, I'm fired up to know the next X's and O's trick that's going to win us a championship. And we go to the Elite Eight running literally Davidson's break and a couple of sets. Like that was it. The most complicated we got was a horn set where we came off, cleared the corner, and threw a crackback. That was it. That won us a championship. And I'm thinking to myself, like, why are we not running all this tricky action? Man, keep it simple, stupid. KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. Okay? This applies even more to dudes that aren't, like, super smart, that don't have 9 degrees. We had a guy that was a Rhodes Scholar. I didn't even know that, yeah. I'm not very smart, but he is. Okay? But what I learned from that is to keep it simple. Basketball is a simple game. Right? There's going to be a lot of really good X's and O's. A lot of really good X's and O's. But if you can keep it really simple for the players and allow them to play out of it, that's going to be something that's going to help you down the road, in my opinion. The more simple you can keep it in their mind, the better they're going to be able to just play. Okay? The second thing that Coach Zim taught me was how to be a professional. I didn't know. I can't give you a whole bunch of knowledge on this. What I can tell you is that if I started to veer off into being one of the guys or whatever, he would kind of put me back into my place. And it was something I needed. It was something that I didn't know how to do yet. I didn't know how to be a professional. I didn't know how to conduct myself in a way like that. That's the most fired up I got all season. That's in the NCAA tournament. And then I sat my butt down because he was trying to teach me how to be a professional in this business, regardless of where you're at, whether you're on the court, whether you're in practice, whether you're off the court, conducting yourself as a professional. While I was at Emory, about midway through that year, I decided I'm going to propose. I'm going to propose to my then girlfriend. She was a rifle shooter in college. She's way cooler. She should probably speak at this conference. But she was an All-American rifle shooter. She was a national champion in archery. She got invited to the Olympic Training Center, turned it down, decided to become an assistant rifle coach at the University of Kentucky. Okay? So she is an assistant rifle coach at Kentucky after getting her master's and her bachelor's in the time that it took me to get my bachelor's at Murray State. Again, not that smart. Okay? But she's up there and she gives me a call. Or excuse me, I proposed to her about halfway through that year at Christmas. At the end of the year, she gives me a call. She says, hey, I want you to talk to this guy at Kentucky. He's like an assistant video coordinator or something, and he says they have a job open. And I was like, yeah, okay. Like, hey, babe, I'm at Emory. I'm at Emory. I'm not getting a job at Kentucky. Okay, I don't think you know how this works. And she said, well, you should just talk to him. I'm like, yeah, okay. Like, I got no problem connecting. That's probably pretty smart on my part. So I talked with Cliff Williams, and I talked with Preston Spradlin, and I talked with some guys at the University of Kentucky. And turns out they do have a job open. They have an assistant video coordinator spot. You have to go to grad school, but there's some different things. They're like, hey, we'd like you to come up and interview. Oh, shoot, this would be a great experience. I'm not getting the job, but okay, like, cool. So I go up, I interview, I meet Tim Asher, the video coordinator. I meet John Robick, who's kind of running the deal, and I sit down with all of them, and at the end, they're like, hey, we'd like to offer you the job. I am ecstatic. You can't tell me nothing, right? I am like bouncing off the walls, okay? I go home, I quit my job, I'm fired up, I get the moving truck ready to go for a certain date. 2 days before the moving truck comes, 2 days before it comes, I get a call. When did you start that coffee? 8:45. You done with it? No. Okay. When do you think you'll be done with it?
I'll sit for a while.
Sit for a while? By the time he gets done with the coffee, that's about how long I was at the University of Kentucky. Okay? And why do I say that? Why do I bring this up? It's kind of for a long time, it really hurt me. Like I wasn't very happy. They pulled the job. 2 days before before the moving truck came, I got a call from John Robick. Robe said, hey, I'm really, really sorry, but you need to wait. I said, there's no waiting. Like, I've quit my job. I've ended my lease. I'm coming. And he said, well, we don't have a job for you. Coach Calipari would like to give it to a former player now. There's not a whole lot that I can do about this at the moment. I think we can still get you hired towards the back half of the summer. So I'm in my mind, I'm like, what am I doing? I call Coach Prohm. I was fired up when I called him the first time. Coach, I got the job! I call him back. I can't even speak. What am I supposed to do? Like, should I go up there? Should I not go up there? Should I sit at my house and sulk? Like, what's the protocol, Coach? He said, hey, man, just stay the course. Just stay the course. It's going to work out. Stay the course. So I move up there, move in with my then fiance, now my wife. And when I get up there, I just start working for free. Matt Jones was there. I start working camp. I start working for free. I literally just sit in the office. I come in and I start doing edits for him. And I work for free. I'm thinking to myself, what am I supposed to do? Right? So the biggest lesson from this, okay, before I tell you what happened and we move on, is to get everything in writing. Get everything in writing, man. All right? It's a hard lesson to learn. They're not all easy lessons, but get everything in writing. If I had it in writing, hey, you're going to be the assistant video coordinator or whatever you wanted to call the title, I really didn't care. And sign. Right? Get a piece of paper. Get something. Get documentation. It'll help you in your career. Get it in writing. All right, so towards the end of the summer, they're saying, hey, I think we're going to get you on. I think we're going to get you on. And my wife gets offered at 23, the head coach, to be the head coach at a Big Ten school at Nebraska. So going back to God's plan is better than my plan, right? I'm thinking to myself, I'm not going anywhere cold. I've said this out loud. I was born in North Dakota. I am not going anywhere cold. I've said this my entire life. And then I moved 20 minutes from South Dakota. Okay? I move up there, and once again, when we talk about attach yourself to the right people, who makes a call but Steve Prohm? Hey, listen, I know you're about to try and take an NAIA job or the Division III job that you got offered, because I interviewed for those two, but wait. Well, I trusted him because we had a relationship where he had already done that. He had already provided. So I waited. And he said, listen, you're going to call Steve Lutz. Steve Lutz he's at Creighton. Okay, you're going to call him, and you're going to just basically beg for a job. Yes, sir. So I did that. So I begged for a job. I said, I will work for free. I will do whatever you want me to do, and I'll do it for free. So I end up getting the job. I meet with Greg McDermott. I tell him I will do your analytics. I'll do your video. I'll do whatever people don't want to do in your organization in order to get in. And he said, okay, you're going to work for free. You're going to do all the things that nobody wants to do in our organization. Yes, sir. So let's just recap for just a second. Of the 3 years at Murray State, I made $0. I went to Emory University. I made $7,000. I get to Creighton for my first year, Kentucky notwithstanding. Creighton for a year, $0. So over the first 5 years that I've been trying to get in this business, I've made $7,000. Okay, I just want you to think about that for a second. When people start saying, I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to be at that level, it ain't easy, right? But lessons that I learned at Creighton. Okay, after the first year, Coach McDermott, we had somebody leave. Coach McDermott said, would you want the video job? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What does it make? Oh, money? Got it. I will take the job. Yes, sir. So I became the video coordinator. I was a video coordinator for 3 years. I was a volunteer for 1 and a video coordinator for 3. Okay, first thing that I learned, all right, there's some unbelievable, some of these are sponsors that are here today. So big shout out, Adam. I got the plug in for you, all right? I'll take my money at the door, all right? But all of these things that you see on the screen are resources. Some of you right now, your job is not to get your master's in basketball, but it needs to be your drive. It needs to be you doing this on your own. If it's not your job right now, it needs to be your job. In your downtime, you need to be getting your master's in basketball. I'll tell you why. Right? Because if you don't have your own philosophy, if you don't have what you think, if you don't have an understanding of the game at a level that's going to be at a head coach, then you're not ready to be a head coach. That sounds simple, right? He's saying some really simple stuff. Yeah, no doubt. But if you don't have in your mind, what would I do in this situation? How would I cover this? How would I implement that? Then you're doing yourself a disservice. This is 10% of the game. This is 10% of Coach's day, right? Coach Huff, how much of your day is X's and O's? 10? 10, right? But it's a 10 that's going to be really, really important when you get to his seat. Because people, you're going to have to do a ton of stuff in that 90% of the day that's not. And you're going to have to get really good at it. But for that 10%, you're going to be judged even more harshly. Because when you're the guy that, or the girl that has to sit there and actually draw up the play at the end of the game, you're going to get judged. And you're going to want all the knowledge that you could possibly have in that moment of what you want to be doing. Okay? So get your master's in basketball. I'll elaborate a little bit more on that. This is just like a Baptist sermon. We got 3 points here. 3 points. So stay with me, guys. Stay with me. Okay? Number 2 is take care of your staff. Okay? I'll get to that in just a second. And then number 3, we keep talking about it, man. Attach yourself to the right people. Attach yourself to the right people. Okay? As the Baptist sermon goes on and I hit the podium, okay, get your master's in basketball. I got a call in my second year, my very first year as a video coordinator, in my second year at Creighton. It was probably 2 games in. Okay, And we did something that Coach McDermott called the bulk. We call it the frequency now. Okay, it's the frequency at which your opponent is running a set. Okay, many of you probably do some form or fashion of it, okay? So we're taking, Coach always wanted me to take the last 600 possessions, offensive possessions, and he wanted me to literally go through and label each and every one. Whether it was transition, a half-court set, a secondary, a baseline out of bounds, a sideline out of bounds, end-of-game play. And he wanted that in a frequency order. Okay? He calls me about 3 games in, and he says, hey, Tim, and this is about 1 o'clock in the morning. I don't normally get calls from him at 1 o'clock in the morning. Hey, Tim, a clip 476 is out of order, and it's mislabeled. I was like, I'm sorry? Excuse me? 476, clip 476 is mislabeled and out of order. Yes, sir, I will get that fixed. Okay, but that was the level that he thought at. And that was the level that he forced me to think at. So I went back to 476 and it was cut off by TV, but he had already seen the action prior and was able to go back and I was able to put it in the right place. But he recognized that right off the bat. Okay? Do you have that ability right now? And I'm not saying I'm perfect at it, but what I am saying is that he held me to a standard that made me get to that point. You might have to do this on your own. You might have to be the one that actually goes through and this summer says, hey, I'm going to take all of Slovenia's sets and I'm going to go through and I'm going to scout it just like that so that I know that I can do that. Number one, for a future employer, but number two, for myself. So that way I know that I have my master's in basketball, so that I know the actions that I would run if I were in that situation. Okay? That's just one example. One example, but getting your master's in basketball, in my opinion, is going to be important. Okay? Number 2, right? And I don't have a slide for it, but take care of your people. Take care of your people. Okay? Many of you are not head coaches at the moment. Some of you are. What Coach McDermott taught me when I got there was how to take care of people. And I didn't know any better. The very first meal that we went to, he and I pulled out my wallet at the end of the meal. And he said, what are you doing? I said, sir, I don't need any handouts. Like, this is just how I was raised. He said, shut the hell up and put your wallet away. And he's about 6'8", I'll give him 260, Coach, 260. Okay? But he's a big fella. And when he told me to shut the hell up, I said, yes, sir. Okay? But I didn't pay for a single meal with Coach McDermott. I lived in Lincoln, Nebraska, so I commuted an hour. When it snowed, Coach would allow me to stay at his apartment. When I got snowed out for 2 to 3 days, he let me stay with him. When, like, I could go on and on and on. But he taught me how to take care of people. I'll forever be indebted to him. I can't pay him back for that, right? He paid for more meals. He let me stay at his house more times, his apartment more times than I can even count. And all it did was try to make me work harder for him. Every day it was like, man, I gotta try to find a way to help this guy. I gotta try and give something back because he is showing me what it's supposed to look like. I'm not saying if you're a head coach and you're at a Division III junior college that you have to pay for every meal for your assistant when you make $40,000. That's not what I'm saying. But find a way to take care of your people. Okay, remember that when you get to that point. You're going to remember the people that took care of you. Remember to take care of your people. All right, going back again, right? Attach yourself to the right people. This picture right here. This team was actually the only team in like the last 20 years that had a losing record at Creighton. Amazing. But that guy was a head coach at Evansville and at Hampton. Every year you see him go like this. When March Madness comes on, his player lifts him up. This guy right here is Pat Sellers. He just got his first Division I head job. Okay, at Central Connecticut State. I'm fired up for him. Darian DeVries, he's the head coach at Drake. Okay, just went to the NCAA tournament. All right, this is Steve Lutz. We talked about him a little bit earlier. He's the head coach at Texas A&M Corpus Christi. He just got his first head job this year. Each one of those assistants is a head coach now. Are you attaching yourself to the right people? Okay? Going back to it, are those people developing you? Greg McDermott was trying to develop me. He was teaching me what it was like to be detailed, what it was like to know what I was talking about when I came out and I said, this is how I'd like to defend it. Okay, he was teaching me those things in that 4 years. Each one of these guys taught me something different as well. Okay? But everybody on that staff has moved up. Or they're still right there with Coach Matt because he treats people the right way. Okay? But attach yourself to the right people. All right, as we kind of continue on here. This is probably why any of you are sitting here, right? You want to know about Chris Beard. You want to know about Texas Tech. I get it. It's winning. People are attracted to winning. We talked about that. What do you want to do and what are you willing to get it? This is my wife and my son. I have a daughter now. At the time, this was my wife and my son right before I went to Texas Tech. Steve Lutz, who ended up going to Purdue, gave me a call. He said, hey, would you be interested in being the ops guy for Chris Beard at Texas Tech? They just came off an Elite Eight. Are you serious? Yeah, I want to do that. He said, I think he will give you a better opportunity to be a Division I assistant, like going from this spot, because you'll elevate. Yes, sir, that's what I want to do. Okay. Well, here's what I need you to know. I need you to know that he's a grinder. Oh, our coach I've dealt with. No. I need you to understand that he is a grinder. Every single day, every single minute, he is trying to make everything better. The Auburn guys in the back saw some of it firsthand when they were at the Final Four. Every single day. I said, yes, sir. My family, I left. I left for 9 months. When my first 2-3 days at Tech, I got there, and we talked about at the beginning, how do we figure out what's important, right? So I meet with Coach Beard my first 2 to 3 days on the job. We meet for about 2 hours. There's probably 100 things to get done. Like, it's a huge list that we just put together. I get done, and a little trick like some of us have learned, Coach, what would you like me to get done first? Subliminally telling him, hey, I'm not going to be able to do all of this today, right? I said, what would you like me to do first? What's most important? He said, all of it. Okay. I called my wife and I said, hey, I know you were thinking about maybe staying so that way you could finish your season with your girls, your rifle girls at Nebraska. You should stay. You should stay. And it was the hardest thing I've probably done. I told my family to stay away basically for 9 months. And it's still probably one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. But it was the right decision because I knew that every single day that I was going to be giving more time and more time and more time to the Texas Tech basketball family than I was going to give to mine. Are you willing to do that at the end of the day? Like, the rest of it sounds good. Every single one of these, every single person in this room is probably like, yeah, I'd go take a job with him right now. I would go do this right now. Yeah, it sounds good. It sounds good until you're on a 3-game losing streak. You were there at Kansas State when there's a blizzard and it's ice and you just got your ass kicked. And you know that you're not going to sleep basically for the next 4 days. And you're just going to grind it out. That sounds good until then, right? But what he taught me is that if you're willing to give up a lot of things, you're going to set yourself up for success. He's a grinder, man, right? All the stories that you've probably heard, they're probably true. They're probably true. The myths are true, okay? He really does work until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. He still FaceTimes me every once in a while at 1 to 2 in the morning, okay, in case if he wants something. But this is my family. You'll have to excuse my son. It was like 10 o'clock. It was past his bedtime. He was not happy. But this is in Anaheim. We were headed to the Final Four. We had just beaten Gonzaga. Right? All that work. It's not always going to end up like that. You're not always going to give your heart, soul, and all of your time and all of that, and it's going to end up like that. But it can if you're willing to. Are you willing to give up the money? Are you willing to give up your time? Are you willing to give up your social life? All of it, man. Now, relationships allow you to push past limits, okay? I'm nearing the end, I promise. If you guys need to stand up and stretch, let me know. Everybody good? Relationships allow you to push past limits. We talked about the relationships that you could build if you were in the weight room with your players, or if you were taking them to dinner after a long day and things like that, right? This is Brandon Francis. Brandon Francis was a highly touted recruit. He's from the Dominican Republic, okay? Brandon Francis was one of the most entitled human beings on the planet. That's a strong statement. One of the most entitled human beings on the planet. He got it honestly. Like, I love Big Bob, his dad, Bob Francis. He's a manager for a lot of hip-hop artists. Nipsey Hussle was basically like a brother to Brandon Francis. But he gets it honestly. Brandon's name is literally Brand One. It's got an E on the end. It's Brand One because it was Bob's #1 brand. Okay? So he gets it honestly, right? He's kind of got that background. Brandon Francis knew that we loved him at Texas Tech because every single day we were trying to help him, to push him to be a better person. When we figured out that we needed to go tough love on Brandon and put him in the dorms, not allow him to have rides, take away all of his money so that he had to go to the cafeteria and walk his butt to the cafeteria every day, Brandon was not happy. He thought about quitting, he thought about transferring, but he knew at the end of the day, and the people around him knew, that we had his best interests in mind. That we were trying to make him a better person and a better player at the end of the day. So what Brandon did is he allowed us to do that, and then it made Brandon a better person. This is one of the success stories. B went from being one of the most entitled people that I've ever met to being the 6th man of the year, in my opinion, in the Big 12. I don't care what anybody says. And being one of the best players on a team that went to the national championship game. All because Brandon bought in to the relationship piece, and we invested time into Brandon Francis as a person and as a basketball player. And he turned his life around. Now he's one of the most energetic, fun people to be around that you'll ever meet. He just played for the Dominican Republic in their qualifiers. Okay? Awesome person to be around. Someone that you want your kids around. Just had a kid, as a matter of fact. But those relationships are what allow you to push past their limits. I know a lot of people, and we all know a lot of people, especially on our teams, that would not allow us to do that. You put them back in the dorms after they were in some luxury, lush apartments, take away all their money, don't give them a ride, make them go to the dining hall instead of that. You transfer them, right? But it's the relationship piece. It's the relationship piece. All right? Attach yourself to the right people. When I got to Texas Tech, Coach Beard made me choose. He said, do you want to work with the defense or do you want to work with the offense? We had a coordinator system. Unknowing to me that Coach Beard was the offensive coordinator, I chose the defense. Okay, so strike one. But what it allowed me to do is it allowed me to work with the #1 defense in the KenPom era. So in the last 20 years, there's the #1 defense ever. And now, everywhere that I go, I have attached my name to the #1 defense ever. So when people talk to me and people ask me about things, most of the time it's the side defense. Okay, how do you do it? So what do you guys do in this situation? But I have attached my name to that. Okay, so again, attaching yourself to the right people, attaching yourself to the right things. All right, last stop here, right? Last stop. Coach Brian Berg was an assistant at Texas Tech. I could go back to that staff as well, but I won't do that for the 4th time. Okay? He was an assistant at Texas Tech. We worked closely together. We would be doing scouts probably until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. There was a high level of trust between he and I. So when I said, hey, Coach, if you get this job at Georgia Southern, I would like to go. I had people ready to call and to make sure that I was going to flood him. And he said, hey, Tim, if you have anyone call, I know who you are. Because we have built a relationship over the course of 2 years at late at night, man. I know who you are. You don't need to have anybody call. I said, Coach, I'm not telling them to call. So people are calling on my behalf and trying to get him going, but it's a relationship piece, okay? So he takes the Georgia Southern job. What have I learned at Georgia Southern? Okay, and this is the last stop, I promise, guys. Stay with me here, okay? Other speakers here, Coach Carm, Coach Riley, okay? Coach Oates. They have all adapted. Okay, we've all learned things over the course of our coaching career now. But are you adapting to what is going on in the world? Give me one thing that's going on in college basketball right now. One-time transfer rule went in. Okay? Another thing. What do you got? Analytics. Okay? Name, image, and likeness. Okay, these are cosmic shifts in the landscape of the NCAA. Are you adapting? Coach Carmass, 9 out of 16 of his players are transfers. Coach Richie Riley is running a transfer factory. Okay? You can tell him I said that. Coach Riley and I are on good terms. But 10 out of his 12 scholarship players are transfers. Right? So these are guys that have taken the rules, and they're not just sitting back, right? They're not just thinking, all right, I'm going to do things the same way because it's worked, because I've won, and both these guys have won. I'm going to continue to adapt. Okay? Coach Oates, what has he done? He's taken a couple transfers as well, but he's embraced analytics. This is their shot chart from this year. Sweet 16 team, Coach? Is that what they were? Sweet 16 or Elite 8? Sweet 16. Okay, my bad. Take a look at this section right here. They had 1,060 shots at the rim. Just in these 3 quadrants, they had about 750 shots. They had about 1,000 shots from 3. He's embraced analytics. Again, I don't care what your thoughts are on it. Please don't come up to me afterwards and say, mid-range ain't dead, Coach. Don't care, okay? We took a lot of them this year. But he has embraced it. These 3 coaches that you're going to see, and Coach Gordon's done a great job. Coach Farrell, these guys have done a great job bringing in guys that are on the edge, that are trying to push the limits of what is going on in college basketball, okay? But they're adapting, okay? That's the number 1 rule that I have learned at Georgia Southern. 1,700 names in the portal as of July 4th. In all seriousness, I'm genuinely intrigued to see what NIL era brings. We're literally hours away from a historic shift in college sports, and no one has any idea what to expect. Truly unprecedented times. So if I'm sitting here, and this is it. This is all I got, guys. If I'm sitting here and I'm a young coach, and I'm trying to come up in this business, and I'm trying to figure it out, which I am. I'm still in the seats with you guys, I promise. Okay? I'm trying to figure this out. I'm trying to be on the edge of these things so that I can add value. We all talked about the older coach that doesn't do video. There's going to be some older coaches right now. There's coaches that I know that have told me, hey, man, I'm not doing this social media craze. I'm not doing NIL. I'm not. Okay, no problem. So what can I bring value to that person because I'm going to be an expert in it? Because I'm going to be really, really good at it. Analytically, can I be really, really good in order to bring value to this person? Transfer portal wise, can I have just a running list of guys who are eligible to be one-time transfers that are from leagues that we want or teams that we want? Can I be ready for that? Can I have value beyond what they see from my resume? And that's all I got for you guys. I appreciate your time. Thank you again, Adam, for allowing me to speak. I apologize if I put anybody to sleep. He told me there would be coffee. He lied to me. He lied to me. So thank you guys so much. We'll see you guys. Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry. That's, yeah. If anybody asks if I can get you a job with Chris Beard, the answer is no. I want to just put that out there to start. You got it.
First and foremost, Coach, I know you didn't make the PowerPoint, but you spelled Sienna wrong. It's one N.
See, 100%.
I get that a lot. So
Please send all of those to Jack Keller 185@gmail.com. 100%. I appreciate you.
I'm a Sienna alum, so that kind of means something.
That frustrates me.
Yep.
I'm not going to lie to you.
But yeah, Coach, just I had a question. Talked about attach yourself to winners, the right people. I think hindsight's 2020. I mean, it's easy to say after the fact that all your coaches that work for went on to be head coaches, things of that nature. How can we know that prior to what are some things that you saw prior to and those people that they were going to be successful?
Yeah, so I did research. Just to be honest with you, right? So especially with Murray State, I didn't know. I was new. That was just complete chance. With Jason Zimmerman, I did my research. I called people that were around him, that had worked with him, that had worked for him, and I said, like, what's the guy's deal? Well, he's taken a program that has been absolutely awful, and he's made them into a winner. They went to the NCAA tournament the year before I got there. Okay. All right. How is he with his staff? I did research that way. Okay, so I get there. Kentucky was obviously what it was. Okay, with Creighton, I honestly did a lot of research because it was either going to be taking an NAI and Division III paying job or going at Creighton where I was going to make no money for a whole year. So I did serious research on, like, do his guys leave? Like, does he actually develop people and they leave and get better jobs? Does he win? He did, obviously. Doug McDermott had just left, okay? So I was looking at the cupboard and thinking it's probably a little bit bare, but this is a guy that's won at a fairly high level. And the last piece with him especially was he adapted, right? So I looked at it like, I asked some people and they were like, well, he's completely different from when he was at Iowa State, which is he got pushed, right? And so I was like, what do you mean? They said, well, he's playing like a ton faster. He's playing with a lot more pace. He's playing with a ton of dudes that can just shoot the basketball at the 4 and the 5 spot. I said, all right, that's probably something I want to be a part of. And then with Chris Beard, it was the same thing. It was doing research on him. Okay, this is a dude that's a grinder, but has he won? Yeah, he's won at every single stop. That's a guy that was literally went from being a Texas Tech assistant coach to working in the ABA, where he won. Then he went to D3 slash NAI, D2. I think they transitioned to one of the two, okay, and won. Went to D2 and won. Went to Arkansas Little Rock and won in 1 year. So it's a guy that had had a high level of success that way. And he had also left Wes Flanagan as the head coach at Arkansas Little Rock. So yeah, I knew he was a guy that was going to develop people and then try and help them get the job. Because you don't get that without the head coach's approval. So research, just to be quite honest with you. There's other opportunities that, and sometimes it's a God thing too. I had a coach that I researched that I was trying to get an assistant job with when I was at Texas Tech that I thought, man, this is a dude that I want to work for. And I ended up not getting the job, and that guy got fired in a year. So you're not always going to know exactly, but the more research you can do without just saying, hey, yeah, I'll take the job, or yeah, let me go interview, take a look. Look around. I've turned down a couple jobs because I didn't think that it was going to be the right situation for me. Yeah. Go.
Cabral Huff, Voorhees College. What did you learn first year, Sunbelt and Georgia Southern, being in a new kind of region, obviously coming back to Georgia,
right,
memory, but being in a new region, coming from Texas Tech, well, what did you learn?
Adapt was the biggest thing. And I talked about adapt in different ways, but to be quite frank with you, it was adapting our philosophies to fit what we had and adapting the way that our operation ran. So our operation at Texas Tech is kind of what the skill development, different things that we had done to make guys better, because we felt like at Texas Tech we couldn't recruit McDonald's All-Americans at the beginning, but we could develop them. And so we brought the same model to Georgia Southern. Well, how do we adapt it in order to get where we're going? And then number two was just trying to figure it out in a landscape where you got COVID-19 and you can't leave campus, and trying to figure out how to recruit virtually. Who do we even need to be talking to in the region and things like that. It was very much just adapting what we were trying to do and trying to get to a place where we are right now where we feel like we're building in the right direction. So, no problem. Thank you, guys. Yeah, I got you. There you go. I'm going to have to run here in a bit. So. Just mail it to me. Yeah, it's fine. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Yeah, go ahead. No problem. Appreciate you.
as soon as you plug it in.
Yeah. Okay. Yep, all good.
All right, guys, we're going to start up again. If you guys can grab a seat. All right, very excited about our next speaker, Therian Williams with the College Park Skyhawks. Spent a few years with the Atlanta Hawks and St. Mary's before coming to College Park. So we're very excited to have Therian Williams here.
First off, I want to thank Adam for the opportunity. I think it's a great opportunity for everyone here to kind of connect and for those who are speaking to kind of enhance their voice, but definitely want to thank Adam for the opportunity. To tell you guys a little bit about myself and my journey and how and where I landed now and where I am now. I am originally from the San Francisco Bay Area. I went to school at St. Mary's College. Did there my undergrad. I was a team manager there my 4 years. Probably some of the best times of my life there is just kind of getting the experience. Head coach there, Randy Bennett, who was a big influence on my journey to becoming a coach. I've learned a lot there, just learning the importance of being able to influence, about being a good person, some of the basic things, and also just from a basketball standpoint, learning the fundamentals of the game. After I graduated there in 2013, I came back on their staff as their video coordinator for 2 years. I knew my passion was to be in the NBA in some capacity. So it was a long journey. It was some ups and some downs, had a couple of interviews, but throughout the time, I just kind of remained persistent. And I got an interview with OKC. That didn't happen. I came back to St. Mary's, and then at some point in time, I thought I hit rock bottom, and because I just know that at some point I told myself, well, I'm gonna have to stay here for another year. Something that Coach McAllister talked about was being able to do something for free. And at the time, I wasn't getting paid for it. And I just graduated college. I had student loans that I had to pay back. But one of the things that I told myself that I needed to do, if I wanted to make this happen, I would eventually find a way. So I remember that Summer League was coming up at the time. I had about $900 in my pocket. And that was from working summer camps, and you don't really get paid that much, but that's just the money you make to live. So I knew paying for my own hotel, paying for my transportation to the arena, and just knowing going in there that I'm not going to be able to, well, it's not guaranteed that I'm going to be able to interview with someone, but just trying to connect with someone. I did the Sports Code Conference, which was really great, just kind of getting exposed to more video, but also getting a chance to connect with other people. I actually left Summer League with nothing. I didn't interview with anyone. The individuals I was supposed to meet with kind of canceled due to like some schedule change, but I left, came back to St. Mary's with nothing. At that time, I just kind of felt like this isn't going to happen. But one of the things that really helped me out was going to the Sports Code Conference, connected with a couple of individuals there. One thing led to another. I got a phone call from Pat St. Andrews, who's assistant coach with Milwaukee right now. I spoke with him for a little bit, kind of told him my story and what I was passionate about, what I wanted to do. So I got off the phone with him. Again, I thought that nothing was going to come about this, and then he texted me back saying, hey, such and such coach is going to call you. So then I just felt really good about it. I was telling myself, okay, this may happen, but still wasn't really confident in myself that I was going to land a job or even land an opportunity to get an in-person interview. So one of the coaches, Taylor Jenkins, who's a head coach for Memphis, gave me a call. Spoke with him. I guess he just wanted to get a feel for who I am. And then another couple of coaches called me. Pat called me back saying, hey, we're going to fly you out. Flew out to Atlanta. It wasn't really an intense interview. I didn't get to meet with Coach Bud because he was out of town or out of the country at the time, but they just kind of wanted to get a feel for me. Just kind of went in there, rebound, do what I did as a manager. Rebound, just be available, do the little things that, that are not asked to be done, that you should just know off the top of your head, like grabbing water, wiping up sweat, just kind of being available, being an extra body. And most importantly, I think the one thing that really helped me out was just being myself. So came back, flew back to Atlanta. I thought the interview went well. Didn't hear back from 2 weeks, and then eventually Pat called me back, and then I got the job with Atlanta as a video coordinator. That job was pretty much, played a role in where I am now, wanting to be a coach. Spent 3 years as a video coordinator. My first 2 years was a seasonal. My last year as an assistant video. I worked under Lloyd Pierce for that year. And I know for me, my passion was to kind of develop within the Hawks system. And I had a meeting with Coach Pierce in regards to my next steps and what I wanted to do. At the time, pretty much everyone from that coaching staff was pretty new, so there really wasn't any movement to kind of move into another position or in another capacity. So his opportunity or his idea for me was to go to the G League. And for me, going back to saying that I wanted to kind of develop within the confines of the Hawks and, kind of move up within the ranks there and not having to take the route for the G League. But he gave me some of the best advice that anyone can give me. He said that, I know that you want to coach, but the most important thing is that, if you want to coach, then you got to go coach. And some people look at the G League as just a step down, but it's actually a step forward. And I was a little bit against it. He told me to take some time to think about it. But at the end of the day, if I wanted to coach, then I knew I had to go coach. So that was like some of the best advice. And getting to the G League, it was, again, one of the toughest things I had to adapt to, because I was just so used to doing things for a certain amount of time, at 3 years being with the Hawks. But Coach Noah Gillespie definitely put me in a position to be successful. I definitely learned a valuable lesson about player development and also coaching. And, kind of ties into my presentation here that one of the things that we all see and we all try to teach our players is to sustain their development. And that plays in a role of being in season, also going out of season. A lot of people think that player development just takes place out of season, going in the season, but really going into being in season is very important to be able to develop, because sometimes, things change and you got to be able to adapt. Players get hurt, or being in the G League, players get called up, so that 13 or 14, 15 man is going to have to step up. And so, going into season and how important it is to be able to stay ready, be ready, and sustain that development going into the offseason and be able to develop off of that mentality or that momentum is very important. So I'll talk a little bit about sustaining and how important it is for development. But going to my next slide, as a coach, I take this approach into my coaching, into how I approach player development. This is one of my favorite quotes in regards to just being able to give back and helping others. The greatest good you can do for another is not just to share your riches, but to reveal to him his own riches. I think for me, that's what coaching is all about. And as much as we talk about being able to influence and, how much we're knowledgeable of the game, we can never just think that we know it all and just kind of coach players and not really take the time to teach them or, reveal to them their unnoticed potential. So this quote really speaks a lot to me in regards to just being a coach and knowing what I've learned in my couple of years. And again, I haven't done anything just yet. A lot of people can give me calls or texts saying, hey, you're doing a great job. But I also tell myself that, man, I haven't done anything. Like, this is just it's coming off my first year in the G League, but just kind of taking the knowledge that I was able to obtain in my years in the video room and in my first year in the G League. And it's really valuable, but also just kind of taking that and being able to help these players to reach their full potential in regards to what they want to do and the direction they want to head into. It's a little bit about me, my leadership values, and I kind of thought about this a couple of years ago, and a lot of people think that in order to kind of have values that you kind of have to be in a certain position, a head coach or assistant coach. But I think no matter what capacity you're in or, what role you have on your team, whether if you're a video coordinator, player development, assistant, head coach, I think it's always important to have some type of values that you hold yourself to, that you kind of build yourself onto, because this is your foundation. And then for me, these are the two most values that I kind of hold myself in and what I believe in and what I stand on. Integrity is the most important thing for me. Just being honest, trustworthy, and reliable. Live in accordance to your deepest values, having respect for yourself and others, and which demonstrates humility. That's something that I really pride myself into, and I think it really speaks volumes, and players see that. The next one is accountability, doing what you say you're going to do. Show that you can be trusted. I think this business and being in sports is all about being trusted. You know, you can't really do anything without players being able to trust you and to be able to influence them. You embrace mistakes. You know, sometimes you're going to make mistakes, but you have to embrace them. I know it's something that you don't want it to become a habit, but I think for you is that knowing that, you know, you're not above anything, that you're going to make mistakes, but it's all about how you respond to it. And I think, you know, accountability empowers you to control your environment. Just kind of having accountability just kind of makes you control everything around you and how you want to move within the next steps. General approaches, I think this is something that's important for me, the player development and dealing with our players. And this would be, what is player development? For me, it's being able to influence player behavior. I think this is a very important component to player development because, you know, a lot of us can just go out there and you know, do player development, put players through drills, but it's really impactful when you can be able to influence player behavior, you know, how their approach is, what their body language is, you know, how you're interacting with them. And the second bullet point is unlocking potential to maximize performance. But I think it all starts with being able to influence player behavior. If you can influence that, get these guys in the, you know, the right mindset, you can allow this to happen. The third bullet point for me would be inspiring learning rather than teaching. I think the most important thing for me, and I've learned this from a coach, is that, you know, we focus so much on teaching rather than teaching these guys how to learn. And being able to teach these guys how to obtain information and apply it to their skills, their talent, and while they're in the game is very important. So the learning piece for me is very important, is because being that they're learning, being that you're teaching these guys how to learn, you're teaching these guys how to teach, how to, you know, communicate with other players in the court. So I think that's also very important in, you know, what player development is actually inspiring these guys how to learn rather than teaching them. The 4 pillars of player development: confidence, commitment, adaptability. Coach talked about the adaptability earlier, and is being persistent. Confidence is very important for coaches, and you know, this is something that I learned for myself going into the G League. It was a whole different dynamic, you know, and just kind of I was kind of in the mindset that coming from the Hawks, going to the G League, that I kind of had a step above, not just a step above everybody else, but just kind of being knowledgeable of what I knew, because some of those guys didn't really have the opportunity to be in the NBA environment, and they just kind of been in the G League. But not that I thought I was better than anyone, but I got hit in the face with just, you know, a lot of things that I didn't know, and it's just like more the relationship thing, and you know, how to talk to players, because I knew basketball more from a video standpoint rather than a relationship standpoint, and so that kind of really hurt me in my confidence, because you know, for me it was just a thing that I really had to build confidence in order for me to allow myself to move forward. And for confidence here, it says, make it easy. It makes it easier for you to move forward. Just look at what you've already achieved. For me, that was very important. For me, that, you know, even though I didn't have the voice of being a coach, just looking at what I know and what I've achieved so far really helped me and really set things in perspective. Commitment was very important to me, and just showing that our players that being committed to their growth, being committed to where they want to be down the line builds a mutual trust, because being in the G League, we're all there to develop. But you show that you're committed, and they show that they know that you're committed. I think it builds a mutual trust that really plays a factor in how successful you are. Adaptability, being able to adapt to players' needs. This is something that really, you know, I had to learn, and it was one of the hard things I learned the hard way, is that, you know, being able to adapt to different players' needs. And you're dealing with more players, you know, than sometimes, because being in the G League, you're wearing different hats. And then for me, being in the video room, working with an assistant coach, you know, I kind of told myself, well, you're just working with players, and, you know, that should be easy. But there's more components that go into it, and every player has their different needs, you know, rather if it's off the court, on the court. I think being a coach, you got to be able to adapt to players' needs. And I think if you're able to display that, it allows you to understand how different types of players like to be coached. Every player is different. Your approach has to be different. So being able to adapt to every player allows you to become a better coach. And persistence. Never give up. Go back to your why. One thing I've learned from Coach Pierce is that everything has a why. And throughout our journeys, I know that, you get discouraged. There's times where you got to go through your valleys, but just understanding what your why is and why you're doing it allows you to continue to be persistent, because it allows you to continue to go on your path. But knowing your why, always going back to it, I think for me really helped me out, is kind of just knowing what I wanted to do and why I'm doing it. Another thing, secrets to a relationship with players. I got this diagram from my master's class that I'm taking now at Penn State. Bill George kind of sets a perspective of what a relationship actually is. And for me, the best thing throughout my journey, or even going prior to getting to the NBA, one person really told me, just be yourself, be authentic, because that's you and nobody else can do it better. But as you see in these bullet points here, passion, showing passion, your behavior, your approach to your everyday life, your job, connectedness, consistency, and compassion. I think that these are the secrets to me to player development. And I think everyone, who considers himself a coach, player development, we all approach player development differently. There's no right way to do player development. Everyone's a different coach. But I think that these five main bullet points here, that if you show these throughout your player development process or being a coach, I think you can be successful in any direction you choose to go. But these 5 points right here really speak volumes to me in regards to how I influence players along my journey. Approach to work. I think this kind of pertains to players and coaches as well. Approach each day with courage. Take responsibility for your behavior. I think that this job or this industry that we work in is all about behavior and how you approach your job. You walk into the gym, players sense, that you're angry, you're upset prior to the last game that you guys lost or something didn't go right. Taking responsibility for your behavior and how you approach every day. It enables you to move in the direction of competency, mastery, determination, and assertiveness. Next one is giving yourself a chance. Give yourself a chance to move forward. Practice good habits, strengthen your foundation as a coach, and helps improve decision making and builds confidence. Couple other bullet points is trust your work. That's one thing that I've learned, and especially throughout being a coach in the G League, is that you're moving in a position where you're kind of obtaining a voice. You're finding your voice, and I can just kind of tell you a story about my first scout that I ever did. I was just nervous as heck, and going from the video, I had my leader slides, I had everything in order, but I didn't really know how to match my voice up with my presentation that I was going to show the players. But one of the things I had thought back to was when the coach told me to trust your work, trust the work that you put into this scout, because you're the teacher. No one knows your scout better than you know, but trust your work. And even if you in another position where you're player development or coaching, it's okay to question yourself along the way. I think that raises self-awareness in regards to, are you sticking onto your path? Are you sticking to your goals? But definitely trusting your work, and I think always raising awareness, always asking questions, always asking yourself questions. If there's things that you need to modify, you need to change, I think that's very important throughout the process, especially during player development or just coaching in general. And lastly, good days add up. Continue doing something though it's difficult or opposed by others. I think that this is important, because some of the times that, I think that coaching, people think that coaching has a certain blueprint. And, we all have our different ways of going about things and doing things as coaches, because, we have to be comfortable with ourselves. But just knowing whatever you're doing and whatever people say that discourages you along your way, I think that good days add up, and continue to doing something that is posed by others. So this kind of goes back into, my sustaining player development. and why I think it's very important to really pay attention or just really value the in-season and off-season too as well. And these are yearly key dates that player development takes place. And this is kind of just something based off the year before. I know this year has been kind of weird just in regards to COVID, so nothing has been normal, but just kind of giving you guys a kind of an outline on like what the season looks like. October is when regular NBA season starts. That's kind of when guys kind of get their, understanding of where they're going to land, whether that's in the G League or in the NBA on the roster two-way. Kind of go down here to November. G League regular season begins. Winter showcase. G League season. In April, NBA playoffs. But the most important thing that I really want to highlight throughout this time is that player development and sustaining your development, that's where that's taking place. And a lot of guys got to understand that, you're always developing. You always have to get better. You always got to stay ready. Staying ready is the most important thing for me, or the most important thing that we try to instill in our players, because like I said before, things change and you got to be able to adapt to it. That 14th or 15th man on the roster has to be able to adapt and step into a position where he's not being comfortable. But I think that the success that he may have will be predicated to the work that he's put in throughout the season. And going to the off season, you have the NBA draft, summer league, but these are other opportunities. And within all of this, this is where player development mainly takes place. Guys have their personal trainers. There's no set time, so a lot of these guys have their own schedule set for themselves. But one of the things I really wanted to highlight is that player development doesn't just take place here. It takes place mainly here, and being able to adapt and be able to step up to a role that you're not used to stepping into. Going to talk about more about the regular season. Opportunities to develop practice and games. Practice is inclusive to development, provides opportunity to enhance the foundation of your skills and develop in other areas. Games provide an opportunity to display, develop skills, increases self-confidence and motivation. Again, these are opportunities for develop here within practice, but also for our players to understand and be able, for coaches and player development coaches to understand that, stress the fact that, hey, you're actually getting better here. Practice makes perfect, but putting yourself in the position that when you're in the game, all those skills and everything that you worked on is also going to be displayed. So, and that also builds confidence going into the off season. Practice, pre-practice, post-practice workouts enables players to get a high percentage of repetition, helps increase a player's self-awareness about the game, allows a player to maintain optimal level of energy and confidence throughout team practice. Again, players got to take advantage of this time right here to understand that these are opportunities to get better. These are opportunities to give yourself a chance to be better. And another opportunity to get better is just by watching film. One of the things that a lot of us know is that film doesn't lie. And being able to show these players and hold these guys accountable to what they're doing and their progress to becoming the best player that they want to be, or hitting their goals. I think it's really important that we hone in, or for myself, that I learned that player development is about being able to show these guys about what film, their film, and how are they making the mistakes, or are they hitting their goals. But film the court is something that I think is very effective. If it's an effective way to maintain a film session. This is something I was a little bit against. I never wanted to be that guy who was just showing film on the court, just to show it, to have the image. But I think for me, it made it more effective that when you're showing film right before you're doing your warm-up is a better way to help player development too. From film to court, players are able to obtain the information that they learned from the film session. It helps players to see and learn from a perspective he or she is not used to seeing from. Enables players to recognize the little nuances and apply it to their game. Players take a critical look at their own and team performance, and it removes emotions from their own analysts. But I think that film is a very, very, very important component to this development, and also just being able to kind of give these guys something to look at. I think it's important that even after a game, after a practice, if you think it's important, I think it'd be important to the players. So being able to kind of share a film session or anything that you have to show to these players. Exit out of here 1 second. Yep. You good? Okay. So here's just a couple of clips, just kind of like talking about, this is our player Jordan Seiberg, and I think for him, you're able to see this? Not sure if the film works here.
Might have to drag it.
Oh, gotcha. Perfect. And just quickly, just showing a quick film, one of the things that we saw our player Jordan Seiberg, one of the things that he really wanted to really develop on is probably the little details of the game. For him, really good player, great shooter, great three-way player, can score at all three levels. But I think for him, one of his goals was to be able to kind of develop in all the little areas in the game and just hone in on all the little details. So one thing about him and his development is that, again, like he wanted to hone in on all the little details. You see him, Jordan Seiberg, number 18, right here. One of the things that we talked about was his defense and being able to be in the right positions at the right time. So you see him right here, number 18, Jordan Seiberg. Just being in the position to see both, kind of butt to the baseline, but more at the free throw line. And he really prided himself in just being able to do the little things right, putting himself in the position to have a chance to be effective on the defensive end. Right now, just being able to see both. Right now, number 4 can just cut to the basket, but for him, that's really important to him. So just kind of just honing in and kind of talking about those player development, those little things right there. Here he is in the corner here. One of the things that we talked about for our team is that we never wanted to get back doors. And so one of the things that Jordan Seiberg wanted to do is be able to kind of put himself in the position so that he doesn't get caught up in the bad situation later. So right now here he gets back cut, but we want to be able to send that up. But here they get a turnover, offensive foul. But him just starting in a good position puts our team in the best position to get a defensive stop. And last clip here. Here's Jordan right here. Again, being able to see both. Like right now, he can't see what's going on, doesn't know where the ball is. He can't be the low man help on the drive right here. But again, for him, just being able to understand that the importance of film and how it's important for our players. Next slide. Last opportunity for player development within the regular season is low-minute workouts. Helps maintain mental and competitive toughness, allows players to perform at their full potential under pressures when their name is called. Again, this is another thing where you have players who just don't play and they don't fit into the rotation. Has to maintain their mental and competitive edge. I think that this is very important, that you don't neglect these guys' opportunity to perform or allow these guys to get better. And lastly is most importantly, just taking care of your body. I think that for players who are in the rotation, I think this is a vital component, being able to take care of your body, paying attention to what your body is telling you. Athletes learning to manage their own performance, creating their own optimal level of mental readiness. I think it's important that we hone in on these guys, and it's kind of going back to the saying of always being ready for what is yet to come. Going into the off season, opportunities to get better. I think this is a big component and something that we encourage our players, or we try to connect with our players, but connect with coaches, or coaches connect with players, discuss regular season performance in relation to expectations, develop a plan for these guys. I think player development going from the regular season to the off season is important, that these guys have something that they can leave with. And just dialogue, and definitely telling these guys that you're just not in the meeting talking with the coach just to listen. It's a dialogue, it's a two-way conversation, asking players what they need to work on. Helping players approach the offseason logically. I think that this is important because, for me, talking with the player, it's important that I know what you need to work on, but it's more important that you know what you need to work on because it's your stuff. And another thing, especially going for player development, and I think that we all learned a lot about this, especially is just self-care, mental and physical wellness, especially coming off of the pandemic this past year. But I think this is important for coaches and players just to get your space, find your happiness in regards to why you're doing what you're doing. Because this, not living up to expectations. I know we, as coaches, as players, we set expectations for ourselves in regards to how we want the year to be, how we want our players to develop. And a lot of times it doesn't happen. And so sometimes we get hard on ourselves, but just understanding that this, leads to a risk of depression, anxiety, and negative physical symptoms that can impede development and performance. I think it's development for coaches and development for players, and also their performance. Next bullet point would be your mind and your body have to be in order, and functioning for your best interest. And this is one of the things I've learned from one of the coaches being with the Hawks my last year, Greg Foster, is that if you can't have fun while you're doing it, then why you're doing it. I think that the fun aspect of the game is also kind of neglected, because we all sometimes as coaches get caught up in what we want to do and how we want to teach things, but you have to have fun. And that's important, I think, for our players, is that it maintains a good relationship, good environment, healthy environment. But this is one of the sayings that I got from him in regards to kind of how I want to form my coaching philosophy, is to make it fun. Training assistant coach, personal trainer. I know, after season, a lot of the guys stick around, or a lot of guys tend to get their own personal trainers. But I think I encourage this to happen, whether if it's with an assistant coach or a personal trainer. That I think it allows players to work on what may be overlooked in a team setting, because you're getting that individual attention and developing fundamentals in which the foundation for every player to enhance skills and greatness to their full potential. But I also think that, being able to kind of connect with players, stay connected with them in regards to, how their player development or their development is taking place during the off season. I think that's very important, that, we make ourselves available for these players, rather if it's with the assistant coach or with the personal trainer. And pick up games, the summer league, play as much as you can. I think the most important way for players to continue to get better is that you just got to play. It's important that you just play, because you can work on everything with your personal trainer skills, whatever it is, but best way to develop is by playing, whether it's 1-on-1, 3-on-3, 5-on-5. I think the most important thing is by playing, taking advantage of playing against different competition, builds self-confidence. The only way I think that players are going to get better is by just continuing to play. And getting comfortable with yourself. I think that's the other thing, is that in order to get to play, in order to get better with player development, is that you have to play, but you put you in the position to get comfortable with yourself. Another approach that I take to player development and also postseason is just SMART goals. Start with S, specific, create a specific plan with the player to effectively achieve their goals. I think that this is very important, that, going in the season, you kind of have a plan, but going in the off season, what's your plan? Are there goals or certain things that you didn't hit on that you kind of want to hit on in the off season? Measurable, record tracking progress towards goals, Are we hitting our goals? Are we hitting our goals within the season? You know, if that's something that you're not doing, how can you carry that over to the off season? But I think that being able to record, track, and your progress. Are you hitting your goals? Obtainable. Another thing, the player development is being able to obtain goals that are realistic. Being real with yourself and being real with yourself and what you can do. Make sure your goals are obtainable. Relevant. Make sure your goals align with your values and long-term objectives, as well as with the teams. I know that we all kind of have, as coaches, as players, we all kind of have our own individual goals, but I think they also have to align with your values and also with what the team has set in place, and also time-based. You know, a lot of times our players kind of just forget the time, but there has to be some type of deadline. Be aware of time in regards to, are you hitting your goals? Are these realistic? Are you going to be able to hit these goals at this certain deadline? And just kind of going back and reinforcing this regular season schedule and off-season schedule and how player development takes place, not just in season and off-season, but year-round. It's a year-round thing. And I think it's important that we put our players in positions to be successful in season, even if they are not in the position to where they are playing a lot, but also just maintaining the player development and being able to sustain that going into the off season. And if you flip the coin, going from the off season, taking what you've learned there, going into the regular season. So again, these are just some outline dates of why I think player development takes place year round. And that's pretty much it for my thing. But again, one of the most important things for me is just being able to sustain player development. It's something that I'm continuing to work on, something I'm trying to learn how to be more effective and efficient at it. But being able, as a player development coach and as a coach, being able to sustain what you've learned as a coach, what you sustain as a player, or learned as a player, being able to sustain that all year round. That's it. Absolutely.
Zach Howling, former NC State manager. As someone who does want to be in the NBA video, what were some of the things that you were doing before you got yourself in that video situation that you knew that you were going to have confidence in yourself before that? So like, were you doing projects for yourself and sending those off to people? And if so, like, who were the kind of people you were looking to reach out to at that time?
Yeah, I think for me, the most important thing that I was doing during that time was
basically just putting myself in a position to learn film in a way that an NBA team would do it, and I know across the board teams do film differently, but I think just being able to kind of have a solid base of understanding of what teams would look for kind of put me in a position to kind of succeed or kind of achieve that goal. But I would think that for me, just trying to connect with different types of people. And that's kind of what I did going into the summer league, is just connecting with individuals and asking them questions. I think the more questions you ask, the more familiar you get with how things are supposed to be done at the next level or a certain level that you want to be in.
You talked about the 4 pillars of player development. How do you create a development plan for the players? Do you have a meeting prior to the season? Do you have a meeting prior to off season? And is that plan developed with all the coaches or just yourself and the player? How does that morph into action?
Well, I think it first starts off with what the head coach wants and kind of what the team, how the team kind of form, what their values are or kind of how they want to form a team. And I think within that, just kind of doing your own research on the player, kind of just getting familiar with their skills, their talents. But I think being able to kind of form that and within how the head coach wants to, move forward with the team. But I think the best way to form that is just kind of doing your work, getting familiar with the player, understanding their tendencies, what they like to do, but keeping it in within the framework of what the team does. You don't want to kind of get too creative and play outside of the system. But for me, I think my approach was dealing with my players. I know I had Jordan Seiberg and Armani Brooks, kind of just being able to kind of get familiar with their game and being able to kind of form it within how the team is structured. Hope that answers your question.
Matt Jones, Coach Pro Ball in Europe. Like your in-season workouts, I mean, obviously you're only doing like 20 minutes before, after, whatnot. Do you keep it pretty routine? Or you just like it's routine and habit-based, or are you trying to keep things fresh and switch it up quite a bit? Like just that balance, I guess.
That's a good question. And for me, I think going into the season, or being in season, is that you kind of want to keep it within the team concepts. Keep it simple. And, you know, a lot of people like to get too creative with it. And I think you kind of move away from the team concepts and kind of what actions that they will be running within their plays or within, you know, the season. But for me, being in the season, I think being able to keep it simple, running actions, and it kind of just seems, it gets boring at the same time because you got guys, you know, you're doing drifts to the corner, shakes, but I think kind of staying within those types of concepts and being creative within that kind of helps out. But going into the off season, you can get a little bit more creative. You know, it's I think it's free range there, but being in season, just kind of keeping it simple. And I think, you know, it kind of helps going into the off season and what that player is really good at. But it also, you know, it also means like, what is this player really good at doing? You know, whether if it's shooting, you're doing a lot more shooting within the team system during the regular season. And now season, you know, you really don't want to neglect their development in other areas. But that's what I'm saying. I think being in season, you want to be able to keep it simple, but off season, you know, being able to experiment and do other things. Yep.
Hey, Alex Ulrich, I coach high school basketball outside of Milwaukee. So I was just wondering if you could maybe describe like how you would structure like one of your player development sessions, like I have in season before game and then one off season. Kind of
so, pregame warm-up?
Yeah, I like pregame or just like off season type.
Yeah, so I would say kind of how I structure my player development. I would say just kind of going into an individual workout would just be definitely warming up with guys, just getting these guys warmed up with kind of just like the fundamentals of leading into what the workout entails. But for me, I think that keeping it simple in regards to if you're preparing for a certain game. But the best way I can kind of explain that is my workouts and stuff that I do is just simple in regards to preparing for the next game, or, you know, touching on things that, you know, a player may have made a mistake in the previous game. But I would say that my player development routines in season are just pretty much, they're really basic. I'm pretty sure you've seen a lot, you know, through video and stuff like that. But out of season, I think it's more just you're able to kind of be more creative with using cones or things of that sort. But that's kind of how I approach my player development or, you know, workouts within regular season. It's nothing too complicated. I think that if you try to get too complicated, then, you know, players kind of just get, you know, don't want to do it, or, you know, think you're doing too much. So that's kind of how I approach it.
How are you doing? My name is Madeline Fernandez. I'm from Columbia College in Canada. I'm just wondering how you're really like tracking success as you're developing them. So like what sort of things are you looking at in terms of it? Is it only in-game improvement, or like what are the metrics you're using basically?
So I mean, being G League is pretty such
You don't have access to a lot of the resources that you have in the NBA, being able to track with certain types of platforms. But for me, I was able to kind of take some of the tools that I've had with the NBA. But to answer your question, being able to track our shooting progress. I know for one of our workouts, you guys probably heard of the Spurs 100, or for the Hawks we call it the Hawks 101. But being able to track their shooting progress and how they're, you know, how better they are getting shooting. Also, we have our analytics guys, one of our guys with the Hawks who tracks our analytics and kind of gives us a spreadsheet as far as where these guys are shooting out of the court, where they're more effective or least effective on the court. So it's not that much, you don't have that much access to it, but, you know, you try to track it the best way you can. I have another way of tracking other things as far as three-pointers, where we tell our players different spots on the court mean certain things. So one of the things that we try to stress to our players is that the easiest shot in the NBA is a corner three. So being able to track those, other things as far as screening assists, dive assists, things like that that lead to open shots. So those are other things that we usually track, and what helps player development and also helps our team and our offense. And I think it kind of shows the players that, hey, if you do this, this is how we're going to win games. This is how efficient we are in our offense here. So.
How many bodies are in a player development session for you? Like, how many coaches, how many players? And are you always hopping in the drills, or are you filming it or providing feedback type of deal?
Yeah, so again, it's different from the NBA.
You have more bodies, but in the G League, it's myself and maybe a video coordinator, or sometimes I'll be by myself. But majority of the time, it's you have yourself and the video guy there helping you rebound. But I always jump into my workouts. I think it also sets the tone of how you want your workout to be. Especially if you're demonstrating a shooting drill. I think the important thing is to be able to set the tone and how you want the drill to be ran. So for me, I think hopping in the drill, whether if you're just playing defense, kind of just sets the tone. So I don't never just kind of just sit out. I try to at least just set the tone by just playing defense, getting these guys going. Yep. You're welcome. You need this? I think you put it on the other side. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Do you need an adapter?
Let me see if this is how you get it.
Yeah.
I told my husband about you in your life. He's like, oh man, especially about when COVID hit for you. He's like, man, that sucks. I told him about my experience, just like what I told you. I realized I have not been around people in a long time.
Ashton Pills, who you guys probably know, or hopefully will have a chance to get to know, and they're going to say a few words about Uncommon Sports Group. So thanks, Bill. Appreciate it.
What's going on, guys? My name is Noah. I'm a leadership coach at Uncommon Sports Group. Just want to share quickly about our mission and kind of how we can benefit you guys as young leaders in the sports industry. Our mission really is to combine faith with sport. Oftentimes, you guys are busy. You don't feel like you have time for church, you don't have time for the Bible, you don't have time for prayer. And I get that you guys are young professionals trying to get into the industry. But what our goal is really is to train you guys to be able to have time for God and time for being a coach. They really combine faith with your sport. So through our programs, we really help you guys just have the ability to live out your faith in sport, really be able to combine those two things together. So I want to ask you to kind of share a little bit about her experience and how we helped her out, her faith in her sport.
Hi guys, yeah, Ashton Pills. I just finished up my last season with Coach Self and his team at the University of Kansas. I think that for me, basketball was my God for a few years. I really wanted to be a Division I head coach. I really wanted to coach basketball, and I wanted to, make a lot of genuine relationships, but it caused a lot of destruction and chaos for me. And so I think I gave my life to Christ a year and a half ago, and that's when I became a better manager. I got to go into work and see the players, the staff, my managers, as image bearers. And image bearer is we're all made in the image of God. And whether you have a faith background, you believe in God, you're made in the image of Him, and we all have really a big purpose and identity for our life. And so once I realized that, I really got to go into a high-level environment and change the environment by just walking my purpose. And then I met Seth and Drew probably a year and a half ago, along with Adam, Andy, and Brandon. And I've never really asked permission. During quarantine, I did a lot of Zooms with people, and I was really using Rising Coaches as a platform. And I think that's a really cool thing with Uncommon is it's another platform for all of us, walk out in our purpose. And so we did a training. It was about 2 months. We read The Purpose-Driven Life. And so probably the best thing that I got from the training is surrendered people are the ones God uses. And so pretty much The Purpose-Driven Life, it's about 60 days. And pretty much if you're not surrendering to God, you're going to surrender to something. And so for a while I was surrendering to Division I basketball. I was surrendering to sacrificing sleep and eating, to grind hours in the day for basketball. And once I realized that's not what you're living for, my life turned a lot better. And so I just encourage you guys to reach out to Uncommon, to reach out to Rising Coaches, because community is really vital. And I think you'll become a better coach and you'll live out your purpose better if you know really where you came from. So I just encourage you to do that. I think it's a great resource. They really want to help, just equip you to be the best coach, the best person you can be. So.
Thanks, Ashton. If you guys want to just talk more about it with me, come find me. I can hand you one of these flyers here. We can talk more about it. Appreciate your time, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. All right, our next speaker was most recently the head coach of the College Park Skyhawks, was with the Greensboro Swarm. Before that, spent some time with the Nuggets, Suns. Came up, I think, through the Pacers video room. I'm sure I left out some stops, but very excited to have Noel Gillespie.
Adam, thanks for putting this on. This is my first time here, so glad I made it, and obviously great opportunity to network for coaches and share. Thanks to Coach Tim for sharing his journey, Coach Therian, who I worked with the last couple seasons. Just wanted to talk about our early offense, our offensive system that we ran. Again, quick rundown. So the G League, formerly the D League, it's the NBA Development League. So right now there's 30 NBA teams. There's 29 G League teams that are affiliated, like minor league baseball, single affiliated with the team. Portland Trailblazers is the only team that don't have a G League team right now. Adam mentioned it, my quick journey. So got out of college, got an internship with the Indiana Pacers right out of college, was fortunate. Isaiah Thomas was the coach, Reggie Miller, a lot of pros. From there, Florida State, grad assistant, Leonard Hamilton's first season. So him putting the program together in Tallahassee was huge. Then I was fortunate to catch on with the Phoenix Suns 10 seasons. Again, worked my way up from the video room, advanced scout, into an assistant coach. assistant coach 3 years, Denver Nuggets. Brian Shaw was initially the coach, then Michael Malone. My last season was Nikola Jokic's rookie season. Now he's the MVP, so I take full credit for that. And then for me personally, my journey is I wanted to be a head coach. Love the NBA. Again, private planes, per diem, the lifestyle is great, but I wanted to challenge myself to be a head coach, see if I ever get that opportunity. So I left the Nuggets to be the initial head coach for the Charlotte Hornets G League team, which is in Greensboro. 2 seasons there. And then as Adam mentioned, the last 2 seasons with the Atlanta Hawks. We've just played 1 season due to COVID in College Park. So great situation for us. The Atlanta Hawks are invested in us. We practice at State Farm Arena, obviously where the Hawks play. So for our players, the dream is real. You know, they could see the NBA court, the balls, the signage, the lockers is right there. So in College Park, we just play our home games. We're down by the airport. Everything else, our shoot-arounds, our walkthroughs, our film, again, we do it at State Farm. So just going to talk about the offense we ran in Atlanta. It kind of morphed. Coach Lloyd Pierce ran it. It came from Brett Brown, who's with the Philadelphia 76ers. For me as a head coach, I worked with Alvin Gentry, worked with Mike D'Antoni. Obviously, Coach D'Antoni and Coach Gentry both had success. New Orleans, Houston Rockets, Phoenix Suns. So that was always my belief system, and I like to run. But in the G League, again, you're running the offense, the defense, the set, the terminology for your parent club. So for me, it was it's all new terminology. It's all new language. All coaches have different language. This is going to be new to a lot of you. It was brand new to me. So I wouldn't get so much caught into what we're calling each action. It's not universal. It's not universal. It's your comfort zone. So it took a while for me, but I just like to share. After running this for a couple seasons, the way the game is played now, all levels, but especially the NBA and the professional level, Europe, you see it in the college, taking corner threes, generating offense, getting to the rim, having all five players touch the basketball. Again, we can get X's and O's and get cute, and we can talk basketball all day, but the bottom line is you want to play unselfish. You want everyone to be involved. That's just a great way to play basketball. So I'll start slow. I don't want this to be a lecture. If you have any questions, feel free. If you guys got actions you run in your offense that you think you can enhance this stuff, please let me know. That's what this is here for. So real quick, we'll start our terminology. Instead of going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or shooting guard, small forward, ball handler, we have a trail big, a rim runner, and then we have a weak side wing and a strong side wing. So obviously strong side wing is running ball side, weak side wings opposite the ball, and then our 2 bigs. So 4 or 5 can be interchangeable, one taking the ball out of bounds. So we'll start slow, we'll build up into it again. So our first initial action, we talked about the trail big taking the ball out of bounds, the one man in this case being the ball handler. So 32 is our trail big. We talked about our rim runner, who if you pause it right now. So this is an ideal clip, is after a free throw, we got our trail big taking the ball out of bounds. Ideally, with like our one man up the floor, butt to the sideline, ready to attack. You see we should be sprinting to corner here, and this is our rim runner. So this is what we want to look like. Okay, so again, 4 or 5 interchangeable, but he's looking to sprint down the floor, get to the rim, but then we don't want to clog the paint. We want to vacate, as you'll see in these upcoming clips. Okay, so for the sake of it, our ball handler is A, our trail big is B. So again, this terminology was all new to me, so we just call this action AB, and then we can get into multiple reads, multiple actions. You see our point guard is not pounding the basketball, all right? We can get into quick hitters and drag screens and all that stuff later. But as he crosses the floor, we're into our action. Before we even cross half court, our trail big, our 5-man is looking to initiate the offense. So we're getting off the basketball. We've already made 1 pass. And again, if the pass is made back here, closer to half court, you're not going to be able to deny that initial action. If we get into the teeth of the defense and hit the big here, we can deny that. And then again, we have dives and counters for that, but we would like to get into our offense as quickly as possible. So we go A to B. Our B is that trail big. Again, he's declaring a strong side. He's got this pin down. So basketball terminology, DHO, dribble handoff. Now our weak side, you guys that have watched the NBA playoffs, some teams want to keep that spacing. All right, so we're doing this strong side action, our big man getting downhill, putting them into a bind. As Coach Therian talked about defensively, he top locks this or tries to take away this pin down. We can backdoor cut. But the weak side, we want to keep the defense occupied. So ideally for right now, we've taken the 5-man out of the paint. So again, you see in the NBA, this is Joel Embiid, this is Nikola Jokic, Draymond Green. There's no rim protector right now. If someone does want to rim protect, we have all shooters on the floor. We can get a 3-point shot, okay? So real quick, dribble handoff, real easy basketball. That happened to be playing small. They go under, freedom to shoot. So we got our A to B, dribble handoff into this strong side, pin down. Weak side, we exchange to occupy the defense. Just reading the D, we get a roll, and we get a shot. A, B, backside. Again, and we play small. We can play our trail big in this spot. This is R.J. Hunter that played here, okay? More of a shooter, more of a 2. He's in that spot. Then we move our 5-man, Nick Ward, big guy, played at Michigan State. He's in that pin down spot. Same thing, DHO. This weak side, because they're pinning down, this is Jordan Seibert, played with the Hawks, had a call-up, top 3-point shooter in the G League. Again, poor defense. They're worried about this. We got this initial action, so we know we can turn the corner, get into our offense, and then again, skipped ahead there, sorry. In the NBA, when we say the nail, so the middle of the free throw line. So defensively, you need someone at the nail. Offensively, if there's no one at this nail, again, because we're 5 out, he was smart. He know that's a non-shooter. He should be in here. But now we got the entire floor. We got no rim protector. If this low man wants to help, then we have a shooter. If this guy is at the nail, then we have a shooter. So getting into our offense quick, looking to attack before the defense is set. Charlie Brown Jr., who just signed Oklahoma City Thunder. Again, we're right into our initial action, A to B. This was Terrence Jones. Some of you guys remember, played at Kentucky. But another big guy, very talented, point forward, can put the ball on the deck. But the key to us is we're into our offense right away. We're spread out. We have 4 shooters. Quick pin down, weak side exchange, attacks the nail, okay? And then you'll see what we talk about, Coach Lloyd Pierce brought it with him, is our term is paint to great, paint to great. So this is a good shot, he's at the rim, but because he's collapsed the defense, there's 4 defenders around the basketball, and now we have spacing. We have spacing. So the ball handler did his job, he spaces, there's the paint to great, we get a corner 3. So we generate, again, we talked about analytics, our most efficient shot. One clip I used when we were at Denver. Again, Jokic is the best at it, MVP this season, elite passer. But into the initial action, Jokic sees the floor, wide pin down. Gallinari's with the Hawks now. All right, he throws back, easy shot. Bigs want to play back, okay? Another option out of our AB, we call just a dribble at. Again, our 5-man is on the ball, so he's taking the rim protector out of the paint. So after we throw that initial action, we need a split, right? A pin down. We need to move bodies. We need to be physical. What we want here is the deeper this split, the better. The deeper puts more pressure on the defense. This isn't ideal, but again, this rim runner, Isaac Humphries, had ran the rim, but what we want him to do now is vacate. So if he decides he's going to stay here, he's Rudy Gobert and he's going to protect the paint, then again, it's real simple. We have a shooter. He's got to play 2 on the backside. But by him rim running and then vacating the paint and getting out, again, we hit our trail big. Now we get into that split. RJ turns the corner, and he gets a layup. And again, if the defense was to collapse, if 12 is there, then RJ knows he's got Jalen Adams in this corner, who's another elite three-point shooter. Doesn't have to be after a made basket. We get into a bust out, A to B. Again, hit our trail big. Get into the strong side split game. That's important too. If a lot of teams are going to switch or they get lazy on switches, same side switch, they point switch. Our players know when we set that split screen, they take a body off, then it's just a get right to the rim. One example we talked about, Philadelphia a couple years ago, hit Embiid, and that's a team. Houston, they love to switch, a D'Antoni team, just like Brooklyn does. So they know initial action, hit, slip to the rim against the switch. Another thing we can do is run this rip screen. Hit the initial action. We know this team is switching. So right now, Alex Poythress is the trail big. 32's got that slip to the rim that's wide open. We could hit there. He doesn't like it. Dribble handoff. They top lock. Again, turns the corner, attacks the nail, gets downhill, and then we have a lob option. Trail big, A to B. Again, we're dribbling at this strong side split, cut, get out, and then again, we can get right into screen and roll. And a lot of these are just reads, seeing what the defense does, seeing how they react. Nothing on this strong side dribble handoff. We swing it, and then in Atlanta, we call this a jam. So we hit our trail big, we go to dribble handoff, nothing on this side. Now we know that's Jeremy Hallowell played here as well at Georgia State. He's going to set that baseline jam screen, and then on the backside, we're going to try to get and generate an open 3. I think we got another example on this too. So again, A to B, we hit our trail big, strong side splits, dribble handoff. Our weak side, we vacated the paint, so we're not clogging the paint in there. That allows for the backdoor action, that allows for the split. Ideally, we'd exchange on the backside, keep them occupied, or get into a pin down. We don't get this initial action, so again, we just go dribble handoff, and here's another example of that jam screen. Catch and shoot action, they just read it. AB, strong side split. See if they switch, makes a read, three-point shooter pops back, gets a look. Our A to B, strong side split. Again, they top lock, cuts out, and we just get into pick and roll. Step up screen, bigs roll, and we have the spacing we want. Anytime we run pick and roll, especially in the middle of the court, middle pick and roll, we'll call a rub action. So if we want to call rub, we can. Again, if it's just automatic look, we don't get the dribble handoff. This time, again, we're playing small, so the initial ball handler just screens on the ball. And again, because we have our center now, you see, Brooke Lopez is doing this in the finals. If the rim protector wants to stay here, that's great. We know we have a shooting big in this corner, and we have our spacing. And I think that's fine. I know in college, the pro game, there's defense for 3 seconds, but I think the same thing can apply. If your teams want to clog that, you can still draw and kick and space them out.
How does it change if the 2 or the 3 gets the rebound off the miss? Like if the primary ball handler is not the one free ball.
Yeah.
Roles interchangeable.
Exactly. And then we'll drill our 5-on-0. And again, this is the part playing out of AB. We still have our step-ups, dribble handoffs, drags, double drags, all the early quick hitter stuff before we get into this. But we'll give our guards the freedom to, again, rebound, get off the rim, bust out. If that trail big's not there, the initial action's not there, a lot of times, too, defensively we'll switch. So our big man could have been, again, running a shooter off the line in the corner. So it's going to be tough in transition for him to run a shooter off guard, get the rebound, and then, okay, where's my initial trail big?
Going full court, or do you guys run this stuff half court too?
Majority of the time it's full court after a make. I think there's an example on here, but we can run it from a side out of bounds play. Again, it's real simple. As long as you have the spacing, you hit the initial trail big. And I think that's why it's simple to implement, because, again, you're just playing 5 out initially. So we can get to that option if we want from a side out as well. So this would be start a quarter. This might have been a bust down transition like we talked about. Hit that trail big. There's that strong side split. A weak side, again, we vacate. We got the deep corner filled. Our 5-man now is lifted on the weak side. And then just playing basketball. So we don't get a dribble handoff. We're 5 out. Pick and roll. That's that rub action. RJ's going to get downhill, attack the nail. We have a roller. See if the defense sinks in. And this is, Therian mentioned that the shake-up action. So even if our point guards, ideally we all know the point guard would love to have the ball in his hands, pound the air out of it, play pick and roll, be the floor general. So now he gets off it, he's still involved in the play. He should set a pin down. That time he doesn't. But now that he's in this deep corner, anytime we run pick and roll, side pick and roll, angle pick and roll, he's the shake-up guy. We used to call it in Phoenix the back action. So he starts with the ball. He gets off it. He's now not just a decoy. Once we get into screen and roll, again, we know defensive probably is going to be predicated on not leaving. But if they do decide to leave, if they play high and they tag this roll, then he'll benefit. And there's that shake-up. So, again, the low man there in that strong side corner has to take the roller, Terrence Jones, so he doesn't give up a lob. And then John reads it. He shakes up. Could have been a catch and shoot 3, but we still get great action. AB, strong side split. They deny the handoff. Get into the second action. Again, and we say dribble at the defender. So again, when we get into our player development, we're talking about it. This isn't a perfect clip because Terrence will pass and follow, but we want to teach our big guy, again, to attack downhill and attack this defender so he can make a decision, not just on the DHO, throwing it loosely or leaving it on a platter so the defense could take it. But we want to dribble on that strong side. So this one, again, we didn't get to initially. They don't deny it. Here's an example, perfect example of that point switch. So they take a body off. Again, we'll cover this. They're leaving that corner man. There's no help at the rim. Our 5 is playing outside the paint. Our 4 is a shooter. So he's lifted above the 3-point line. And then again, we'll drill it. So as soon as we see this, we know there's no way this guy on a point switch can beat you to the rim. So he should be thinking slip the entire time. No one's taking a body, and that's literally the definition of, hey, you take mine. So they switch late. There's indecision. We get a catch and shoot 3. Again, just playing basketball, AB, you see our weak side. They turn their head. We get an exchange. They take away the initial dribble handoff with our point guard. So now we're just improvising. So now we have a 2-man setting a screen on a 5-man. All right? But again, our 5-man is skilled enough. He sets up for a 3, poor defense. We get a look at the rim. And then again, giving our guys freedom, making reads, playing basketball. We hit our trail big. All right? Dribble handoff, see if they blow it up. Second dribble handoff, it's not there. He keeps it. We get a shot at the rim. But just, again, drilling these every day in practice, doing 3-man, part method shooting, reading the defense. Doesn't have to pick a side, going to strong side or weak side. Giving our bigs the freedom to attack if no one's there. Another example, we get into a split. read, and he can attack the rim. And again, if the defense collapses, we still want those corners occupied to get a catch and shoot three. Poor defense, breakdown, we get a shot at the rim. When we call get game, so we have our pick and roll game, which is rub. Get is real simple. Get the ball, and you get it back. So we initially like hit the trail big, get it back to our guard, attack that nail like we talked about. Our 4 and 5 man, you can see, are on this strong side, no rim protection. Get downhill to the rim. A, B, get, means get it back. Again, we're spaced, we're 5 out. See if we can get dribble penetrations, nothing there. So this would be a perfect example of a dribble at. Basketball one-on-one for us. So again, if he loosely hands the ball off, he can get through it. If he's a non-shooter, he can go under it. By dribbling right at the defender, he has to make a decision. So we have shooter. We'd, again, love for him to get downhill, attack this nail position. If this X4 wants to help, we have a shot here. If this low man wants to come in and be the rim protector, then we know we have catch and shoot. Or we saw the example right now. If his head's turned, we should be able to attack the nail. Again, normally teams don't leave strong side corner. If they do, we have a catch and shoot three. But then he has the freedom to face cut or back cut, again, depending on the dribble penetration. A, B, X. So our X is we'll throw it to our trail big, and we'll get into a pick and roll. So we play small this time in this trail big position, the inbounder. That's, again, Charlie Brown Jr., who's on Oklahoma City right now. And again, in the G League, we can play him at the 2, 3, 4, 5. But now he is in that trail spot. We'll have that rim runner, didn't vacate, but go right into a middle pick and roll. And again, this is a pick and pop big. So this time he rolls versus switch. Teams turn their head, but we can get to, again, a rub screen or a big-to-big pick and roll. If teams switch this 4-5 pick and roll, again, a lot of times we can get a quick slip to the basket. So we just call ABX, hit the trail big, can create some space, slips to the basket or at the rim. One example from the Hawks, again, Vince Carter, small ball 4, ABX, so there's a rim runner setting a screen. Vince at the 4 could be a playmaker. And we're still 5 out. We still have the spacing. Same thing, another 4-5 pick and roll. Again, if you have the luxury of having a small ball 4 or playmaking 4, get right into pick and roll, and you see they're not going to help off shooters. AB, just a little wrinkle, this brush screen. So our one man comes over the court. Again, sets a pick and roll, so that's a 1 setting a screen on a 5. Little bit of indecision, we can attack the rim. No rim protector. And then we added this just to get into a post up. So the Hawks didn't have this option. We wanted to post up in the G League, so we just did A, B, and we'll get into a turnout. So the initial ball handler hits, the big sets a pin down, we get into the post, and then again, you guys remember Golden State was the best at it, posting up, and then these split screens. So we talked about splitting in the corners, but these high post splits. Again, so you have 2 shooters, it causes indecision. One of our guys cuts to the basket, indecision, they don't know if they're switching, and they leave a shooter wide open. So again, we incorporated that. Draymond Green, Stephen Clay were the best of all time doing it. So if we get into a post up, we still can. We hit the wing. We want a good spot to enter it. We have our post up. There's our high split initial action. Who's cutting to the basket? Who's popping for 3? Indecision by the defense. And that happens to, again, be our 5-man. So our 5-man's outside the paint. They want to help. Here's one of the Golden State examples that we talked about. Hit, split, defense has to make a decision, playing unselfish basketball, spacing all over the court. So we talked about the A-B options. We talked about the split options. The next options we can get to is elbow. Elbow set. Any questions? We can go right into the elbow stuff.
Question about AB.
If the trail big is being denied,
Yeah.
Do you guys go automatic rub?
Yeah, so I'll get to that. So it's a dive action. So instead of, great question, let's just say for the sake of example, that's him and he's denied, we'll dive him out. And I'll get to those in a second. But then again, it's an automatic.
And the person that sets the screen can receive and do like a little blind pick or something like that?
Yeah, we'll get to that. You're on top of it. That's out of the dive.
Daryl Free, Edgewood Academy. Your calling of the plays going straight into this, it's seeming like it's happening really fast. What is their, without giving into that, they're signaling, how are they calling certain actions? How is it just a read or taking?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times, like Coach Steering said, is we'll know going into a game plan, this is a switching team. This team, big Taco Fall will play, and he'll be at the rim. So we'll know going into our shoot-around, hey, more than likely we're going to get slips this game. Hey, more than likely our bigs are going to be able to pop back and get threes. Hey, this team is lazy on defense, we're going to get dribble handoff. So I say that because then I'll know what more to dictate. Hey, we're going to have to run a lot of rubs this game, and just know Taco Fall is going to be at the rim, so you're going to be able to pop. If you got a three, you like it. If not, dribble handoff, play second side. Right. But we also give them the freedom. A lot of these, again, is now we go back as coaches and watch tape. We can say, oh, that was a rub option. That was a dribble at option. A lot of times we dribble to the strong side where the ball started at, but we can also have options of dribbling to the weak side. So as the season goes on, it's more or less reads. But at the same time, coming out of timeout, off a free throw, off a dead ball, as the coaching staff, what do we see our strengths are, then we'll give them a call. But we would like to get to, again, where we're playing 5 out, if we can play, it's tough in the G League because with our teams, the players are going back and forth. They could be up with the Hawks, they could come down, we need to find another body. So when you're putting guys into position, like we'll say, hey, we want to go A, B, dribble at, and we want to jam on the backside. Well, if we just signed a guy, from the waiver pool, it's going to be tough into the season to do that. So it all depends on the personnel of what we want. But again, a lot of times for us, it's kind of dictating what we want to go to. So when now if our elbow set, we still want to do everything basically out of the same reads, same spacing. Again, we're playing 4 guards, strong. We got our big on the elbow now. So we're going to go dribble handoff to this strong side, or he can go pass and follow pick and roll. You see the weak side, now we have a stagger screen. But we're keeping the defense occupied. So on this strong side, they're playing basketball. Again, dribble handoff, he overplays it. It can be back door, it can be a pass and follow pick and roll. Shooter, he has the freedom to go ahead and screen and pop back to the corner. But then again, on this weak side, instead of standing and watching, we want to keep this occupied. Here's the nail guy. We're going to set a stagger, that double screen, again, for probably our best three-point shooter. Just again, so that it's tough to guard, tough for teams initially walk through. Playing just two-man game, keeping the weak side occupied. So again, we hit, strong, we hit the elbow, strong side action, two-man game. All right, we can't dictate it every time. We don't know what the defense is going to do. They go under, go ahead and step back and shoot it. All right, they switch, we can slip to the rim. The backside, the defense is occupied, their heads are turned, they're seeing what's going on with this stagger screen, and we get an open look. A to B, our initial rim runner is outside the paint this time. And again, two-man game, they play on the high side, we backdoor get a backdoor layup. So you see we call strong, hit, dribble handoff, two-man game. We talked about giving our bigs the freedom. If their X5 isn't a drop or he's helping with the ball handler, this time we pop back, get a shot. Now, if we, if we see a mismatch or if we want to add some wrinkles to stuff, Bruno Fernando with the Hawks got a call up for us. And then as Therian mentioned, so that's Armani Brooks, who finished the season with the Houston Rockets in that corner. So initially we'd start Armani in this corner again, great three-point shooter in the NBA now, so we know they have to stay with him. If he wants to stay here and Armani's there, it's an easy three. So a lot of times we'll vacate that corner, clear it out. On this particular example, they kind of overplay the elbow, and then now Bruno's got a whole clear side. They get in a rotation. We get a catch and shoot three. So again, if I think I have a mismatch, clear that corner. Now again to ISO basketball. Again, the smart defensive team, especially college teams, would pack the paint. But if they want to stay occupied with the weak side, and I know I have a mismatch one-on-one, hey, clear out that elbow, you go to work. And again, if the defense comes, we'll make the extra pass. It's another example, shooter, clear out that corner. I think we have an advantage in the elbow. We still don't want to turn the watch. It's not a great example because we still want movement on the weak side. We still want cutters. Another set out of pick and roll. A, B, get. Our rim runner now is going to set the pick and roll. So he gets into that rub screen. And then again, going into shoot-arounds, we'll know. This team, if they're going to be up on screen and roll, then we want our bigs to slip. And again, we want our spacing. Any help, we got catch and shoot corner threes. So A, B, get, rub, that rim runner sets the initial pick and roll. They help on the ball screen. We got an open shot. A to B, get it back. This time that trail big's not involved. He's getting the space. Our rim runner sets the pick and roll. And finding the option. AB get rub. Able to get downhill, get an and one. If we don't want to go A to B and hit the initial ball handler, we can call A wide. And just a wide pin down right away. So this could be another option if the teams want to deny that A to B pass. We just automatically, we have shooters, A wide, call it off a dead ball, call it after a made basket. Trail big, setting that wide pin down. Ideally, we'd love to set it high up the court, allow a curl, allow that chase action. This time they just deny it, and we play basketball. So the big pops back. Nothing on this. Just, again, making reads, depending on how the defense plays it. A wide pin down. Again, this is Brandon Goodwin, Atlanta kid with the ball. He can slip to the rim. Probably should have delivered that. Again, we have a layup, no rim protection, it's not there. Still gets into a secondary action, get game. Strong side corner turns his head, we get a backdoor layup. A wide. So we can't get a catch and shoot, we can't get a curl for our shooter. We'll run this all the way through. So he doesn't get it, 18. That trail big will set a second pin down, and we'll get an open look. So we were calling that all the way through as the season went on. A wide, switch team, indecision. You can see again, we're at the rim. He slips, we get a dunk. Doesn't recognize it, we still get a catch and shoot three if teams screw up the coverage. A's not there. We get the hand back. And then we talked about all the way through, we get that jam screen on the baseline. If option 1, option 2, option 3, we know we can finish it with a jam. If we're playing small, our term will be spud. So this is a 3-guard lineup, setting a wide pin down with a 1/2 man. Hand back, we got a guard screening. Again, our 5 man's in the corner, he's hit a couple 3. Paint's vacated. Get it back. Another perfect example of paint to great. We're at the rim. Our shooting 5's in the corner. So here is, again, if we call A to B and teams want to take away the initial pass to the big, we'll just go, this isn't the cleanest example, but we'll go right into dive action. So instead of that 5-man begging for it, He'll dive, and then here's that blind pig you talked about. All right, so again, text winner, triangle principles. Instead of begging for the basketball, instead of trying to get into A-B, go ahead. He's just going to get to that weak side elbow, clear the corner, throw back, and again, two-man game. There's we mentioned Taco Fall standing at the rim. So A-B, they didn't deny it, but we're still into it. Dribble handoff, weak side, clear that corner, and there's that elbow blind pig action. And again, we're playing basketball, making reads, still want to occupy on the weak side. We want to be an automatic if they take away that initial A to B pass. So we know. But now at the same time, again, if we think there's a mismatch or we want to catch a team napping, we can call it. But normally we'll just use it as, just like in triangle, pressure release. So it's an automatic pressure release. They take that away. Some coaches you'll run Princeton and guard to guard, and you have those initial pressure releases and counters. So we'll call this the beat and I swing. He'll take a shallow cut, get into a dribble handoff. There's that elbow blind pig action, two-man game. And again, it's different. You see, the way I think is I like to clear the corner out because, again, a lot of times, especially in the G League or the pro game, they're so preoccupied of, I got a shooter, I got to stay with mine. So they follow him out, and then it just allows space for a two-man game, space for an ISO, space to get to the rim. Again, if teams were smart, they would stay, and even if your man is leaving and he's a great shooter, you'd still stay at the rim. But guys are so preoccupied with shutting their man down, playing man-to-man defense. I always like to throw a wrinkle to clear those corners out. Another example, B to I, not hitting the trail big, swing, and then again, instead of going to elbow action, we just go into that pick and roll, rub action, get a three. Again, so Brandon Goodwin, who was on a two-way contract now in Atlanta Hawk, hit, hand back, just making reads. Weak side turns her head, we get a cut, corner cut. So we're not going A to B, we're into swing. And again, so Charlie has the option here. If we get into the elbow, we can get into the elbow action here, and then we can get to split. We can get to that blind pig. We cleared this corner, but now we're just making reads. So it looks like instead of going to the elbow to get the ball, we'll just hit guard to guard, and he makes a pick and roll option. So they switch, able to take the big to the rim. Just a couple more options. So real simple, we had A to B, same spacing, same terminology. We'll go A, B, C, roll. A to B to C, we're not going A wide. We're not denying, we're not diving out. So real simple, pass and follow, pick and roll, making reads. All right, so what is the defense going to do initially? A, B, are they going to drop? Are they going to hedge? Are they going to switch? Are they going to show? All making reads on this. Our five-man is a shooter. He's in the corner. The rim protector now stays at the rim. So again, pick and roll. We attack the nail. Our roll man is at the rim, and our our five's in the corner with X5 at the rim. So he's got to make a choice. Is he going to help on the pick and roll? Is he going to take the roll man, which he should do? And then again, if he does, we have shooter in this corner on the C roll. Another example, A, B, C, pick and roll, weak side exchange, look to attack the nail, look to get downhill, throw back to the roll man, and we get a basket. A, B, C, we get our proper spacing, we're 5 out. Pick and roll, again, no one's at the nail, no one's at the rim, look to get downhill. Defense turns its head, we get a backdoor cut, and we can finish on the roll. One more. This time they deny it. If they denied it, we'd backdoor. Still get it off. The play breaks down. We're playing basketball. See, roll. This time the big's in a drop, which is fine. We'll read it. If that's the case, we want 32 to pop because he's a three-point shooter. So ball handler did his job. He gets to the nail. He sucked in the defense. Big's in a drop, and then we give him the freedom to shoot that. See, roll. Defense goes under, I think, so we just re-pick it. Spacing still the same. One more clip from the Hawks. So we go A, B, C. Again, they go under a screen. Shooters have the freedom to shoot it. Just an Atlanta Hawk clip. Great spacing, corners, another shooter lifted. But then if they do go under, it's an automatic twist. So if it is, I mean, there's hurt, they shouldn't have went under. But the bigs automatically know if it's an under, we can rescreen it. So again, that's some of the stuff we ran in our G League program from the Hawks. And again, I just become a believer in it. Great way to teach, great way for guys to touch the basketball, great way to generate threes, and a great way to play, especially if you have skilled guys at every position that can make plays, dribble handoff, feel like they're involved in the offense. If anyone has any questions.
Madeline Fernandez from Plymouth College. Thanks for doing this. I'm wondering about your implementation process. Like, obviously, you guys have a lot. So, like, how is it put in? Over what duration of time? Are you using? I think you spoke a little bit about like blender type actions and 3-on-3, 5-on-0. Like, what does it all look like for you?
Yeah, for us, I mean, we're in the G League. We're fortunate we have 2-day practices, so we can be old school. The NBA guys don't go for that anymore, so we'll have time. We're big on 5-on-0. 5-on-0, so full court and half court, and different ways of doing it. So first team you're on, we're going down in AB, get, rub. We're coming back into strong elbow split, and let's get an action on the backside 2 times, all right? You guys be ready. These are the 2 actions you're going to run when they get off. And again, just putting the time into it. You're always building. We're not putting everything in day one. Day one, let's play out of AB. Let's get some strong side splits. That's it. Let's be really good at getting the ball out of the basket initially, getting to our offense, hitting the trail big, and splitting. And weak side, having movement. That'll just be day 1. Day 2. Now when we get that initial action, when we've drilled it, again, Theory knows in the summer the Hawks are great just with the Hawks personnel. You're in the gym. So you can do the initial action with 3 players against 3 coaches, 3 managers, 3 GAs. So get the first initial part down, master that, and then you add the wrinkles. But I think it's important, NBA, G League, 5-on-0. And for us too, for me, you're tricking them a lot of times too with the stretching. Now I know like everybody now is load management and stretching and the constant. That's part of it. That's part of it, especially if it's a shoot around or if it's a game day. Part of that muscle memory, and you're not going 100 miles an hour. You're going against no defense, or again, we'll build up or we're going against coaches, but scripting every day. Full court, half court. You're always teaching when you do scrimmage or 5-on-5. So it's building, and again, having the personnel knowing it. And the majority of these clips, honestly, was my first year. The Hawks team was in Erie, Pennsylvania. So we were blessed with the personnel, as you saw, big guys. Alex Poitras and Terrence Jones, really skilled, went to Kentucky. R.J. Hunter, great shooter. John Gillen, shooter. So we had the personnel that fit that offense perfectly. And then we could be top 2 in the league in pace and top 2 in 3-point shots and percentages. And this past season in College Park, you saw some clips, our personnel was a little different. So then we played more out of the post, or we played more, the coach talked about, out of horns and simplified it and dumbed it down. So again, if you have the personnel to do it, it's a great way to play. But as far as the options, it's just, again, implemented depending on time and doing the 5-on-0 script. And then in Phoenix, we always call part method shooting, where you're just breaking it down piece by piece. So if you don't have your 5 guys, if you're working with 3 players, if you want to be the initial ball handler and you're working with 2 players, whatever it is, if you just want to work on strong side splits, if you just want to work on the denials, incorporating that before practice, after practice, into your player development piece.
Zach Goddard, former NC State manager. How much of the emphasis of what you guys run in teaching practice is coming from the Hawks so they're ready to move up versus coming from you guys and actually trying to win games?
Yeah, so great question. It's the G League. Ideally, you want to develop players and win games. For our focus with Atlanta has been, again, implementing a team and getting these guys better for the next level. So for me, we were fortunate. Our team in Erie, R.J. Hunter signed with Boston Celtics. Jordan Seibert got a job with the Hawks. Terrence Jones got a job with the Rockets. You saw, again, Charlie Brown Jr. is now on Oklahoma, and Armani Brooks is on the Rockets. So I think we're doing our job. That's what we want. We want to get these guys to the next level. The G League is unique because they're your players, but they're also for the entire NBA if they're not under contract. So, you'll go into games where you don't have 3 of your guys, but they're on teams. So we're always doing everything basketball teams do as far as preparation and your personnel and your game planning. But the focus for us has been, again, getting these guys better, daily improvement. And it's always easy to say the D in D League was development, So that was job number one, priority number one. So there are going to be games, again, we don't have our 2 guys because they're with the Hawks. And we're going to be shorthanded, but you're still going to fight and scrap and claw. But I don't want to speak for every team, but the goal is not championship or bust or playoffs. That's always great. But I know in the minor league systems, like in hockey and baseball, you have like a champion midseason. Because, again, if you're doing your job development-wise, those baseball players, hockey players, basketball players won't be with you when the season ends in March and April.
Dallas, do most of your players come in understanding all of the reads? And if not, what's your progression, your strategy for teaching them? Because so much of what y'all do is just like reading the defense and making them wrong.
Right. No, I think, again, depending on each individual player, their basketball IQ, if they played in systems like that, that's one of the challenges of the G League especially too, is offensively and defensively. You get guys. My first year, Perry Ellis was from Kansas and Rasheed Suleiman was from Duke, and there's different philosophies, there's different terminology. Their IQs are different. So again, going brick by brick, the film study is important daily. The implementation 5-on-0 is important every day. So are they going to come in and do this after a week of practice? No. But after a week of 2-a-days and a couple of tune-up games, I think we can get that initial action, the strong side splits, and Coach Theron will tell you, let's get really good at this part, and then let's add this part. And there are segments of the season where if we don't have our players, we'll dumb it down and we'll play out of just a base. Guys, we're going to play out of strong, we're going to play out of elbow. And then again, we still want to look to attack and transition. We'll drop ATOs, side out of bounds, baseline out of bounds. But give the Hawks credit; they've always tried to not recruit players, but sign players that fit our system. High character, high basketball IQ, can figure it out on the fly. And again, the initial team we had year one, it's so different than college or the pros because then you turn over the roster for the most part. So you maybe have 1 or 2 guys that have been with you the year before that can teach the rookies or you guys teach the freshmen. So it is definitely a challenge of constantly teaching again in a new system, and there's no, that same carryover season to season or game to game. But again, I think a lot of times these guys are pros too. We were fortunate; they've been in different systems and they can pick it up. But it is challenging. Like I said, the terminology is different from team to team, so it's just but that's an advantage too. That the pro game is they're not going to class, so it's your job to know what we're doing, practice till we get it right, watch film, and that's a big piece.
Oregon from Siegel High School, Wisconsin. So how much, in a typical practice, how much time do you devote to 5-0 as opposed to 5-5?
Yeah, I think I try to do 5-on-0 every day. some segment of it. Again, it's after we stretch, just first team, second team, get up and down. Then we get into our drills, and then I like to just constantly stay sharp with it, put into it. Now, again, a G League season, NBA is 82 games. This year with COVID, there weren't practices. G League season's 50 games, and probably like a lot of teams, we're busting and doing stuff too, so it depends on the schedule. If we played, 3 games in 5 days, then, we won't do a lot. But if there's a stretch in the schedule, then we're going to know, hey, this is going to be a big week to get a lot of script in, to get a lot of scrimmaging in. So same thing, we're limited body-wise. There's sometimes we only have 9 bodies, so coach will have to jump in if we want to play 5-on-5, or we'll have to play half court or 3-on-3 or build up or transition games. So the G League is a challenge. You're always doing stuff on the fly. But to that same point I made earlier, I think even if we're coming off a back-to-back, we can do some form of script. Again, maybe not 100%. The muscle memory stuff. Again, I think you can do some stuff in a ballroom, before a game. It kind of all depends. But the unique thing is because of our schedule, because of the travel, the practices change, the script changes. But if we can get that in, and again, being in the NBA and picking guys' brains, like you remember the Spurs, the Tim Duncan, Ginobili, Tony Parker teams were the same way. It was like, geez, how do these guys know each other? And the players I talked to it's script. You got to script every day. You got to script it. And again, that's the Spurs. So Pop would do his call, and they'd play out of it. Now, again, that's the continuity. They were the best at it, and they were cerebral players. But for me, finding some part of practice before, after, there's also, like in the NBA, when I was with the Hornets team, to get it off of head coach Steve Clifford's plate, I would take the rookies or I would take the young guys. So practice was at 10. I'd go in with the third team or the rookie team or the guys that eventually go to the G League, and we could just script and do out of bounds or baseline plays or talk about our defense. So that's all done, and it gets off the head coach's plate by the time practice starts. Awesome. Thank you.
So we're going to break for lunch here, and what we're going to do for lunch is go across the street. That'd be good to get out, stretch the legs, change the scenery, get some steps in. So we're going to Heroes Burgers and Donuts, which is right across the street. You go out of the building and turn right, and just cross over that light. You'll see it there. It's right there, like the first building there. You'll see it. We got box lunches out there, there's burgers, all kinds of stuff, chicken sandwiches. So help yourself. And we'll be back in here at 1:45, ready to get back started. If anybody still needs to register, if they came in late and didn't get a chance to register, you can come see me. Or if you want to purchase a t-shirt or the Quick Hitters card game, you can come find me and we'll get you set up. All right, guys, see you over there. Thanks. I'm going to set up shop out here. I'll get you set up.
down there, and then I woke back up, and we were like, hey, remember us?
Make sure that they get it and everything. It's like you apply which one that you think is So we have the trailer. We'll have the trailer.
Oh, really? Oh, really?
We'll play.
I guess it does work well.
But we don't have to.
6'3" compliance, no.
You put two bodies in the middle of the paint. We never passed the offense if the defense was staying there.
At the end of the day, you shoot it.
Yeah, that's
That's
what I said.
So like that's all we do.
They can take that.
This is all you do for a while. Like you're gonna get to do and shoot like a ton of shots.
You're right though, because if you don't have to respect shooters, then have
None of that even matters.
Yeah.
So that's what weird until I don't know. Like after back to work, somebody already there. Like, all right, look, we're gonna get the gym and shoot all of that.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I wish that was
So you can't shoot it. It really is.
Why are you running out? Stop running out. Here we go, taking off. I'm like, yeah, so that, if it doesn't just
Yeah, we played this one team where they only had like 1 or 2 shooters and I'm like, listen, guy.
I pulled out so hard, and then they were like, she's driven by it. So
No.
do something different. She should actually have it ready. Let's see what happens. Please.
Yeah, no.
I feel you on that one.
Tell me how you're really feeling. Please.
So I literally just fight the crap out of it and be like, all right, we gotta shoot it. That's all we do. We do a little bit of all that stuff, and then like legit, all we do is just shoot for like an hour and a half. A lot of them are getting better in the gap track. They're improving. And I mean, it's just like it's game like though. So like, but everything's pretty much just catch and shoot. Like, that's like everything like all they're trying to do. We're literally just in the play. In a few years, we'll all be able to shoot.
No, that's literally it.
Did you make it with sports book?
That's the way that you like basketball.
It's,
Okay, look at like this.
I think we did initially.
That's exactly
Shout out to Bauer.
Sure. I'm coming. Give me 1 second. I got you.
Yeah.
I didn't even know what was going on. I was like,
I was trying to say
you're like, you're just trying to order so I was like, what?
And like the fact that no one else around us seems to even care what just happened. It's like we're the only people that saw it.
Oh, shoot.
He just like started, everybody was like, I thought he was trying to like cut the line and like get in.
I thought he
my mom was that's whenever you just the last time you're like, I didn't even know you were there. And now it's become a regular story.
But then, how they Okay, I was
Keep action. One is two. Back action.
did. I literally just said that.
I thought you meant like you just went for it.
Otherwise, you'll let everything. I think it is. Bring it out.
You just like that speed dude
Or nobody feels bad for us.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Just so you can see where you're down. Sure, sure.
Yeah, just should be Dunkin' coffee, man. Bacon cheese or something. Except for the better than the apples. It's not bad. I like the
Johnny has.
You want to use my phone? I think she has the best camera. She has 3 cameras. Do you want to use your phone?
Donuts or chicken patty. The Pirates years back at one of their restaurants.
Excuse me? Would you mind taking a picture for us?
And I get back there. It's like good coach.
Just a quick 2 minutes. What was your question? How are we going to have cell phone? And that's my payoff. Yeah, just gotta work.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I didn't know if.
Yeah, he told me that right there.
Sounds good. Thank you.
You want to go work in AI? Kentucky? Thomas More. Yeah, they're really good.
They're so
good. Yeah, no, really good. Sydney
Yeah, they
Hall's
were.
coaching
Yeah,
there now. She's coaching there now. Yeah.
That girl was. I was okay. She was playing division 3.
I mean, same. She was in our. They were in our
When
conference
did they go to NFP?
like 3 or 4 years ago. They just made the switch.
I was gonna say they were like.
Are they not in the conference?
They were with us. They were with us, and then their last year Division 3 they were an independent, and then they made the switch to NA, and they're still just as good.
She's their coach now.
She's an assistant. She's not the head coach. Well, yeah. Well, they were also good outside of her. Yeah, she was at Florida. She was a freshman at All SEC.
Yeah,
and then she went to
Division 3. Yeah, literally, me on the bench. Why are you here?
Yeah.
Nobody did one.
Listen, they used to beat Geneva by like 50. Oh yeah.
We played it.
Sydney Hall's, Raina Hall's daughter. Yeah, they got their 2015 title. I think it was 2015. They definitely because they had her, Abby Allen, point guard, and she's at Eastern Kentucky now. She's been all over the place the last couple of years. They have a bunch of really good girls.
Sometimes you beat.
Yeah, do it, you will. Definitely. Abby should have been playing stuff. Abby should not.
I have some teammates that one of them she told her parents in high school and lost all her offers. So when she donated that, the other one was just lazy as oh my gosh. Should have never
I played too. It's like your honest college too. Staying in touch, you can go to Thomas More. Centers, one of the other. They might be the only thing. I was talking about players. I had a blast playing junior. Kid that they don't have to division. percentage. They didn't have the grades. But they, as long as you have like first time in coach, just so he was like a 1-8 coach senior year. Like he was talking. Ryan talks to this kid's guy scouts 2 or 3 times a week. It's like a 2.2. Just got one scholarship. Yeah, right. I mean, that's the thing. You get
like finding your voice, but you got him there.
If you get them there, man, that's half the battle.
It's a game changer, man.
That's half the battle right there. You get them there.
Teach him how to flip the switch.
Yeah, I definitely don't think he figures it out.
Student. Coach. Student. Yeah, sort of. Like most person prep school has so many dumb you know, this year as a pro coach, just what we did was over, like, especially offensively, it wasn't over complicated.
I know.
Like, you know, just talking about got a whole flat screen, you know. So this year, he's going to help players. He helped pay for that thing. Yeah, which had a 35-year-old player, 17-year-old player.
Here's all my money.
Here's a flat screen. Go for it, man. Take my car.
Definitely picking brains.
Yeah, man.
Oh, yeah. No, we didn't cross paths. Yeah, like normal jobs, like Joe Wolf. I'm struggling right now.
I know Joe, I don't know. I mean, I said I don't know. He's back in town.
It's game time. Yeah.
Okay.
You want to talk about how you almost died? So now I have to like go right
We made our pitch to Alex because of our experience at the yard. I'd be in for that. Anywhere where I could drive. If it's outside of Texas, it's going to be at least a 6-hour drive.
Yeah, I know, right? I was
Right.
just get something for the gram.
For the gram.
Something on Twitter.
It's always for the gram.
Yeah, let them know. Build your brand.
Exactly.
Name images like this.
Will Rising Coaches sponsor us?
Build your brand here at Rising Coaches. That's what everybody's doing. I've seen so many just like athletic departments where it's like, right when that came out, it's like, look, we have this many followers. It's like, yeah, cool. But like,
Duke men's basketball.
yeah. There's so many people now that are there's so many people now that are creating an assistant coach position where really all they're doing is like their brand coach. So
Well, that's what I mean. Duquesne
got that one
hired
hired.
somebody forever ago.
Yeah. But like, let's be real, you're not doing basketball.
No.
You're just helping coach.
Okay, can you print the back side corner, Steve, that for me so I can post it on?
What's that?
I started my interest in coaching. I went to the Final Four in 2015, fell in love with the idea of doing coaching as a career and being.
So we run like a quick
In
pick
2019, I was on the one day, saw something that really coaches have in and totally went outside of my comfort zone, so signed up to go, went to Charlotte and had the time of my life. And decided like this was an organization I really wanted to be a part of and interact with.
So if he doesn't have a receiver run it, assistant
back in 2019, we got a show and I had a group of people reach out and say, like, hey, we know you guys just going either let's get your meeting together and they're passionate about growing the game.
Yeah, that's just in general.
That's why I thought this would be a good opportunity.
We know that, like, this is the most fun run, get everything, where we are going.
From this conference. Well, I went to the 19. So I went to the 19 as well. But for this conference, I really like the message. Take any opportunity to get ready, where you finish and connect yourself to more people. I think that's beneficial than all of the speakers essentially. And I really like hearing and learning because so people make this business, like relationships make this business, and I think these speakers are just really driving them.
Would there be anything that differences that you're excited to fly?
Yeah, I think it definitely needs to be more vocal about mindset of like this stuff, the program and waiting for things to come to me. I think I need to really go out and keep it and get it and work on finding one finish this for me. Because if I'm going to impact future leaders, I'm going to be behind that speaking. I need to maximize opportunities.
The elbow guys.
Yeah.
What's special about it?
If I make this pass,
It's the people, it's the relationships, it's, I can talk with a high school coach, I just talked to a big time power line.
Again, I just love it for culture, because you take things and watch.
They want to be here, they want to learn, they want to grow. It's kind of like at where they're trying to get jobs, but they're also just trying to connect.
That two-man stuff we always do is with like backside burgers. So our position kind of called high logo extended. That corner goes high, which is the top, and the backside position, which is not face out 30, it's 80. So we're always there. So we flip the 5-man out when we're locked to that backside spot. Or just elbow catch, we can run that the backside main guy now.
Thank you, Riley.
Thank you.
I kind of like that. Just
good job, Ashton.
ease out that space a little bit.
Keep that food.
Oh, nice.
Yes. Lead the way, boss.
That's why we put our guys in each city get flat. Gives them flush. So it's like
Maybe even tonight. That's awesome.
It's nice to meet you. Take my card.
Yeah, sure. All right, you gonna come eat? Or are you gonna stay here? Yeah. I just saw him come back.
Nice to meet you.
It's kind of curious to hear kind of like into the like serious and kind of how to also like really teach like show like the next time kind of like
Yeah, I think that in a short time, your style, you want quick, you want to
Say you have like a 3-day prep, since right now you go physical day 1, same balls for coverage. The second day go like 80 or like the extend, they're gonna do that day 2. So like kind of spacing it out. I don't know like, or you can kind of like doing like offense, defense,
So like for us, like my team's out in Minnesota. So the first day of practice is just spacing. Right? Yeah.
keywords that really help. So, that's what I see. It's been really great to be just like I do it.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, I really am. Everyone's got their coach. Right, no, you got it.
That was 30 seconds.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. For sure. Yeah, yeah. I know, you know what's weird, and it's just, maybe it's like a system where, like the NBA system is like making money, where Europe, coaches I talk to, Americans are starting to have a guy who's a dictator, and they're like, money shit, I'm not really growing. So, that's the part that's tough. No, right. But no, but I think for sure, that we different problem. We have had those because I don't care again. I know Finland, yeah. No, for sure. No, right.
That's way more compared.
Right. Yeah. No, that's the key. That's the key. And it's the same thing. I'm just personal experience. Like, yeah, but no. But it's just like, everyone's past it. So for sure, I understand. Like, just because I'm not first part.
Sure.
You know, I'm more.
I know.
No, but it's like.
You're probably like the 15th.
No, by now I'm.
Oh, I see.
I'm guessing the chairs are empty. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, I can see the camera, just the camera itself, not the tripod. If I'm at my longest right now. So if you were to go down on it, maybe?
Okay.
Like just maybe 6 inches, you'd be out.
What about right now?
Yep. Still see it about 3 inches. Depending on how their height, like where they're sitting, that should be good.
Okay, so you don't see it?
No, I don't. I mean, let me see.
Can you lift yours too?
Yeah. A little bit already, but I think they're sitting like here, right? So if you sit here.
It's not this angle. Another thing is,
Oh yeah, you'll be fine. You see. Like, as long as I'm tight on them.
so try to anticipate the host.
Mm-hmm.
And since that one is fixed on the speakers, maybe give a little bit more priority to the host on the close-up.
Okay.
So like before they even finish speaking.
Go back to the host so you can switch to the host.
Yeah, and I'll do the same. Or, yeah.
Or I'll wait for the host to finish talking before I go over to the other one.
Yeah, so I guess I need to put that, we need to put that one, the medium between the host and the...
Yeah. Or if
Which
you're
means-
able to know where the host is going to be, and then fix this angle so it gets your close on the host.
I think it's better to have the host here, right? Not there.
Sure. Yeah.
I can see it in this camera.
So if you were to do this pretty on an angle here on the host is not going to stay there.
I have that.
I can float between, yeah, I can float between the speakers and decide why right there.
Yeah, let's see if the camera's in the shot. So I think we can move this. It's not,
You have the
only the HDMI stays down.
why you'll always have a shot of the speaker and you'll always have a shot of the host.
What about if I come closer? How's it over?
You might be in it. You might be good, you might be in it. Like, I think you'll be good. I want to say you'll be good. It should be good. As long as the chairs are that far, or like where that is. I'm sure we'll have some time right before they start.
I'll know before you switch. I'll go there, and then give you a second to readjust.
How's it going?
Really good. Yeah, today's better than yesterday.
Second chance today. Me too. So, are you gonna need another adapter? Because I took the one that was over there.
I don't know.
Let me go get it for you after I wish the restaurant.
Yeah. What do you want? Select the game. Yes. Selected A. Tak. Kirk would love this movie. I'm gonna take a poo-poo. Yes. Coffee helps with pooping. I'm ready. I don't need any help. Is the stream unrecorded? No. What time is it?
12:41. We got an hour.
with something like I forgot my clothes at home.
But he's of age.
How close are you to Lynchburg?
Right now, coaching
Reality.
but he got
RGA from Lynchburg. We, it's basketball. His dad's the color.
Oh, so usually you find your best basketball in Northern Virginia.
That's what he says. But you see,
Yeah, because they got schools that are housing 4,000 people. But then you got the schools down where I'm at that house 1,200, 1,800. And we're always beating those.
right.
So it's really just depends. I mean, you can't go wrong with, you know, if you're recruiting, you can't go wrong in Nova. You can't go wrong in Hampton Roads. And then you might have the occasional few gyms on the western part of the state. Like Cave Spring had JJ Redick. So, get kids like that.
He went to, he said he went to the state. He said he went to private. He said private and public are separated.
Yeah, man. And the way they have it now is if we were to play, let's just say, Oak Hill. Let's just say we were playing Oak Hill. Win or loss, we don't get any points for that. There are no points associated. So if you play a private school and you're public.
So not everybody makes the playoffs?
Yeah. Not everybody.
So wait, what's in Indiana? Everybody makes the playoffs in high school. You're in your own sectional, 17.
What's up?
Your matchups are based by draw. So last year, the two best teams in the state played each other in the first round playoffs.
That's stupid.
And I'm like, there's got to be a better way.
That's stupid. You gotta try to pin those two against each other. In
Like I
finals
get,
or
you
semis.
can't get them in like necessarily maybe in the finals, but you got to get them where it's like a lead 8 matchup.
That's crazy, man. Like I'm just
First
picturing,
round.
if they did that to like where I'm at, it'd be like, all right, let's with Gloucester in here, which is a perennial like bottom floor. I love the kids there, good young men, but they were always at the bottom. And then you got Matthews, which if they played in my division, they would probably be bottom of the barrel. So you're gonna draw the hat. Those two teams play each other. And the way ours is you get past the first round, depending on the matchups, you might get a automatic berth to stay in.
Right.
So that, you know, I hate that. And I hate the way ours is set up now. They went from 1A, AA, AAA to 1 through 6A. And the reason why is because those smaller schools were like, all these bigger schools are beating up on us. Looking for a participation trophy. So we used to play, when I played it was AAA, we were in the highest rank. So you had teams like Norcom, which is a perennial powerhouse. You know, my school is usually in the running. It was a gauntlet just to get out of that region. And a good team that probably could, if they got past the region, would probably win state, was going home early. That's the way I like it, because there's so much more on the line. Now it's like, yeah, we'll lose this game. We still got 3 more we got to win. I mean, we'll have another chance. But what if that chance doesn't come? I hate it, man. I hate it.
First thing is just a little bit
I'll tell you what, I did not want to come back because I left the AC unit on in my Airbnb. I could go check that online. Almost looks like it's I already know my alma mater, the head coach there, hits me up all the time. He hit me up, he's like, I'm trying to recruit 757 any players. I give him a list of like 20 kids that he can, you know, look at.
Where'd you go?
Concord University.
In
West Virginia.
Probably could have played at Concord.
Oh, yeah. Oh, nice. What's his kid's name?
Davion Moore. He was his first year there last year. I think kid was 6, 7.
I haven't looked at the roster. I just know Coach May picks me up all the time. It's like, you got any players? So I got some guys. And I tried to, that kid I told you about the defense, some deficiencies here and there. I was like, hey, look at this kid. He needs to, do X, Y, and Z. But I think in the right system with the right coach, he will do it. Because he did it for us towards the end of the year. But it was like pulling teeth out with him. Because his mom loved her to death. He was one of the D1 or bust. And so I got Tusculum. I told him Lincoln Memorial was somewhat interesting. And he, yes. And he goes, well, it's Division II. I was like, dude, I'm telling you right now, they could be a mid-major program. Right? Yeah, he just went to Indiana State, which is the reason why.
And they just have like 4 guys to Indiana State to play.
Yeah, man.
They went to DePaul too.
Huh?
I think a kid went to DePaul from there.
Yeah. Yeah, man. And speaking of the coach that went to from LMU to Indiana State, he didn't want my point guard. He was like, no, we're going to go a different direction. So Cam decided to transfer. He ended up at Western Carolina. My other guard, who was in post-grad last year, played pretty well. Tried to put Coach Passer on him. I was like, dude, this kid could be your next Jose. That point guard he had this year.
Alvarado?
Yeah, Marcus could be that guy, but bigger. Bigger. And, we're going to work in the transfer portal. So I told my buddy Brian Graves, I was like, y'all got to schedule Georgia Tech. You got to schedule Georgia Tech. Because I just want Marcus to just go off. And I'm like, and he plays defense, and he's coachable, and his grade point average is 3.6. So I told him, I said, you got to rock with who rocks with you and keep it going, man. As long as the situation is good, it's a great program, which it just got reinvented from Adidas to Nike. Because Coach Gray, who's the head coach there, was college roommates with CP3. So when I went to the locker room, CP doesn't really have his own shoe, but they had Kyrie's, like brand new Kyrie's, training Nike shoes. New locker rooms about to be just crazy. And they have one of those like QR codes or whatever. You scan it, it shows you the virtual draw up of the locker room. Man, it's gonna be nice. You're gonna put new seating in there. The seating's kind of outdated. It's that plastic, no cushion on it. So they're gonna redo all that. I'm like, man, I said, y'all went to a solid situation that these kids can buy in. I think they'll be pretty good. They lack a little bit of size though. The one kid that does have size, he's more of a back to the basket big. So depending on your playing style, he may be obsolete. But he works hard. He can actually defend on the perimeter. I saw them getting up and down, and he stayed in front of the main guard pretty well. He got beat once or twice, but you got a guy that's 6'1", 190 pounds, lightning quick. You got a guy that's about 6'9", 6'10", 260.
Yeah, you got some of those battles.
So glad this one sort of
It's nice.
Yes, it does. You jinxed it. You jinxed it all. You screwed it all up.
I'm not denying I did.
It was cloudy, man. It wasn't that bad. It was like, it's not even that bad out here. Next thing you know, clouds go away, sun comes beaming out, the sun's grinning at us, burning us up. I think I jinxed it. Mark's like, I'm sweating through my shirt. I'm going back. I was like, fair enough. I'm going to my Airbnb, switching clothes. I couldn't do the heat. I don't mind socializing. It's too hot out there.
Have like
Like when you came back from this week,
I can be the same, right? Don't make sense. I'm great. How are you? Yeah. Are you still in the same spot?
We're supposed to rank
Where are you? So if I FaceTime her right now,
I can yeah, I just came up with it. It's really key to stay.
No, it was this morning. It was just like gap, not gap.
I kind of put this on like send it to
These weren't like the nicest people, like he thought I was a player for the first 3 weeks, so he did say he wanted to. And then we were being COVID tested together. And they called me coach, and I'm not a freak of it's just part of the best part. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? That was, he's like, you're a coach? And I was like, yeah. He's like, why did you say this to me? And I was like, everybody was coming up to you all the time. I didn't talk to you about your coordinates and stuff, and I just didn't want to be.
How you doing, man? Good, thank you. I'm good.
I thought you were a player this whole time. I was like, it's nice.
We were watching it at like point
Yeah, I remember doing this.
He wasn't in the book. We were both watching it.
Oh,
Oh, I'm like Westwood Worthington. I go there and it's my favorite spot. Northwood, but I went to the sales one too. Yeah, I got to it. And we were like, that was
This is Max. I was just myself and he just retired.
He comes up with the idea of the night to do this.
So what we'll do is like first floor.
Girls basketball team is good, like his daughter. I was supposed to go if we had
said, hey, the kid wants to be like, I never had to do it. My kid kind of phase. So the one that did come out,
we're just gonna do that.
because
Probably.
honestly,
No,
We will probably steal it like at the end of the day. Still have your chair.
you'll have to stand.
I'll be
I'll
do them there.
My colleague,
Moderators.
You're gonna sit at the table.
I know. They're expert
Actually,
the older part was that's where he was I just thought we had a good get a shot. I get the call. The whole big change. We went from being like a Sweet 16 team to winning state championship. Georgia, man. Some people say they can serve me. What else? Sometimes you gotta have a relationship. That dude that was playing with you the whole season that got good. Then we had some other school
But 6 years almost
There might be some
You know, like the people who are really hungry for the gospel and they don't find it somewhere, they won't keep going. They'll go somewhere else. And the people who are looking to get comfortable and someone to tell them they're doing a good job, they'll keep going to those empty churches. God's people and Satan calls people down. So I don't overthink anymore. Oh, we need to expose those lying pastors. Yeah, sure you can. But if you spend that time sharing the gospel, you'll do much more better. People will go like watch sermons and pick out specific parts where it's a questionable sentence, probably taken out of context. And they'll say, oh look, false teaching, warn you, do not follow this preacher or you will be sent to hell. Come on. most of these videos, I've discovered all that of content.
I have seen, and unfortunately worked for people who do capitalize on people's want and need for that kind of content, and then just see
financial success. If you want to preach about financial success, you should, because that exists in the Bible. But you should also, like I like the way T.D. Jakes puts it, like God doesn't mind you having things, He minds things having you. And it always goes from that perspective. But on YouTube, they say, oh, T.D. Jakes preaches that God gives you money. No.
even following, I mean, it's kind of old news now with all the drama with Liberty.
In the same year, a lot of friends good.
What, him getting out?
Because it matters, like spiritually it matters who's on the head, who's the driving force.
Were you ever on student leadership? I was in SLC or junior year. You know, like all the problems we had in the department, that was almost exactly what was happening on a broader scale with this. I was really glad when it all kind of came to light. I'm like, okay, well now you can really just properly. I won't feel it's still to the point that people ask me,
I just really don't care. No, I've never been in a situation where it matters the answer. It's really just they're curious.
Yeah. If you're good at your job, probably not going to say you know
Right next to
anytime I text him, he just FaceTimes me, so.
You do everything,
How's it going, dude? Are you back in Atlanta? Good job. We're on the job.
Okay, we're going to Monday Night Garage tonight around like 8. So yeah, it's like 10 minutes away from where we're working. It's kind of close to downtown, so it shouldn't be too far away from you.
You look good. You got a haircut? Beard trim? Looking nice. Something. Try to come today. It's pretty cool.
was actually at the game last night.
I saw
I don't know. I mean, it's right now the people who are in town are like myself, Isaac, Kirkland, yeah, Eli's out of town, Micah out of town, Park's out of town, Jeremy's working. So yeah, shooting committee will be there around 8 o'clock. Just give me a call and
We're up at like 2 a.m.
No worries, take your time.
So what cameras do you guys use?
This is a
It is what it is.
I just got a A7 III, so I can learn it.
but I didn't choose it as a overheat.
Yeah, I just got it, so I'm trying to figure these out. What do you guys use to edit for your stuff?
I was gonna say it's Premiere. Check it out.
Yeah, I'm just trying to learn all that kind of stuff. The camera for this stuff is expensive, man. So
I was just thinking, yeah, I'm gonna go.
yeah.
It's a good
Promo yeah, sure, yeah.
I get it. Coaching.
I'm a student.
I like the ones that kind of show you what I like. That's what I'm kind of more into. Video
Do you know what they edit?
It's always cool. It sounds like it's they got it.
Game, our game. I'm trying to make something
really.
That's right, I like it.
I was thinking about that stuff as well. After I didn't realize like a huge part of coaching probably won't fit in the coaching world because I don't have a strong background in basketball.
I mean, I've always been in the making of it. Eventually, I want to explore that and get a comedy sketches. I'm into everything. I don't have anything on Instagram yet.
Why not? Why not?
I'll just like
yeah, we have one that was like
that's when I put more like
I don't want to do it. We got one I guess that's a private. There's a lot of schools that play that. I think it's fees. We don't necessarily have fee. Part of it's just so we feed from a couple of so we get a lot of those kids.
I got your receipt too.
But yeah, that's there are a couple that are excited from the they'll be playing almost already. Some 6 feet tall. I'm like, busting my chops already. I'm like, all right, man, let's get it. So,
haven't posted a lot of videos on there.
So we could play, like we have UIL apps.
Oh, okay.
How long have you been doing fire? So we,
I don't know really, like maybe since coming
we go.
I went for filmmaking. They taught us writing.
6 days, nothing.
Okay, we're at Liberty University. Okay, Virginia.
But then everybody plays the same.
They didn't teach us much about cameras and stuff, but they did teach us writing.
So you work, you're writing
No, I've only
contract
contract. Just like the past conference in Phoenix.
We have like 1 through 6 tables, but then it's like division.
There's times like I want to be writing here yet. I don't know exactly what I thought about starting to do like last night and football system concept. Then it's like charging too much. I don't know like what like how I just write my stuff.
Show me a couple of your videos and I'll tell you.
So I literally just started freshman year with the DSLR and and like my editing, I don't have the greatest computer. That's kind of invest more into that. But still, like people will say like it's good enough. People want it.
To be honest, editing I feel like it's the most important part. You have to have it good. Tell a good story.
Based on like you got first edition, you play and another edition. Just play you drop. It's really cool. When it was like
Like I wanted to add more of that stuff, but it's hard to do. I know you have to steal it from a video. Just like selling hair. Just all of them. We really don't. I don't know how to help us first. Kind of me doing it on my own.
bigger ones like that.
Well, right, yeah.
And also we got Westlake. I know exactly. Like I live over in that area. That's where I went to school in West Austin.
I brought my camera, but I didn't bring it. I didn't hear it. I just taken some pictures down on the stage. From
Pittsburgh. So I got
I see you as a director who knows a little bit about everything.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. It's like I'm not an expert in everything. I say I'm a jack of all trades, master, maybe a 3. And so far, that's not what we get. Like photography and all that stuff. I think eventually, just keep going. What do you use to edit or computer? Like, where's your computer?
I finally got a good PC. So
I'm using like Mac before.
Yeah, this I've used for 6-7 years. It's great.
Being able to do everything.
It's good. Not so. The bigger the projects I got, the more I have to. The more reason I had to buy the PC.
Yeah.
So short stuff. Yeah, I can. Like that kind of stuff for sure.
Or like on any of those.
I've been getting a lot of like hour-long stuff. This event, for example, is going to be 12 hours.
Oh wow, yeah. That's right.
Even if it's in low quality video, if it's long,
yeah,
it's going to be slow. Yeah, my cousin, he's in LA, he shoots a lot of high quality advertising. He sends it.
Which D3 you just like?
I can't hide that.
You want to be here? Alright.
Yeah, no, dude, that's what it is. And like that A73 shoots 4K.
Yeah.
And I was shooting one of our playoff games in 4K. I went to edit it. It didn't work at all. So that's why like I'm like shit. I gotta buy a whole new PC. So I just bought that. I need to
shot the whole game on 4K.
No, not the whole game. Just like little, yeah. They kind of.
I was like, yeah.
Oh yeah, no.
The camera would explode.
I know. Just little.
Yeah, if you're just exclusively posting on social media, don't worry about the high resolution.
Yeah.
Keep it 1080, 720.
Just the right word.
What is your? That's why I'm here. You have like.
Whatever. I mean, if I'm
I used to be one of my Oscar one day. I realized after being in Los Angeles, it's not really my time.
How long were you in LA?
3.5 years.
Yeah.
Did you work on anything all about over there? Or?
Yeah, like there were big projects, but I had very humble role, like production assistant.
Yeah. Outside of the
which is like the guy who gets the coffee.
Yeah. You know, you gotta kind of figure these things out.
I did a few like freelance projects for Instagram people.
So where are you at now?
Right now I'm in Texas. I do a lot of wedding videos.
Okay, yeah. I just feel like that's where I can start doing actually weddings and all that.
Which is like, that's what I'm saying, like it's not what I want to do.
There's someone who doesn't, he just wants a wedding video, he's not too critical about it. Tell him to do it for free, get that experience.
I should just start doing more stuff for free.
Also, or don't do it for free, but work for
The
video assistant.
And then I can learn from there.
And then tell them, oh, you're good at editing, you can definitely edit wedding videos. Like, I'll trust you.
Yeah, you can do that, yeah.
Yeah.
I've kind of been doing it for years. Maybe like graphics. You do make graphics, Photoshop?
I do Photoshop, but I do mainly like skin and face. I don't do a lot of graphics.
I feel like that's something like this coach does.
Yeah, but also with coaching, there's a lot of already pre-programmed graphics that happen. You can just buy them or not.
I feel like
a circle, arrow, a logo. It's usually stuff that is just it's pre-programmed, or you can.
Yeah, like you said, I think our SID like bought $150 for a year. But it's just simple plain package.
Which I don't think it's worth it. Like you don't
for coaching, yeah, but for the consumer market,
they paid for that. So they just changed the places. All these. But like I feel like I know it's fun. I just didn't. But like I wouldn't be able to do it. So if I go somewhere, I have that. I would kind of know what to do. Kids you want.
If you're a fast learner, I really doesn't have to. I know.
Yeah.
People say it takes a
I
while.
just watch YouTube videos. Yeah. Like I have friends that have gone to school and stuff. I have friends who went to Chapman in Orange County, and they're like pros at it. Just like,
Yeah, I feel like they might have been
keep checking stuff.
Try to see some of your stuff.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Remind me how to slice it. I just needed to eat. I know it's backwards or different or whatever.
The first couple years because it's like.
So I guess there's not
Which is especially the young ones that are just like, you
There's some department that had a lot of like some general.
you feel like you have That's good, that's nice.
I graduated in 2017.
Are you like doing shows, movies, or are you actually like?
Kind of both. So I work 2 shows, so I got work and yeah, I've just been freelancing, on the side. I had another show that was going to come up, but it got postponed. So, but yeah, I work as a camera assistant predominantly.
I was
See you around.
I have a friend
honestly, just great, fun. If you want to do filming,
Yeah. Like when you're still like learning and it's kind of like trying to learn how to like and not like, oh, I want to do this, I want to do that, but like actually how to do it versus how I am. Well, I don't want to figure it out because I already know. And I'm just happy to walk into those things.
passionate about something, you're probably more
Access to the water is still there until I'm like, oh! So I have to have my own, yeah, this is definitely the first thing I've done. Like in 2019, it was with people that I know. I forgot that. Like yesterday was so weird. Yeah, like introduce myself. Oh yeah, don't know my name is so yeah, you are gonna ask like, what do you do for a living? I'm like, no, those are questions
like that. And then this is the other projector. We're getting recorded right now.
Ну-ка, а дай-ка мне такую штуку, вот эту вот вещь. Ставлю ее сюда.
Max, if you want to try this.
Yeah, that would be great. Стой, 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 подожди. Да, он не видит этот девайс, не может понять, что это такое. Вообще ничего не... А, окей. Yes, yes, please.
Пускай играет, зачем? Пускай не смотрит.
How come those won't work?
I have a Windows computer, and for some reason it doesn't recognize the HDMI signal. So if I could use your projector, that would be amazing.
Okay, I really don't know if it's gonna be bright enough or sharp enough. There you go. Yeah, we can definitely give it a shot. We'll shine on this. I guess turn those projectors off.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, you got a regular HDMI?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, and I can use one computer with this and another one with that,
There you go.
right? That would be even better.
Here's the HDMI connection. Is it just this standard HDMI?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's right here.
Yeah.
Will the cord be long enough? This.
Oh, that came unplugged.
Can we switch that one off? They only work both of them. Okay.
I'll take care of it. Thank you.
All right.
Your screen should pop up.
Okay. Perfect. Okay.
I thought it'd be so cool to project on my ceiling. All right, all set?
Yeah. Yeah. I'll use this one for the first part, and for the second part, I'll switch back to the regular one. Okay?
All right.
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't have his software.
He has, oh, okay.
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you very much.
All right, guys, we're going to get started. You guys don't mind grabbing your seats. I've talked to you guys, I know, the last 24 hours about how important our sponsors and partners are. And I'm about to introduce Max from Tactic, which is a new partner of ours that we're very, very excited about. We really are very picky about like who we choose to bring to you guys, because like the last thing I want to do is overload you guys with products that we don't feel great about. But honestly, what they're doing with Tactic is really cutting edge. It's an unbelievable teaching tool. And so I'm going to introduce you guys to Max, and he's going to show you a little bit about it. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody. Hello, my name is Max. I'm in charge for North America region in Tactic. It's a branch of RT Software Company, which was created in England as a part of the BBC graphical studio. and it started to provide professional telestration instruments for the TV channels, ESPN, BT Sports, whatever like best sports channels you know probably use RT software solutions for graphics. Several years ago, we decided to jump into a sports market and involve professional teams in many sports to use the top-notch graphics to deliver the expertise to the players or to whoever you want. To parents, you can draw your plays to explain it to the players using the top quality graphics we produce. And for that, we've established 3 levels of product, which goes from light to pro. I would like to stop my attention today at the middle level, advanced, which allows you to telestrate both on pause and in motion. But from my experience, basketball sports is not really used to professional telestration yet because there are some difficulties, for example, in comparison to soccer, where the whole pitch is green and the software easily analyzes the whole thing. Although in basketball, you would need to do some additional extra moves, but the results you get are amazing. And for the price we are offering, it's a bargain. I will show you a little bit how the software itself works so you can get a feel of the workflow a little bit of what you would be potentially doing. I know many people here will become head coaches. Some people will become assistant coaches. I think our software is being used by video people in programs who are regularly doing the video job. But obviously, head coaches are the people who ask these video people to deliver the expertise. That is why I hope this will be relevant for all of you, because I really think this is the future of analysis. And now it's available for like regular desktop computers, Mac computers. Although before, of course, it was impossible because the machines weren't strong enough. I will show you a small sequence right here. What would I do to telestrate? First of all, we need to do the keying. This is the trickier part, which might be a pain for many people, but I encourage you to go through this step to get the perfect result. So we're going to use the segment keyer. It works like in Photoshop. You need to pick, to hit begin pick and start to sort of fill the whole court with the color. So the graphics will look nice. So on this step, you would spend a minute or 2. The more you get used to it, of course, the better and the faster you will do this. But for now, as you can see, I'm continuously clicking on the court to make it all look red. All right, and then I will do the same with this zone as well. Okay, once you've done this, you can already start to apply some graphics, which is very easy. All the graphics are on the right-hand side in this panel. And there are some cool ones. For example, you can show where the player is looking. All right? And you can manipulate however you like with the graphic. As you can see, it looks amazing. Then you can use, for example, the magnifier glass, which is, I really like this one. Right? So, and let's say I wanted to show this and keep it on pause for a couple of seconds, and then I want the video to continue. So I add a pause with this button. I hit play. I wait until the end of the pause. I hit space once again, and I need to do the out mark for the graphics. So I select them, hit out, and that's it. I have my analysis ready in just a few minutes. How would it look like? Like this. I've started with these graphics, with the magnifier glass. It goes out, and there you go, the video continues. And then you can sort of pause it whenever you like again, add additional seconds of pause, and then show some other things. For example, you can use circles to highlight players. You can use the arrows to show the movements. For example, this arrow is good for showing the screen. but there are so many other types of arrows you can use in your analysis. They're on the upper hand side, and you can see there are many of those. For example, this is the regular one, which would just show like the basic movement wherever you want. And then there are color palettes, which allows you to use the both teams' color schemes in order to provide the analysis. And then also there is another cool feature which includes the virtual stadium and the virtual ball, which allows you to create the playbook. So you need to select the black screen and activate this green virtual court. You can choose the camera, the view on top. You can use whatever you like, 2D, this one, whatever. And then you can use these graphics right here, checks, to sort of display the players. Right? And then you can apply the ball and put it somewhere. Right? And then you can play the video, and then let's say you want to move the players around. Right? And then continue the video. I will show you the highlight reel in my second part, which will show the best examples, because I'm not a video guy and I'm not a coach, so everything I'm showing now tactic-wise is a mess, so I'm just showing the technical part of it. Moreover, the software is fully offline. You can have one license for your machine and it's fully transferable, so you don't have to, have pain like how can I use this license for another machine. You can just easily transfer it. You can take it for away games, whatever you like with your computer, and do all the analysis you want. Let me just switch now to another computer. Can we just turn this one off? Yeah. Thank you. And then I will show you the movie which will display the best scenarios of using tactic by professionals. Okay. Excuse me, some technical difficulties, I guess. Yeah, I'm really sorry to take your time doing these technical things, but hopefully we can get it resolved real quick. No, it will not work. Okay, it's not a big deal because our table is in the back part of the auditorium. Everybody are welcome to join us out there. I will show you all the videos. Actually, they are running continuously. If you can take a look a little bit further, you will see all the best examples, and you can sort of see what ideally you would do if you invest a little bit of your effort and time into learning the software, getting this into your workflow, getting comfortable with it. You will really get amazing results, which will allow you, I really believe so, to really improve the program, the whole program, because these new technologies are driving sports now, and applying such graphics, I hope, will make players understand what coaches want from them easier. They will get it because they can see it. They can see the visuals, and it's always better than just telling them what to do, I think. And yeah, I want. Let me try one more time. Nah, it worked before, but it doesn't work now. Anyway, yeah, and the main part, you can have 1-year license for the Tactic Lite, which will allow you to telestrate on pause and do all these amazing graphics, 3D, different stuff, for $700 per year. Okay? I think that's it. I'm done. Thank you. Yeah, no worries, no worries. It's fully all right. Thanks for
All right, guys. Yeah, please visit their station in the back. You're going to want to see that video. It is really amazing, the stuff that they're able to do with that, with Tactic and their software. Okay. Coach Young, you ready to go? Okay. Very excited for our next speaker. Right, doesn't need much of an introduction, but you guys know, I'm sure, what he's done. He turned Wofford into a mid-major powerhouse, taking him to multiple NCAA tournaments and advancing in the tournament, and now is continuing the same level of success at Virginia Tech. Their offense is always beautiful to watch, and here he is, the legend, the man, the myth, the legend in person, Mike Young.
I was leaving early this morning, and that gentleman that was just on reminded me of why I didn't bring a computer. I'm not good with them. He's brilliant. He's really smart and has an unbelievable product. And I was walking out early, left Virginia this morning, and my assistant said, if I'm not with you, it's not going to go very well. All right, so just be Mike Young and shoot from the hip and let it go. I'm telling you, that would have been a disaster. I do want you, if you would like, to take this email address down, rnadu, and that is spelled, it's R as in Ryan, Nadu, N-A-D-E-A-U, at VT.edu. And if you would, you're more than welcome to ask Coach Nadu, hey, listen, saw Coach Young, said to email you with, he does a phenomenal job. I'm clueless with that stuff, but he breaks it all down, all of our stuff. Before I forget that, you're more than welcome to do that. We'll get it to you right away. It is a pleasure to be with you. It's a pleasure to be in Atlanta. I hadn't been in Atlanta in quite some time, and I felt like I spent half my life here through the years, and have always enjoyed this area, the high school coaches, the friends that I've met. And in 35 years of coaching, a great deal of the better players I've had the opportunity to work with have been from this area, this region, Cobb County, throughout the city. I've got one now that is spectacular, and Naheem Aline, that had 28, I think it was 28 against Florida in the NCAA tournament game, is just a special guy, my kind of guy. I get so tickled at these recruiting things. Guy said to me the other day, you got this 4-star guy. What's that mean? What does that mean? 4-star guy. Who's doing the ranking? Does he know anything about it? Naheem Aline was the 758th rated player nationally. You're telling me there's 757 players better than that guy? I got news for you. I've got one from Orlando, Florida, Hunter Couture. That dude wasn't even ranked. They have these profile pictures in that Rivals 249 or whatever it is. He didn't even have a picture. It's a shadow. This is a shadow, and this guy's a really good player for us. Just finished my second year at Virginia Tech. I was at Wofford, as Coach mentioned, for 30 years, and I loved it. I had the best time, but I had the opportunity, thank goodness, to have to go to Virginia Tech, to have coach in the Atlantic Coast Conference. I grew up 15 minutes from Virginia Tech, saw my first college game on that campus in 1971 or thereabouts, and to be coaching there now in that area in what I consider the best basketball league the college game has to offer, the Atlantic Coast Conference, is pretty darn special. And I am surrounded by really good folks, and despite a lack of coaching, in 2 short years we put together a pretty good deal, and we've got a chance to be pretty good again this coming year. I want to talk to you about my career path a little bit. So many of you, golly day, I'm old as dirt now. I was a really bad Division III player, okay? Bad. I was the lowest form of basketball life. I was a Division III walk-on, if that's possible. But I had the opportunity to play for a great man. He gave me my first job in 1986. I was making a stunning $5,000, earned every dime of it. I did a whale of a job. I made $10,000 the next year. And then, kind of fell off the track a little bit and had to take a step back, and making $7,000 as a GA at Radford University with Oliver Purnell. One of the best experiences I've had. I'm fortunate to have had the opportunity to work for Coach. That was in 1988. And then I hit the big time. I went to Division II, Wofford, making $18,000. And I share all that with you. This old boy wasn't born on third base, okay? I wasn't born on third base and think I hit a triple. And I am proud. I wouldn't change anything, nothing. I'm thankful that I had the opportunity to be surrounded by good people always, from administrators to those that I worked for. We were Division II at Wofford through 95, 96, somewhere in that area, and our athletic director at the time, Danny Morrison, still to this day a dear friend, came to us and said, we're going to the Division I level. Not many of those guys make it, and we weren't very good. We struggled. Did it for a year as an independent, and then to the Southern Conference, which was the greatest shot in the arm we could have had. And great memories of the Southern and Georgia Southern, Davidson, College of Charleston. Great games. And had an opportunity to cut my teeth. And in 2002, after 13 years, 16 total as an assistant, 13 years at Wofford, had the opportunity to become the head coach. And folks, I applied for the Erskine job. Anybody heard of Erskine? I applied for the Erskine job and didn't get called, didn't get an interview. The athletic director at Erskine was the Wofford president's brother, all right? Applied for the Anderson job in 1998, no call. So it became quite clear, hey, buddy, the only chance you got to be a head coach is to inherit one. And nobody ever promised me anything, nothing. But we were at Memphis. Coach Calipari's first game at Memphis, DeJuan Wagner was on that team. And there was a shake-up at Wofford. Danny Morrison, who I just mentioned, had gone to the Southern Conference office as commissioner. Our current athletic director moved up on the Hill, and the basketball coach at the time became the athletic director. And he came in and he said, I just did the dumbest thing I've ever done. I became the athletic director and I made you the basketball coach. Of course, I had to ask him, which of those two were the dumbest things you've ever done? Not all ice cream and rainbows. I think it's, you can pull it up, in a matter of seconds. My career record, I had to get better. I had to evolve, had to get better players. I had to coach better. And I'm not going to today, tomorrow, at any time try to convince you I've got a bunch of answers. I don't. But we have hooked on to a style of play that I enjoy. And it dawned on me a long time ago. It's not so much what you do, it's who you do it with. And I think that's even more important in this day and age. When We talk about team every day. We talk about being unselfish. We talk about being a great teammate. We talk about doing things the right way. We talk about sharing. I laugh with a friend of mine the other day. I feel like a first grade teacher sometimes in the messages that we're giving to our guys. If you take nothing else away from this, all right, and we can talk all the X's and O's you want, and please ask questions. There's no such thing as a bad question. I welcome your questions. I want you, if there's anything you maybe saw us do something last year, maybe saw us do something 5 years ago, just please ask. If you take anything away from this, this will be true 20 years from now as it is today. If we can't get these guys and women to play, and they aren't charged up to come down every day to practice with everything going on, and now we've got this NIL, okay? And I had a kid come to me 2 days ago and ask him if I could help him get verified. I didn't even know what that meant. I didn't. All right, I had to ask. A blue check. Who cares about a blue check? These guys do. If we can't get them to come to the building revved up every day, well, we don't have a whole lot. If you saw us practice, and I welcome you to do that, and I encourage you to do that as often as you can. I don't do it as much as I used to, and I just stuff. The best practice I've ever seen and was so helpful to me as a coach was seeing Rick Barnes when he was at Clemson. He was there for 4 years, and I bet I saw them practice 30 to 50 times. It's less than an hour from Spartanburg. Skip Prosser, now deceased, phenomenal practice. And to be able to sit in the bleachers, and remember going to Coach Smith's practice at North Carolina back in the 80s, early 90s, and Coach wouldn't let you sit near the floor. You had to sit way up in the upper deck of the Smith Center. You could barely hear, but just remarkable experiences, and I encourage you to do that. I've seen Charlie Hood practice at Marietta High School. I've seen so many great coaches throughout my career that, and you get to a point. I'm 58 now, okay? And I can go see Voorhees College practice next year. I'm not looking to reinvent the wheel. I'm looking for one thing, maybe two things, all right? What makes a masterpiece is what you take out. We're not looking to change a whole bunch of stuff. We're looking for a couple of teaching points, a couple of, terms that might enhance what we're already doing. But I go back to our practice. We're not going to go 2.5, 3 hours. I don't think my attention span isn't great, and I know their attention span isn't that. I read them every day. All right, body language. Are they there early? When we finish practice, are they staying around to get more shots? Are they making a beeline to the door? If they're making a beeline to the door, something's up. They're tired. They want a break. Once we get into league play, and there's no such thing as an easy league. Heck, they're all hard. The Southern Conference is hard. High school basketball leagues in this city are brutal. The ACC, really, really hard and physical, and night in, night out. There is no such thing as a day off. You come down here and play Coach Pastner's team, who's a whale of a coach. You get home, and then Saturday you're going to NC State. Good luck to you. Good luck. Not easy, man. Tough. So I want to keep them. I want to keep them sharp, and there's a lot of skill development. I don't think. I was going to say I don't think we can do enough of that. We do a lot of that, the lion's share of that before practice. I'm down there every day an hour before, and I'm going to stay at least 30 minutes, 45 minutes after. We talk about recruiting. We talk about recruiting our own players. With all of these voices out here and all these workout guys, and no offense to workout guys, some of you guys are phenomenal, but just being around them and rebounding for them and sweating with them. That's not as easy for me today. I don't move as well as I once did. But for young coaches and so many of you in that category, good for you. Man, to be able to make those connections and build those relationships is pretty special. I was going to talk about some of our offensive stuff. Okay, don't think for a second that it's really and truly pretty easy. I see so many teams, and I don't knock anybody. It's hard to guard. I'm first to recognize. See so many teams, ball screen after ball screen after ball screen after ball screen. They are difficult to defend. We spend an inordinate amount of time in our practice defending ball screen actions every day. We don't set nearly as many ball screens as most. We do set some, and a lot of times it's just we're trying to disguise something else. A lot of misdirection actions to get you looking one way, and we're coming back over here in a two-man game with a person that we think, well, like everybody else, we spend a lot of time with film. Who can he guard? Who can't he guard? And we're picking around at a matchup that we think is favorable to us. I come from a family of football people, so a lot of the things, the way I think, are along those lines. We will chart the first 10 things we're going to do, and that's pretty quick and easy. I do it. I give my staff incredible flexibility and input, but that's the one thing, those first 10, and I am looking as I prepare for that game, what I think is going to go. How are they going to guard it? Some people are going to guard it differently. Georgia Tech might guard it differently than Duke, and so on. So I'm just going to give you a couple. Yes, Coach. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I want to get everybody involved. Okay. I want to get him involved, and I'm going to get him a touch here. How did they guard that? You know, and there's a lot of communication among our team. I mean, those guys are fully involved in that scout in the preparation, the lead up. Hey, they went under that. Hey, they did this. Hey, they guarded Luma this way. Hey, so there's a lot of stuff going on early in that game. So, yeah, I'm curious. I want to see what I can do for Naheem Aline. I want to see how they guard our point guard off of this action. Are they going to trap him? UVA is going to hard hedge him. What's this one going to do? So, yes. That's a great question. Anything else? Yes, Coach.
Troy Lewis on the OA Innocence here in Atlanta.
Troy?
So I just kind of want to add to what Coach said. So when you're doing that plan for like Naheem, does he understand why you're doing it for him, or does he kind of, or anybody?
I don't think he really cares. I'm running something for him, baby. I'm running something for him. I don't think he really cares what Coach is thinking. I just know that dude has given me the second play call, and I'm coming off that thing with blood in my eyes, and I'm going to get going here. But we run special plays for special players. We run special plays for special players. I think you should be able to watch somebody practice in the first 15 to 30 minutes. You should be able to determine what's important to this guy, what's important to this person. I hope that you would recognize early on that turnovers, no. I don't think you can turn the ball over. It's like a turnover in football. It's a base on balls in baseball. Those things come back to haunt you. We are typically ranked nationally top 25 in assist turnover ratio. And I don't raise my voice a whole lot, but you kick a couple away, and I'm going to clear my throat out on you. all right? You cannot turn the ball over in basketball and expect to win, expect to succeed night in, night out. Our transition defense is a daily constant. If we did something, if we did three things, if we practiced for 40 minutes tomorrow, we had three things. It would be shell, and I got a tough one this year. Some of those guys, I've got an old team. I've got 4 seniors, 3 or 4 juniors, and those guys have done shell. They've done sprint to the ball about 9,700 times, and they're going to look at me like, really? Really, we're sprinting to the ball right now? But we'll have to get creative with it. So transition defense, shell, and we will do something that I took from Darius Nichols, who played for John Beeline at West Virginia, and then later Bob Huggins. I always laughed at the comparison in those two great men. But he loved Beeline and he loved Bob Huggins. I mean, he would do anything for Huggins. But he took it, he was a player for Coach Beeline. He took it from Coach Beeline and called it beauty pageant, right? Now, you may play motion, and I've done that, and I loved it, and we still play quite a bit of it today. But, you know, we're going to take maybe those 10 plays, not all 10, maybe 5, best 3 of 5. So Maroon is going to have their team, and Orange is going to have their team, and Orange has their back turned to the floor, and Maroon is going to run Patriot 1, okay? And they're going to run it at full tilt, game speed, outside hand with their pass. We're going to screen bodies. There's no bodies. We're playing 5-on-0, but we're going to have an act, all right? We really emphasize that. I see the next guy I see set a screen, and here comes that defender, and I open up my hips. We talk about laying the lumber to them. You got to be willing to put your body on people. You can't screen air. Physical screens, right? So beauty pageant, Patriot 1, everything is in play. Everything matters. We want a ball reversal to the second side wide pin, okay? Orange has their back turned. Maroon executes, right? They leave the floor, turn their back, or they don't have to turn their back. Orange comes on and runs the same thing. Next is quick duck. Next is Lubbock, all right? Great coach, a great friend, Del Harris. Del Harris coached the Lakers. He coached the Twin Towers, Ralph Sampson, Akeem Olajuwon, to the NBA playoffs. Said something to me a long, long time ago that has always stuck. It's not so much or how many things you run, but the breadth within the things you run. So when you really get down to it, and Chris can confirm this maybe, we only run like 4 or 5 things, but there might be 3 or 4 or 5 things off of that, and how you're going to guard it, we're going to come with that. So let's say, Coach, would you mind coming here real quick? You mind coming here? Let's say that we have an elbow pass, and a lot of our stuff is initiated through the elbow. All right, you look like a terrific screener. All right, Coach down here. All right, so we've got a 1-2. We've got a jungle on this side. That's nothing. All right, that we're trying to occupy people. Okay, we're trying to get. We want to play 2-on-2. We want to play 3-on-3. In this instance, we're going to play 2-on-2. So the wide pin is simply through the elbow here to 4 or 5, and now we refer to this as an ambush. This isn't a pin down; it's an ambush, and I want that emphasis on that screening action. So Coach really has his back to the basket, and here's this ball in flight. All right. And there's timing involved with everything, and he's going to turn over that left shoulder. And we talk about gymnast. We want to space this floor out as much as we can, all right? So you'll see those guys down there in the dead corner. I want as much floor space as I can. We may set that thing up a little bit, but through the elbow the ball goes, and now we've got an ambush down here, all right? And I'm slow to take, and I'm fast to make. Slow to take, fast to make, all right? I've got to be able to change speeds. That's a great screen, Coach. We want to get that thing down the floor as much as we can, and now it's shoulder to shoulder, and how are you going to play it? If you're going to go a man remove, we're going to change the angle of it. We'll bump and fade it, all right? Now that's guarded. I've got good players. I've got. Hang on, you're not done. I'm going to pop you out of there for a made 3. Any 2, I've got a 4 and 5. I need you again. Yeah, if you don't mind. Any 2 for us, Patriot 2, Pitt 2. We got any number of them. Any 2 is a pin down kiss cut and a pop from the screener. All right, so we're going wide pin 2. Okay, same action on this one. Instead of coming off the pin down, all right, that's a kiss cut, and I'm looking for it. All right, gamesmanship. If you hear me say that once in our practice, you'll hear me say it a lot. Gamesmanship. Everything matters, because what's going to happen if this is a great cut, all right, kiss cut and a back cut, guarding coach here, this guy's going to recognize that cut, and a lot of times you'll see him open up just to help his defender get back to the play. Now, kiss cut, all right, back cut, and a pop. Now, that should be a long close. If that kid can shoot it, all the better. Not sure why I would run it if he couldn't shoot it other than to just drive it. But if this guy can shoot the ball, and I'm sure he can, look at this guy. All right? This defender is probably now in a long close. Okay? Bang. Away he goes. Away he goes. We can run clear. Same thing, coach. You're going to kiss cut again. Ambush. All right? Clear right there. Don't pop so high. Now we've got 4 spaced over there, and we've got a one-on-one here. All right? That's been a good one for us. I've run that one for years and years. Now, those are really subtle tweaks. That's nothing earth-shattering. Just an idea of the number of things that we can do out of all this stuff. Now we can get into twirls. Coach is going to wrap this. All right, coach is going to come back to the top. We got all kinds of things that we do with it. The next thing I come up with or I innovate will be my first. I cheat my rear end off, all right? I mean, I can cheat with the best of them. And I'm going to make it ours. See some things every night that I watch. I don't watch any NBA. I still need you for a second. I don't watch any NBA during the season, but I love watching the playoffs and what those 2 coaches are doing. Now they got great players. Those guys are great coaches, and they do some really, really interesting things versus the switch, and we're seeing more of that. What they're doing with some of those things is quite fascinating. Now, we've been running this for 15 years. This is Patriot. Again. I don't think there are a lot of people out there that use a ball screen very well. I don't. Certainly not at the high school level. I don't think a lot of them use a ball screen at the college level very well, all right? But this will always be hard stuff to defend. All right, just a simple wide pin here in a 2-man game with a post player that can play with it. I've got a 5. He's really a 4. He's a good player. Keve Aluma. Keve Aluma averaged 6 points and 7 rebounds for me as a sophomore at Wofford. He wanted to come, and I wanted him to come. He's good. But talking about good people, tough kids, guys that want to get better, he worked, and he worked, and he worked, and he got bigger and stronger. He's serious about it. And lo and behold, this guy scored 16 a game and grabbed 8 rebounds. I think he was second team All-ACC. He's really good. Now what we're going to do, this will be jungle over here. And jungle, fellas, is simply go to the point. Go to the point. All right? Now I'm on the left lane line, and coach is going to give me the ball down here, outside hand, left. All right, and jungle is simply down, and we can play out of that. I won't communicate and mix company what I typically communicate, just messing around, right? That can wrap, all right? That can wrap coach, all right? Coach, you pop out of there, okay? I can hit over here with a 5. I can go ball screen. Again, we do some. This kid can really shoot it. How are you going to guard that? Okay, that might be a duck in over there after coach goes through. So that could be jungle on this side and a wide pin over there. Again, I just want to get 2 defenders out of the way if I can, so I can play 2-on-2 or 3-on-3. Let's go to Patriot. And there's nothing earth-shattering here. Coach, if you would stay there. Coach, you're the 4. You are a 4. That's just what we're doing. Can I get your help, please? Coach, can I get your help? All right. I'm the 5. You'll be the point, okay? You're a guard down here. This will be all be down here, Coach. This will all be on that video that Coach Nadeau will get to you if you would like to see it. I don't even remember who I took this from, but we have messed around with it for years. The point guard is going to take the ball off. I'm the 5 down on the bottom block. All right, little ball screen here, really nothing to it, okay? I'm taking it off, all right? I'm wrong. You're coming right to left. You're popping out of here, all right? I'm going to hit back here through coach. The point guard is going to pin down on the 5, okay? All right, and here I come, all right? Now, I'm going to give the ball here, timing, all right? Timing, wait on me. The point guard is coming back off the coming back off the ball, right? For a handoff, okay? Now, again, occupying sides. On that handoff, we want the ball in the middle of the floor like a drop back quarterback, okay? So I can see primary and I can see secondary. The primary is, again, an ambush on this side. Let's say that's guarded, all right? I have handed the ball off, and I'm looking at this action, okay, to see how that flushes out. I do not want to encroach on the midline, Coach. I don't want to encroach on the midline because as soon as the point guard turns his head and shoulders to me, here I go, all right? So I've got the exact same action on the other side. That's not a Maryland logo, is it? No. All right? That's the same action on the other side. Now, how's that guarded? We can run 2 out of this. We can run Patriot clear, all right, for a one-on-one ISO here. We can play Patriot 5, all right? I'm going to give the ball to my big here, and the point guard, instead of coming off the ball, is going to walk out. Coach, you're going to lift, wide pin, okay, just to occupy, and I'm going to play one-on-one here with my 5 that can make that sort of play, okay? Questions? Questions? Yes, Coach?
I need more touches.
Do you have any idea how much I'm hearing that now? Really? The guy's shooting 27%. He's telling me he needs more touches. Shut up. Shut up. Thank you, fellas. I may call you back. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Coach.
Right. Rusty Watson, Bethlehem Christian Academy. So, how are you implementing this during practice? Are you telling your guys that they're reading this themselves? Or are you doing that in a scouting report and how the teams defend screens? So they're
Ask again, please. I'm sorry, Rusty.
So you're fine. I was saying, how do you implement this during practice? Are you basing it on scouting report and how teams defend screens? Or are you making your guys really reading it themselves so their own basketball IQ?
Yeah.
Or your coaches saying from the sideline or what?
Really break it down before and after practice. And some of our beauty pageant stuff. The beauty pageant, again, is all timing, and everything matters. If you got a lollygag pinned down, all right, not good. It's not going to go. It's not going to work against Wake Forest, all right? It's got to be an ambush. I got to go down there with fire in my eyes, okay? Coaches are going to come onto the floor, and we've broken this thing down. There might be a coach in the elbow, all right? Here comes an action over here, and the coach is guarding the pin down, and he opens up, all right? Now, we have a name, like we have a code name for everything we do. You'll see, guys, Aline is getting really good at this. Anytime, we call it topping, all right? So here's a really good defender, a really good offensive player, And a lot of times you'll see defenders play up on top of him, top him, okay? So anytime we see a top, we're going to Ricky, all right? I'm taking my cut at that defender. I'm back cutting, gamesmanship, sell it with my eyes and my hand, looking for the ball. And down here at about the lane line, I'm turning it back. Screener, ambush man, down. All right, there goes a Ricky, and now I'm going to turn that thing in here and get my rear end to the sideline, and I'm playing off of that. I think the term Ricky, Coach Beeline used that. Coach is going to come out, and he's going to give us different looks, okay, in the breakdown. Top, right, he may go a man remove, that's a bump and fade, okay. He may chase, that's a curl, all right. We're putting them in that stuff all the time. All right, all the time. Let me reiterate, please, if I may. You may not think it's a big deal. I do. We talk often about being a great passer, okay? All right, outside hand, passing away from the defense, which sounds rudimentary or elementary to us, I think is significant, all right? When I come up, and I've got one now, point guard, as that 4-5, it's a more difficult exchange than, we may think that it is. That hit through, all right, that thing has to be on his right hand. You'll see some in our league, did it in the Southern, Georgia Southern used to do it some, that will try to take you out of that. They don't want to have to guard all that stuff. So we're simply going to X, okay? We're going to take a 4 down and hit, and now we bring that thing up. There's a lot of timing involved in that. So, there's time. We do have the luxury. I don't know what the high school levels at or where others you are coaching, but I don't know that it's all totally healthy. But we have our guys there all summer, okay? We're all skill development, but starting Monday, we're on the road through Sunday. Starting Monday, we'll start practice. Now, we're not going very long. We're going about an hour, 15 maybe. All right, not a lot of contact, but we'll have the shell of this stuff in by the end of the summer. All right? Now we take off and recruit throughout most of the month. We're starting practice now in late September. Holy cow. We'll be running through all this. And again, Coach, I got a bunch of guys that have been around, all right, that know what it looks like, know what the timing's like, and they're helping the younger people. I think we have 4 freshmen, 1 transfer. So there's a lot of time, but we've got it. We've got the time. Coach. Hey, David.
I found that the most effective screeners pretty much set illegal screens.
Yeah.
And now, how do you articulate what a good screener is, or do you recruit good
Get your body on it. Get your body on it. I have the NBA's. That's not going to fly at the college level. Those guys, the ball screens, they come up, it's like they put their hands on the defender's hips and kind of direct them where they want them to go. We can't do that. We have a hustle chart. All right, we have a hustle chart. Lord sakes above, these guys will stick their face through a concrete wall to get dismissed from a sprint. All right, we got a hustle chart. Screen assist, hustle play, first to the floor, negative point for turnovers, all those things. And, so we can emphasize whatever we want to emphasize, David. All right, just set a great screen. What's your name? Screen assist, Jason, okay? If you accumulate 5, we don't run much, but let's say we run 3 16s every day. You get 5, okay, that's 1 off, right? That's competitive, they like that. I had a couple of them, again, would do anything to get off a screen. Just a daily emphasis, We're not going to let you, I don't think we can, I want you to get him now, all right? We may be a little loose in practice, but I don't think we can allow illegal screens. an illegal screen is it's a turnover, all right? Can't turn the damn ball over, okay? We are typically less than 10. That'll help you win a lot of games. I hope I answered your question. Just now, we reference a ghost, okay? All right, and they know the difference between putting the wood on them and ghosting. All right, a lot of times you'll see us, all right, especially in the middle of the floor, we got a little series 54, 45, 52, where the 5 is going to go set that, all right, or he may ghost out of it, make it look screen, and at the last second I'm going to ghost out. All I'm trying to do is get that defender to show, okay? So it creates a little space for us. So we will, but again, you know, there's no confusion on what we want and what we want him to do. Okay, I thought I was supposed to ghost. We don't have that. What else? Anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. I'm Carly, by the way.
Carly?
Yes.
Carly, good to see you.
Lynn University, I coach women's basketball.
Great.
So we were at your old school for 16 years.
30.
30 years. Did you take the same system and apply it at Virginia Tech, or is this a new idea that you kind of
Carly, right?
Yes.
Carly, if I may, and you weren't. I talked to a good friend of mine, young coach, not long ago. He said, I'm just a high school coach. Hey, we're all the same people. We're coaches, man. We're coaches. I don't care what you coach. Little League, all right? Women's basketball, college basketball. We're all on the same page here. We're all trying to do the same thing. We enjoy being around young people. We enjoy coaching. I had Freddie Johnson. Freddie Johnson has won over 1,000 games at Greensboro Day School in North Carolina. And Freddie asked me, and I'm stubborn, Carly, I'm hard-headed. Freddie asked me, he said, are you going to try to do the same things there that you did at Wofford? And I said, Freddie, I'm going to try like heck. I'm going to try my darndest. I think I can do it. And I've done it. I've done it. I haven't done it. Our players have done it. You know what I'm saying. It comes back to Carly and everyone. What are you comfortable with? What do you like? How do you want to play? Right? They play the right way. What does that mean? All right? I think we play the right way. I think Georgia State play. There's all kinds of quote, playing the right way. What are you passionate about? What do you foresee? But we also have to be true to ourselves. I got a bunch of plow horses. It's going to be hard for me to run really, really fast. Okay, play fast and shoot. I laugh at our players. We want to play fast. Yeah, you want to play fast until you understand what goes into it, and all the little things that go along with playing fast. That's hard. Having said that, I don't like playing against people that play fast. That's hard. Davidson, I would recommend I do it every spring. I do it late April, May. I'm going to take 2 or 3 coaches or programs, and I'm going to watch them. I'm going to watch, I don't know, 5 or 6. I may see one I really like. I may watch 10, 11. But I would recommend you watch Davidson play. Pretty good, aren't they, Coach? I would recommend you watch Davidson play. He's fascinating offensively. He's a good coach. Rick Byrd is an all-time favorite of mine. Rick Byrd at Belmont, a dear friend to this day, got out last year. Fascinating coach. Some of the things that they did. That's been. I just watch games all the time. We got this synergy on that little iPad that I have, and just watch it. Whoever it might be. What else? Who else? Yes, Coach. No, good. Let it rip.
So I hear that I'm picking up that you're big on the turnover game,
Yeah. Yeah.
How do you handle that in practice when your team is maybe turning the ball over more in practice, or it's
Get your hind end over there and get that heavy ball. It's just something real simple.
Yeah.
We got those 8-pound yellow balls. They're just going to run to the other end and run back, and they're going to dump. We're going to drop it and mad because I made. But I mean, they know. Get that ball and get up those stairs. You know, with the Coliseum, they're up to the turnstile up there, about 16 steps up and back down. Just something really simple. I don't want to disrupt practice. I like Coach Huggins. He has the treadmill. He keeps that thing going at about 15, all right? And he points, and they run over, and they get on that thing for 20 seconds or whatever it is. Just something, a little reminder that that's not acceptable. We don't do that around here. Yes, Coach.
Make plays and play free without thinking of, oh shoot, I'm going to turn it over and coach is going to be pissed. What is your contrast with that as a coach?
I think you would be surprised. I think you would be, I don't know what, I think you'd be surprised. Shot selection is a huge deal, but we get to a point, I don't say anything about a shot. Anybody see us play Wofford or last year? I had a kid, one of the greatest players I've ever coached. I've coached a bunch of really good ones. Fletcher McGee from Orlando, Florida. This guy, so help me God, there's the basket. He is running away from the basket, and he's catching the ball, and he's shooting it. He was catching it at the rear end of the basket, turning and shooting it. And first couple of practice, like, whoa. I didn't say it. I was like, whoa, what are you doing? And he made a couple of them. First couple of practice, I had an assistant coach, rip his tail. Hey, we don't do that around here. That's not a Wofford shot. And I thought about it that night. We came in and we had a staff meeting. He said, boys, here's what we're going to do. None of you says one word to him about shot selection. I will monitor his shot selection, okay? You spend your time somewhere else. And at the end of his career, he was to this day, the all-time NCAA three-point make person, 518. He broke it against Seton Hall in the NCAA tournament. I never want a kid to leave the floor thinking, does this son of a gun think this is a good shot or a bad shot? I tell them all the time, I want you to play, man. I want you to be free. I want you to have a lot of fun, okay? The misses are on me. Now, I mean, they know, nah, he ain't going for that one. They know, but I bet I didn't say a word about shot selection. Holy cow, I bet that guy could set a screen. I bet I didn't say a word about shot selection in the last third of the season. And when I question shot selection, it's more of a we can get that one anytime we want. All right? I think that's a bad shot. We can get that shot anytime we want. That's a piece of cake. We can get that with 28 on the shot clock. We can get that with 15 on the shot clock. There is a better shot in there for our team. That's how I go about it. One or two more, and I'll get out of your way. Yes.
Howard from Florida State.
What was your first name?
Riley.
Riley. Are you on the women's staff?
Yeah.
Your head coach, Brooke?
Yeah, she's our associate head coach.
Tell her I said hello. I was at a clinic with her a couple years ago. She's a really nice person.
She is.
Heck of a coach, too.
Yes, I will. So you talked about how you run the shell, and these guys have been doing it for 3-4 years, and they're sick of it, essentially. How do you keep them motivated every day to come down?
I'm gonna trick them. I'm gonna trick them. And they're really smart. They're really smart. They're basketball people. But we may do it in a diamond. We may do it here, and I want 3 passes. I want a post feed, so we've got to go halfway to dig. All right, I'm just tricking them, okay? But I'm not going to keep them long because they'll figure me out, okay? I took that from Coach Barnes. I went to see them practice at Tennessee, and instead of 2 and 2 in shell, he did it out of a diamond, which made a lot of sense. Ball screen, flat hedge, hard hedge, whatever. So That would be my response. Anybody else? Yes, Coach.
Met you on the elevator. You mentioned your emphasis on passing. At our level, the high school level, it's not good at all. And we only got our guys like 3-4 months out of the year. And they go play AAU for 5-6, and they forget everything we taught them. Any advice or suggestions on how we can teach passing?
I make them throw with their offhand a lot. Anything over here is going to be with their left hand. Anything over here, obviously, with the right hand. Just a daily emphasis, and I feel for you. You know, you got kids playing multiple sports, and I don't begrudge that. I think that's great at the high school level, but I think it's a big fundamental, okay? And I'm going to go up to Lake Point tomorrow, and I'm going to see balls flying everywhere, all right? And I'm going to see, talk about shot selection. Some of those shots I'm going to see in that AAU tournament tomorrow. Whoa, we'll set basketball back 30 years, but, you know, we're looking for do it in everything. Coaches never pass. Players always pass. And you know, give it to him where he wants it. He wants it right here. You know exactly where Naheem Aline wants the ball. Give it to him right there. He's a left hand, right? That's a curl. We want it on his inside hand, away from the defender. Okay? One more, and I'll get out of the way. Yes, Coach.
You talked about kind of how you don't like to use ball screens. Do you like to use dribble handoffs more, or is that off-ball action and have the point guard read it?
We use a gazillion. We dribble handoff. A dribble handoff is it's a ball screen. Ball screen. But what I like about the dribble handoff is it's so bang bang, right? You know, here comes a 5 up off the baseline, maybe behind that post defender. And he's sprinting up into the top of the floor, into the elbow, right hand, and follow with a dribble handoff. Aluma, I go back, kid I had at Wofford, now at Virginia Tech. He's really good at faking that thing and keeping it and playing out of there. Yeah, we do an inordinate, we do a lot of it. I love it. I think it's a monster to guard. Am I getting too close to you? Am I making you uncomfortable right now? If you ever find yourself in the beautiful mountains of Southwest Virginia, stick your head in and say hello. It's a pleasure being with you. I commend you. I've done it a lot. You're here July 8th or whatever it is, July 7th, in an attempt to get better. I hope you took one thing, and I wish each of you well. And again, if I can ever help you, please let me know. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks.
All right, guys, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break while we rearrange the setup, and we'll be right back. Thanks, Coach.
Thanks, pal.
Don't forget to don't steal this.
Oh, no, I don't want to steal you.
Randy will be coming after you. That was awesome, man. That was great. Coach Schulman said to say hello. I know
Good
that's
man.
Guy. Yeah.
That'll be a lot of fun. Oh, it's going to be fun. I hope you don't pin our ears back like you did now. That was the start of something special. Oh, my gosh. That was a special group.
This is for you, T-shirt. And then that's a situational card game. You can give to your staff, or it's got down 3, 2 seconds. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Can you get rid of this?
Yep.
seeing this.
Specific I question too. So we'll just get this thing rolling right now. We'll start with Chris, and then we'll work our way down. Just talk a little bit, 2-3 minutes about your background, where you came from, the different spots you've been at, position, and schools, and some of the things that you've learned from some of those different spots.
Yeah, first of all, thanks again for this opportunity. Hello to everybody. Thanks for coming out. Our whole staff is here from Georgia State. Appreciate them coming over. But just for myself as an assistant here, you heard the boss yesterday, Coach Lanier. As assistants, Coach Warren, Coach Hayes, and myself, we couldn't be in a better situation working for that man. And so along my way, I guess I'm going into my 20th year, which means getting old, I guess. Have had the opportunity to work at different levels. I believe every level except junior college and professional. So I value that. I've had the opportunity to do a lot of different things, and I've just tried to learn and soak everything in. My first opportunity was down the street at Georgia Tech at the Division I level, and that's where I really learned the profession. Paul Hewitt, one of the best to ever do it, was answering the phones all day, organizing his schedule, learning from the assistant coaches with no pressure. And so what I tried to do, someone told me a long time ago, write everything down. So I tried to do that. But starting at Georgia Tech, having some high school experience in my pocket, NAIA before that, Division II, so been a lot of different levels. And I guess for me as a coach, we're all in it to work with young people. But as coaches, it's up to us to improve and work at our craft as well. We tell our guys to get in the gym all the time. Are we getting in the gym? With the analogy of us as coaches, are we improving? So I've worked at VMI, which is a military school. That was a unique lens. I've had the opportunity to work at Rice, high academic, top 20, Ivy League. I had no idea it was that high academic. And so those different lenses, you try to put it all together and be you, like Coach Young was just saying, you got to be authentic. Who are you as a coach? Stick to that, have a reputation. Coach Lanier talked about that. So in my journey, I've just tried to do all that, keep a perspective about it, at the same time just trying to improve.
That's great. Coach Hood.
I'm Adam Hood. I'm assistant at University of Texas San Antonio. I know with UTSA I get confused a lot. Some people think it's UTA, which is UT Arlington. Some people think it's UT RGV, which is UT Rio Grande Valley. But we're actually University of Texas San Antonio. But we say UTSA. ESPN still won't just put UTSA on there. So if you know anybody from ESPN, tell them we're trying to brand ourselves. Help us out. Just help us out. But again, I've been doing this thing a little bit less than him. I've been doing it 8 years. A little unique path. I was a Air Force officer. I went to the Air Force Academy, so I had to serve 5 years in the Air Force, which, again, was an awesome experience. I can't, again, serving the country, being in charge of the men and women and leaders of this country, it's awesome. It's awesome. But it set me back in coaching, to be honest with you, because doing that, being a leader, being an officer, I came in, I started on the ground floor. Started off at Boston University volunteering. So again, I'm literally filling up water bottles, wiping sweat off the floor, answering emails, stapling papers together. I started from the bottom. Now I'm here. I guess some people listen to hip hop, but it really was that. And again, you got to humble yourself. Again, as Coach Kreider talked about, just learning, writing stuff down, not being too big for anything. And I accepted every single challenge, and my goal was to make myself as valuable as possible. So again, if I was going to be a paper stapler, I was going to make sure I'm stapling every paper the same way. And even Coach Carm, who's the head coach of Siena, was on that staff. And I used to literally write mail outs, and he would, again, I didn't know, I was new. I was coachable though. It would be crooked. So he had me get a ruler and write the name straight on the envelopes because it was that important. And so again, he told me that one time, you have to tell me again, because I understood the importance of that. It may not have been important to everybody, but it was important to him. And he helped land some big recruits for Boston U, so I'm thinking I had a hand in it. So I'm still going to take a little bit of credit. But being at Boston U was a great experience. I was fortunate enough then to get on to Columbia University with Kyle Smith, who's now the head coach at Washington State. And again, you never know where the people you work for are going to go, and now he's a high major coach. But at Columbia, we're in the Ivy League. We're scraping. Again, the Ivy League, if you guys don't know about it, it's kind of top heavy. They call it HYPP, Harvard, Yale, Princeton, Penn. Like those are teams that usually win. And so again, it been Columbia, been an upstart. We had to do things a little bit differently, and that's where I got a hold of analytics. And again, that was kind of the way that Kyle Smith tried to lower the gap between the haves and the have-nots. And so again, I've embraced that, and I've taken it on in my career, and I've made it a part of me and part of my fabric, something I really believe. And I've taken it on, and now I'm at UTSA. And so I've been here for 5 years. We started from the bottom. We came in, we were 338, only 353 teams at the time. We were 338. And then last season we finished 161. So again, that may not mean a lot to a lot of people, but that's the 7th largest jump in Division I basketball. So again, what gets measured gets improved. So you have to start somewhere. You have to know where you're going. We weren't winning a championship in 5 years. I wish we had, but again, we went from irrelevant to relevant. And so again, whatever you're at your journey, wherever you are, treat it like it's the best opportunity, because you never know what's around the corner.
That's great. Thanks for that. Coach Duncan.
How we doing, everybody? I got to first thank Adam and Andy for putting us between Coach Young and Richie Riley and Nate Oates. It's with a hype band that comes on before the real show. But no, I think all of us, we've been at a lot of different levels. Myself, I was actually born in Australia. My mother's Australian. The rest of my family's from the Northeast. So I've lived about half my life in between both countries. I played junior college basketball. Not because I was a non-qualified, because I thought I was better than I actually was. And so you go to get re-recruited and then get recruited about the same level you were anyway. And I played NAIA basketball. I actually went to Northwood University, played for Raleigh Massimino down there, which was incredible experience to learn under him, a national champion head coach at Villanova. And then finishing up there, I got the opportunity to work for Jay Wright at Villanova as a GA. So player to GA. Got good fortune of meeting Larry Brown at some practices, and lo and behold, he gets the SMU job and asks if I want to go with him. I don't even know where SMU was at the time, but I'll drive there if I have to. I should have flew, it was a long way. But joined on with Larry Brown at SMU, became a video coordinator, so another step on the rung. And was fortunate to be promoted with him there, became director of operations, and when he decided to step away, Coach Jankovic, who took over the program, moved me up to assistant coach. So I think, like they said, I've been at JUCO level, I've been at the NAIA level, I've been a GA, I've been a video guy, I've been an ops guy, I've been an assistant coach for about 8, 7, I don't even know. Running on 7 or 8 years, I think now, but yes, I think we're all up here just because we've been in shoes that you guys are in or are going to be in, and I think we can help answer some of those questions and be resources for you guys. So yeah, happy to be here. Thanks for having us.
So one thing that we've been hearing for the past probably 24 hours, and all of you guys alluded to it as well, is some of the people that you guys have worked with. It's impressive. Like your guys' resumes, you have assistant coaches, head coaches, you guys have coaches here, coaching staff members that are coming to just watch you talk, how tight-knit of a family that is for the people that you've worked with before. Since that is so important, how are you guys then owning those same shoes, realizing that the people underneath you, the managers, the graduate assistants, some of those support staff members, those guys are looking up to you in the hopes that, 10 years from now, they're pointing on the board like, hey, when I worked with Adam Hood, like, look at him, he was an assistant coach right here. Now he's the head coach at X college. How are you guys owning some of those, I guess, responsibilities to be taken care of and being stewards of the future of the coaching staff, the future of the coaching profession? Chris, you can start us off.
Yeah, I think it's like anything else. When you go through something personally and you have a genuine connection to it, you obviously do something. You do that because you value it. So I remember, just because it was down the road, I was at Georgia Tech. I was literally answering phones. My job was Georgia Tech basketball. This is Chris. And I was doing that basically in an administrative role, but on a volunteer basis. So funky story, back before they changed all the rules. It was kind of a GA, but it wasn't. I was volunteering and teaching high school Spanish at Mount Pisgah High School here in town. So I was trying to get into the business, didn't have a lot of connections. And literally it was one assistant coach, his name's John O'Connor, that said told Coach Huey, or gave him the idea when he lost an administrative coordinator, hey, why don't you move Chris into that role? If it wasn't for Coach O'Connor, I don't get that opportunity. So when you go through something like that and it's an authentic connection, I feel like you're just doing the right thing by trying to help the next guy. And I think when you do the right things for the right reasons, that's when it really carries weight.
Coach Hood, what are your thoughts?
I'm a numbers guy, so again, I just want to give myself the best chance. And so again, to give the best chance to succeed or advance, again, this is a people business. Again, we can sit here and say the X's and O's matter and all this other stuff matters, but again, it's a lot about networking, it's about relationships, about genuine relationship building. So again, me being the numbers guy that I am, I studied how to be good at conversations. I literally sit down with books, Professional Networking 101. I sat down with 92 tips and tricks on how to be likable because, again, I knew that it was going to take that to advance and even get my foot in the door. Somebody's going to have to say, I like that person in some form or fashion to, again, it's like, and I always say hiring a staff's like having a wedding, but they're limiting your wedding party. So you can only have 5 groomsmen. Just think about it, your whole life, if they gave you 5 people, you know what I mean? Like, you owe this person, the guy that helped me when I broke my arm. You know what I mean? Like, he calls you, now what are you going to say? Because if he didn't help you get back home at that point, you thought you're going to die. You know, so it's all in perspective. You got to make sure that you're preparing yourself, because again, you never know. And I'll tell a quick story of how I got even at Columbia. Because it wasn't a walkover. I wasn't a name brand person. I didn't have a great career. I know Richie Wright talks about golden tickets. I had none. I was a horrible player on a bad, you know, I mean, traditionally bad. I played at Air Force, traditionally bad program, which we had 5 good years. I was there for those years. So again, I can, as the numbers get skewed and all that stuff, I was a little bit better than I actually was, which I wasn't good at all, but I won. You know what I mean? And that's all I just paint to win. We have banners hanging up. I point to them. There are no names on them, so they don't know how much I played. But just doing that, like, again, so I run into Kyle Smith. He worked at Air Force for 8 months. Like, mind you, so that's our connection. He worked at Air Force for 8 months. Didn't finish out the year, 8 months. I run into him at the Final Four. I see him, I know him from that, and I say, hey, how you doing? And I'm Adam Hood. Oh, I know you. You went to Air Force and they had some success. And I say, hey, let me get your number. And he says, nah, man, you're gonna call me and ask for a job. And me, again, I don't know where I read this from. I felt like I just picked it up from somewhere. I said, I would never do that. I said, if you ask for a job, you get advice. If you ask for advice, you get a job. He literally was walking off of him, and he stopped. He said, whoa, say it again? I haven't heard that. And I said, if you ask for a job, you get advice. If you ask for advice, you get a job. So I like that. Here's my number. And literally, that's how the interaction started. And so again, if I was the same person who didn't prepare myself for that moment, he was ready to shoot me down. But again, luckily I'd been rejected by many women over my life. And so rejection was nothing new. I knew how to pivot. So I pivoted, and I got lucky. I mean, again, that's the luck part, but it was also some preparation that went behind it. So again, make sure you're prepared, because you never know. That was my career. If that doesn't happen, I'm not where I'm at today.
Our profession about paying it forward. Chris talked about being a volunteer assistant. I took out student loans to be a GA at Villanova. The guys on your staff, even though the roles are different and they're just as important, the paychecks are a little different as well. And those GAs and those video guys and people in lower positions, it's a grind, man. And I've sat in those shoes, and I know exactly what it feels like to be losing money in your bank account and going to work 12 hours a day and then going to class at night and then coming back and doing it again. It's like, man, what am I doing? Who signs up for this? But thankfully, I had some amazing assistants that always looked out for me when I was in that role. So I take it really personally to do that for my GAs and my video guys, that if they're with me, I'm trying to take care of them as best as I can. Because, yeah, like I said, I was in their shoes. I know what that felt like. Yeah, that's probably the best answer I got.
So former players, different levels, high school, military schools, NAIA, Division II, like you guys cover like pretty much the litany of everybody that's in this room right now at all different levels. At some point, you had to like kind of get that break to be an assistant coach, where a lot of people that are in some of these positions are aspiring to be Division I assistant coaches, and then even further down the line, Division I head coaches. Don't mean to speak for everyone, but I think that that's probably a pretty good assumption. When you guys were able to kind of get that break to even get that first interview after being NAIA or being a volunteer administrative assistant, and were you able to get that first assistant coaching job with your first interview, or did you get shut down? And then when you did get that break, how were you able to then get that break to get on the floor recruiting and coaching?
So my first assistant coaching job was at Georgia Southern with Charlton Young. They call him CY. I know 98% of you know him. So he used to say all the time, and he's great with the one-liners. I put him against anybody in our profession with the one-liners. He used to always say, you're always being evaluated. Chief. He'd throw chief at the end. You're always being evaluated. Every day is an interview. So literally he gets the job at Georgia Southern. It's his alma mater. Goes over to our house in Midtown at the time to ask my wife and I if we wanted to go. There was no interview. Back to what Adam was saying about how many people, when you get a job, you're expected to hire or talk to. Looking back at that, I owe him even more, so much more than I even thought I did because of that. So when every day is an interview, and Coach Lanier talked about your reputation, protecting your reputation, when you live your life that way and you coach that way, I personally have only had one interview for a job that I've gotten, one. The other were, hey, do you want to go? Hey, I got your number from so-and-so. That's just how this, because we spend so much time together, so much trust is involved, people are going to mostly hire guys that they know or come highly recommended. So I was naive when I first got in. Looking back, I was very naive. The way this thing works is you do your job, you get better, and you get opportunities, unless every once in a while something crazy happens. But I just think in my experience, be who you are, be authentic, do a good job, be around good people, and when that opportunity comes, be in a position where you can take it.
You worked with CY, CY got the job, and then he drove over to Midtown. You and your wife, hey, you want to go? So was able to get a job with a guy that he worked with on staff. Coach Hood.
That didn't happen for me.
Which is great. Which is great because in this room right now, like we're going to have some people whose story is going to fit exactly that, and we're going to have some people that are going to fit your mold right here. Numbers guy, gets shot down a couple times.
Yeah, actually, when I tried to volunteer at Boston University, he did not want to hire me in a volunteer spot. It was crazy because I did the exact wrong thing. I went and I wore my military uniform over there, and I'm like, oh, he's going to be so respectful and so. But again, a lot of people are really, really protective over their program, and I get it now. Who we let into our program, who I let around my student athletes, or who we allow to even, which all the practices are open now, but some people don't allow everyone at their practices because they want it to be conducted a certain way. But I had to get, again, another call to get a volunteer spot at Boston University. And then I had my first interview was at Yale University. And so it's for Coach Joe Jones, his brother. So I'm like, oh man, if he's gonna let me interview with his brother, then I gotta be a shoo-in. You kidding me? But I didn't take it for granted. I dressed nice. I studied up on Yale University. I forgot those facts, but I wish I could recite them today, but I can't. But I crammed, and I went there. I thought I did. Met the president, met the athletic director, thought I did a great job, finished second. And the guy that I lost out to is Anthony Goins, who's now an assistant coach at Boston College. So again, he's on the fast track, so he's awesome. So I finished second. So I go back to Boston U, and I'm like, oh man, I didn't get that. God, what am I going to get? And so, I was fortunate enough to get, again, the interview with Kyle Smith. And again, he kept telling me it's not an interview, You want to meet me at a diner. But I wore a suit anyway because I'm like, I'm not going to fall for that. I'm not going to fall for that. I'm going to make an interview whether it is one or not. And so I was fortunate enough then to, land there at Columbia. And then for UTSA, actually, again, I finished second, which is crazy to think about it. But I finished second. And, again, I was in New York. I was trying to get back to Texas. I'm from Dallas. I was like, oh, okay, this is my chance, my opportunity. I meet Coach Steve Henson at Pappadeaux's, that's my stopping ground. I'm the expert. I picked the restaurant, and again, I finished second. And the guy he hired was there for actually 6 days, which was crazy. And then he took a job at, another university, and then I get the call. And literally 6 days later, I get a call from him. He already told me I hadn't gotten it, so I'm looking at my phone. I'm like, do I pick this up? Like, I wasn't that torn up. I wasn't crying when he told me I didn't get it. So I pick it up. Hello? He goes, hey, what? I was like, but he was offering me the job the second time around. So again, he was impressed enough with me not to hire me, but enough to be the best backup. So it may not always work the way you want it to, but always put your best foot forward. Always be open and receptive. I don't hold it to him to this day. I don't, I get it. It's hard. It's hard business. So I got lucky in that sense to finish second. My second finish, but I got it.
Sometimes a lot of people talk about that too. Is like you don't get hired the first time around. You get hired the second time around. So that's interesting because you're a living proof of that with your current situation that you are right now. Jay, what are your thoughts?
Chris had, I don't know if it's CY's because he puts Chief on the end of it. That might make it his own, but you're always being evaluated is one of the truest things I've ever heard. And I think that in my career, not to talk about myself, but I think I think a lot of these opportunities we're looking for, they're really disguised as a lot of hard work, and it's like, oof, I'm gonna have to get down in the mud to get this done. Like that's where those opportunities usually lie. And as a GA, you are maybe literally, I don't know, sometimes in the mud, it's a grind, right? And I think anybody that's there, Larry Brown happens to be in the building a few times that season and sees that this kid's gonna bust his butt if nothing else. Might not know anything, but he's going to work hard, and ended up getting me an opportunity. And then the same thing on the video side of things, man. He said, I was trying to be the best in the position I'm in. I'm trying to be a star in my role. I wanted to be a recruiter. I wanted to be a coach. I want to be on the floor. But that's not my position. My position is video. I got to cut film. I got to do it well. It's got to be on time. It's got to be every single time what they want is done correctly. And so again, just tried to be a superstar in that role. I got an opportunity to go to operations, same thing. It's a shift, but now it's all time management, organization, checking your emails all day long. And again, I don't want to do this, man. This is not basketball. But that was my role at the time. So I guess just understand that no role or no task is beneath us as coaches. I'm an assistant now, but I'll go do the jobs with the GAs. I'll cut some film with the video guys. I'll pick up the slack with the ops guys if he needs a hand. Like there's no task beneath us as you move up the chain. It's just you're in a different role, and now it's time to be a star in a different role. And I think to finish that point was Coach Jankovic, who was on staff with me for those 4 or 5 years before Coach Brown stepped down. I think he respected my work ethic, if nothing else, and gave me an opportunity to move up on the road.
What's great about, I think all three of these examples is Chris worked with a guy who ended up getting an opportunity someplace else and asked him to come with. You've got Hood, who was having to make some calls and to cold call and to do some interviews and get shot down. And Jay worked his way up within the staff that he was in. So again, 3 completely different paths, 3 completely different ways that I think is going to be applicable to anybody that's in here, because any of those situations are very likely situations for anybody in this room. Are there any questions right now? Yeah, go ahead.
Tori Lewis, Tony Anderson here in Atlanta. This is for all 3 coaches on the panel. The way I understand it, you guys haven't been a head coach yet, so if you could describe to me what was a bad day for you guys, and how did you guys live out
So the question was, in case you guys didn't hear it or anybody else didn't hear it, is since you guys are assistant coaches, you guys aren't head coaches yet, but as assistant coaches, sometimes you have a bad day, right? How are you able to lift yourself up when you have a bad day in order to continue the work that you're doing on a day in and day out basis? Is that accurate? Perfect.
Experience I had was at the high school level, and learned a lot, and if I could go back, I wish I would. The hardest day for me definitely was being let go. It was an awesome opportunity looking back to see if I really believed what I thought the thoughts I always had. We say life's more than just basketball, it's bigger than basketball. When that's taken from you, fired, let go, whatever you want to call it, you're tested. And at the time, my wife Heather and I, she was pregnant with our daughter, she was about to be born. We were told that we were being let go. At that point, what do you do? And so looking back on the lessons that I learned, the friendships in coaching that I thought I had that maybe I didn't have, or the ones that I thought a certain way, well, they were deeper friendships than I thought. You learn about the profession. The profession's changing every day, every year. So if you're gonna be in this thing, you better learn how it really works. Like I said, I was naive. So search firms, learn how they work. Hiring processes, learn how they work. Jobs, levels, salaries, coaching, all these things that Coach Lanier referenced yesterday, of different things in this profession. No matter what your job title is today, high school coach, whatever, you can always learn about the profession from A to Z. And what I learned being let go was that, yes, life is bigger than basketball. Confirm that. Second of all, it made me learn some things about how I need to get better for the next time around. And then it prepared me to hopefully have the rest of however long I'm blessed with these opportunities to do this, to continue doing it. But for me, it was the biggest moment of truth, I guess I'll say, for me as a coach.
That's awesome. Coach.
Well, again, I don't have anything as powerful as that. I don't know how I would react to that, but no, again, I think a hard day. I mean, again, I just lean back on a recruiting story, craziness, and it taught me a lesson though. I was younger, and I felt like I could, circumvent the process. So again, sometimes you can't skip steps, you can't leave out people. Some people can not help you get the kid, but they can hurt you from getting the kid. So in this case, it was the mom. I had worked the dad. Dad was great. The mom, I didn't get a good vibe from her. She didn't really want her son at said university, I felt. So I kind of just went around her. And so then, again, we get the commitment from the kid that probably like 6 o'clock. So then I thought I was smooth. I'm going to call the mom at 6:30 and be like, hey, congratulations, we're all on board. She's like, huh? You did what? That's it. And I can hear her yelling upstairs. I'm like, oh my gosh. 30 minutes later, I get a call back and the kid's decommitted. So, you know what I mean? And so it's like trying to circumvent the process. And that was a bad day for me because again, I had, already popped a bottle of non-alcoholic champagne. Non-alcoholic, don't drink. But again, we'd already celebrated, and it was something that, again, just circumvented the process. And so, again, that would have been the worst day for me. And the kid ended up going high major, so it is what it is.
Moms make decisions and dads always pay for it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I think I don't know. There's some tough days for all of us. I think personally, or even in the office. I mean, losing loved ones or having bad things happen. I think I've lost my father in the last few years. Was a tough time. I think the best thing I took from Jay Wright was the word attitude. It's one of the few words in his practice gym. It's the name of his book. It's how they break every huddle. He talks about, life circumstances happen personally, professionally, whatever that is, and it's about how you respond to it. It's how you react to it, and that's why Villanova, that's all they talk about is attitude. So I think no matter what it is, we got the postseason ban when we got the best team we've ever had coming up. It's like we're gonna make an NCAA run this year, and we're postseason and eligible. That's a shitty day. But again, what are you gonna do about it? You gotta show up to work. You gotta punch the clock and get better. And we tried to talk about how are we gonna be remembered this season without a postseason run. And now guys are like, we're just not gonna lose a game. That was better than the idea I had. Let's do that then. And I think we went 18 or 19-0 with the last remaining undefeated team that year, ranked 8th in the country. Like it was about how we responded. We can't even go to the postseason. We can't even play in our conference tournament. Like this stinks. Why are we even here, kind of thing. But let's respond to this the right way and do something about it. Yeah, it's that would be my response. Just attitude and next play. What can you do about it?
Well, I think that's a great perspective, and I think that leads to exactly what Chris and Adam were saying. Is like getting fired. I've been fired too. Like that's a gut check time, right? But like that becomes like a life-changing experience because once you gain perspective on that, you said some of the relationships I thought I had weren't as good as I thought, and some of the relationships I did have were way deeper than what I thought they were. So it just gives you a moment of clarity and beauty, and you see the profession and you see your personal life in a different light, and some of the mistakes that you learned, like, hey, yeah, I didn't get that recruit, but it's like, hey, I still got to sign a player. So it's like your attitude, how you're going to respond to those things. So Jay, I love how you ended that because I think that's applicable to both of those situations. We had another question over here. Yeah. Yeah, so what are some of those statements, or what are some of the things that you do on a daily basis where, Division I assistant coaches or the Division I coaches are it's a grind, things like that. So your normal 9 to 5, obviously that's the table stakes. That's what you have to do. What are some of those things that you guys have done and continue to do that you feel as though are above and beyond in your eyes to make yourself and the program and your coaching staff a little bit better than your competition?
It's a great question. I personally am not a fan of the word grind. So I think you're just doing the best that you can. So I think with our guys, we talk about, putting your workout, you're in the gym, you're putting it on social media. Why are you doing that? Just go get shots up. Just do your job. Just work. So that's how I choose to view it. I think there's some things as an assistant coach at the Division I level, as a recruiter, you have to understand there's a difference between evaluating and recruiting. Learn that. But you're just a professional information collector. How can you collect information? How can you get to know moms, dads, brothers, cousins, uncles, workout guys, coaches, whatever? Learn how to recruit. That's one part of your job. But by the way, the most important thing is the head coach. What does he want? What does he say? What's his culture? That kind of sets the tone for recruiting, for scheduling, for your relationships with your players, relationships on your staff. So I think everything starts with the head coach. Then what job are you at? Are you in academic school or military school? Are you at a city school? Or what's your school? And then who's your staff? Work with your staff. I think the most important thing as assistant coaches is how can you have a chemistry or a synergy on your staff that the players see like, man, there's something different about this staff. I think personally, having been a part of a lot of different staffs, that's where the money's at. Head coach sets the tone, this is the culture, this is what we do, but the assistant coaches and everybody else falls in line with that, and then there's an unwritten, it's something that you can't put your finger on, but the players know. And when they see the opposite of that, they know that too, and that's when it's bad. So have the best possible culture within that. Back to the grind real quick. I think a typical day for a Division I assistant, emails, texts, social media has changed the game. It's become to where you are the job. Like, it isn't a 9 to 5. And I think that's where you have to be careful. You have to have a balance. Do you have a wife, family? If you do, balance everything, because if you're not careful, you can really burn yourself out, or you can just go in a direction that's not healthy or whatever. But it has become, it's a lifestyle. It is, because if you want to be good at it, you're working at your craft, you're here today. And if you're trying, Adam's checking probably his schedule, where's he going tomorrow, kids calling, moms, and how do you manage all that? So back to the original question, I don't like grind. I think it's who you are. You're a Division I assistant, figure it out.
I like that, Adam.
Well, I look at it again, and if you're anything like me, again, reason why, again, majority of people do get hired, for the most part, it's really because of contacts. To be honest with you, it's contacts. Like, that's the grind. It's who, if I put my phone down, who calls me? Who calls me? Who do I really have a relationship with? And then that's in order of two. Again, most time it's, again, recruiting is the lifeblood of every program. So if I put my phone down, I got the organization director of this team. I've grinded enough to get those people to call me. I'm not just picking up the phone and saying, hey, this is, Adam Hood from UTSA. I don't have time to do that. I don't have time to get to know them, for them to trust me with their players. That's what the grind is to me, is massaging all those relationships out and then finding a way to extend one's greater. Get into a circle you haven't been into. Call somebody you haven't called, and then maintain that relationship and continue to fight through hurdles and blocks. And because, again, there's a lot of people that don't care about UTSA basketball. People don't wake up thinking about UTSA basketball. People like Duke, North Carolina, they're going to help them. Why are they going to help me? And if I haven't set myself up to do that, which, again, now grinding is the term, is what are you doing, in my opinion, to massage those contacts, to increase that network, to do those things. Another form of grind is to sharpen your toolbox. Again, I picked up analytics. 5 years ago, I didn't know anything about analytics. Now I'm one of the more heavy analytics people. But that was a grind to do that on top of, again, I do our schedule, I do recruiting, I do, talk to parents and talk to AAU coaches and directors and all that stuff. And again, my phone's vibrated about 10 times since I've been sitting down. You understand what I'm saying? Like, because that's, to me, grinding is just being able to manage that, as Chris talked about, managing all that and then making it to where it's functional. Because again, if you upset people, you can't upset people. You got to be able to, again, it's an art behind it. Like guys like CY, I don't know him like that, but I think I know him, which is great. Because again, I would talk great about him when he doesn't, he didn't think about me today, no offense. But again, that's something that he's grinded for, that reputation, that influence, that stature. And that to me is, if you're going to use the word grinding, which I'm not a big fan of either, but if you're going to use that, that's what I'd say grinding is.
I think this is the 12th year we've had a Rising Coaches Conference. CY spoke the very first year, and his name comes up literally every single year. So again, it speaks on the volume of what you're saying. Jay, what are your thoughts?
I don't mind the word grind. I don't know what I don't mind it personally. I'm not going to kill the word grind. I like the word grind. But I think they hit amazing points. This profession does become a lifestyle. My players will call me at all hours of the night, and you got to, within reason for my wife and daughter, I've got to, I take those calls. I'm there for them. I'm always trying to be available, and they know if I can be there, I will. And if I tell them no, it's because I'm doing something for my family or something outside of basketball. But and to Adam's point, the grinding for contacts, I just hit on that real quick, is at these events, I've sat on the other side of this, and I'll sit on the other side of this to listen to the next speakers. Meet the people around you. Meet every single person in this room with you. I have made amazing contacts over 10 years doing events like the Rising Coaches Clinic that I still remain close with to this day. John Jacobs and I sat next to each other it was an event in Vegas. It was like a NBA scouting, I can't remember the name, I've been to so many of them. But I was sitting with him. I didn't really know him. He didn't really know me. And now he's an assistant at Baylor winning a national championship, and I'm texting him with him after the game. So to the contact point, make sure you meet everybody in here. And who knows, in here, you guys might end up on the same staff or helping each other out in some way in the future. But to the point about the grind, I think you got to know what, as assistant coaches, we give suggestions. We don't make any decisions. And so I would always ask my head coach, where do you want my time? Like, where do you want me to like really dig in for you? And my first year as an assistant, without much recruiting experience, I had, KT Turner and some horse recruiters on our staff. They kind of said, hey, we want you on the floor with the guys, like work them out every chance you get, on the floor, on the floor, on the floor. So I would spend, my grind became that year just on the floor. It felt like all day and night, rebounding, helping these dudes get work in, which was fantastic. 4 of them went to the NBA that year, so I'm taking all of them. They were NBA players before they met me. But yeah, so I guess find out what your head coach wants from you. My role's changed. I still do that now, but now it's a lot more focused on recruiting as KT, went to Texas and Oklahoma. So find out what your head coach needs from you and sink your teeth into it. Grind, as he said.
We had another question. Yep. Oh, whoops. So the question was, you guys have had stops at places that some people may claim are quote-unquote bad jobs. You can agree or disagree, or let's just say more challenging jobs to recruit to. How were you guys able to recruit to those and utilize, a different spin in order to help your recruiting out?
Again, I lean on evaluation. I know we spoke, my phone's ringing now, but evaluation, that's the key. You got to out-evaluate people, and you have to know what you're looking for. And again, you develop your own system to be successful. And again, I mean, me personally, and again, I'm not telling everybody to do this, but I keep a track of everybody I ever recruited my whole life, and I keep a running chart of how they did. Where did I go wrong? What was right? What was wrong? When you see kids and you think, oh, that kid's great, that kid's good, just track their career. And that'll give you, help sharpen and focus your recruiting lens, so then you could know what that looks like. So before I got, again, even a UTSA, like I knew what a Conference USA player looked like because I was studying players that maybe I was recruiting at Columbia. Maybe I'm on one court, obviously only 3 academic kids, but I'm still watching the game. So I may see a kid, I'm like, oh, I like him. And then he ends up going to Louisiana Tech, which one was, he just got banned from the NBA, but Jalen Harris. Again, he went to Louisiana Tech, transferred to Nevada, second round NBA. I loved him. He was one of my favorite players that summer. Didn't have a high enough GPA to recruit at Columbia, but I was able to see that, and I'm like, okay. So then when I get to UTSA, I recruit 2 guys like him. They end up being our 1 and 2 all-time leading scorers. Again, we all recruit them. Again, it wasn't me, but we all recruit them. We gang recruit at UTSA, which is a great philosophy because you get a little bit of everything. But we were able to recruit those guys. But again, it was just a mere suggestion. Like, hey, just take a look at this kid. What do you think? And we all have to sign off on each kid. So it's a collaborative effort, but just getting kids to the forefront and being able to identify things that may not be as sexy to, bigger and more equipped programs. So again, me personally, skill over athleticism. At have-nots. And I'm talking about budget-wise. I'm not talking about fan base, anything. I'm talking about budget-wise.
Yep. Yeah, I like the word challenging better, for sure. And I think the 2 things, the biggest part that I learned at those places, I'll use VMI and Rice, two challenging jobs, but 1 high academic, 1 military. I think you have to, people use the term OKG, our kind of guy, or who is going to fit. At VMI, who can wear a uniform, who can sleep in barracks, who can put up their bed every day, who can sleep in a barrack with no AC, all this stuff, who can do that? And that's your pool. But that's one. Rice, who's got, 1170 SAT, 24 ACT, over a 3.0 GPA, and top half of the class, ready, go. That's your pool. So I think that's the big thing. But then the second part is, at VMI, you get to recruit a huge pool, and you're just hoping to get, of the 20, you get 2 or 3. Whereas some places you really get specific because you can. At Rice, it was different. Your pool is a little smaller and you get a more, but it all comes back to the biggest thing is evaluation. And I think if you look at some guys that are the head coaches at VMI and Rice right now, those two guys have done unbelievable jobs in evaluating. Recruiting is one thing, evaluating, what Adam is saying, that's totally different. I think when you're at a job like that, that's what it's about.
Jay, I'm going to throw you on the spot real quick as kind of a follow-up of what Chris just said about evaluating. And Jay Wright, obviously, we wouldn't say Villanova is a challenging program, right? Villanova's not a challenging program, but Jay Wright has done an unbelievable job at evaluating. Sometimes he takes guys that you're looking at as like, wow, like they're getting that guy, and all of a sudden, it's a first-round draft pick and they're winning national championships. What did you see during your time at Villanova that Jay Wright did such a great job of evaluating the OKGs, the R kind of guys? Yeah.
So he definitely puts value higher on certain categories, and one of the biggest ones for him is character. He doubled down on character after he had a tough year. Had some highly recruited guys, highly ranked guys that it was more about them than the program, not our kind of guys. And so he doubled down. He said, "I want character guys. If I smell." If there's any punk in this guy, I don't want him on my team. I don't want him in our program. He needs to be our kind of guy. We want to be about the right things if that's what we're going to do moving forward. And so every single kid you meet in their program he's yes or no so. He's very polite, very well mannered, very hardworking, and obviously pretty damn talented too. But I think that's his number one that he kind of put above all else. Credit to him. It's not easy to do sometimes because you want he can really score the basketball though. But what is that resounding effect in the locker room and to the other players and to everything else? On top of that, I would say the other most undervalued skill I think is shooting the basketball. I think a lot of us kind of put that on the back burner, or maybe not. Maybe that's your number one thing, but not being able to shoot the ball. Defenses can clog that lane up, put their 5-man on that guy and stand him in the middle under the rim like that, and all of a sudden not one play works. It's so I personally, and I do think that's one of his as well, is being able to shoot the basketball on anybody on the perimeter.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. We had a question over here. Go ahead.
Odie Anasiki, senior college alum, overseas pro. Appreciate all three of you guys. This is a question for all three. Obviously, you guys all work for great head coaches. Can you just pinpoint maybe 2 or 3 common characteristics that you've seen from each of some of the greatest coaches you guys have worked for?
What are two or three of the characteristics of the head coaches that you guys have worked for that you think make them great? Go ahead, Chris.
2 things come to mind. I say humility, number 1. Coach Lanier, you heard from yesterday how he is how he is every day. All our staff. I mean, it's just, as an assistant, you'll find it's about who you work for and who you surround yourself with, and that has stood out from day one, being with Coach Lanier. So humility, showing it, not just talking about it. I'll say number 2, I'm going to say his name again, CY. So he as a coach, you try to teach. We all say teaching is coaching. And what he had an unbelievable ability to do, I sat there every day as an assistant coach, like, this is my first Division I assistant job. I'm not ready for this. I'm trying to learn. And I'm watching him, and I'm like, I cannot be like CY. I'm just different. So for me, I learned immediately, okay, I'm not like him. I got to be myself. But what he does, I want some of that. And what he's really good at, Adam referenced it, but our players, I saw it with our players. You might not talk to CY for more than 5 minutes, but you feel like he knows you, and he's got that connection. So recruiting, obviously, that's where it's at. Moms, dads, anybody. But with the players specifically, what he had the ability to do, whether it was one line, here's what we call this drill. It was catchy, they knew it, he said it, they knew what we were doing. When it's them in the locker room, impersonating him, talking about it, the word players coach, it's not that. It was more just his ability to relate to the players. That stood out to me from the jump. I was like, I'm different than him, but I want to learn how to get better at that, because that's coaching. You got to teach them, but you want them to really buy into what you're saying, remember it, to where it sticks with them. They see you 10 years and they say that one word, everybody knows what it is. Chief.
Good. First, I'll start off with security. Again, it is crazy that to work for guys that, again, don't mind who gets the credit. And that's been a huge part to you know, a lot of the times, you know, again, just even the small things, doing like delegating interviews. Again, that gives assistant coaches opportunities to speak and opportunities to interact with the media and do interviews and give scouting reports and do things that are going to help them along their career. And so again, the security to do that, security to have coordinators. Every coach that I've worked for has had coordinators offensively and defensively, and those people are the experts. Now again, he's going to obviously direct you the way he wants to go most of the time, but he gives you that ownership of a side of the ball or two people on a side of the ball, and he's secure enough to say, okay, you think it's going to work in scouting? What do you go? Okay, you want to blitz that ball screen? Okay, we're going to send him left. All right, we're going to try it. But they're secure enough to do that. If it doesn't work, you don't hear about it, again, the next week or month or whatever the case may be. So the security to give you ownership and then allow you, if it doesn't work, to allow you to fail, but to grow. Because to grow, you're going to have to fail. In some aspect, it may not. Everything's not going to be, peaches and cream. So again, I'd say security, and then I would just say just authentic. Every coach that I've worked for has been who they are. Like again, Kyle Smith, I worked for him at Columbia. He is going to run analytics through his program. He's going to check. He's going to stat every single practice with over 40 different statistical categories. Every coach after practice is going to sit there for an hour and watch the 5-on-5 action, and we're all going to stat it out. So we all leave that room with a good inclination of who played well today. What group played well together? What do we do well as a team? He was not changing that. He still does it today at Washington State. Now get an extra hour out of your day, but that's who he's going to be. Like I said, now I work for Steve Henson. He is an offensive guru. He is great with the X's and O's. He is going to make sure that we recruit guys that can take it from the board to the floor. If you can't take it from the board to the floor, you don't care how great you may be, but that is a big part of our program. ATOs, he wants to be great at them. We are going to be great at them. That's who he is. Had NBA experience, played in NBA, coached in NBA, so that's his thing. He's not changing. He's going to be who he is and be authentic. Joe Jones, great, kind of like CY, we talked about, great with people, great recruiter, great with reeling people in, getting them on the same page. So again, authentic is, I've seen it firsthand.
Jay?
I think the things that jumped out to me for Coach Massimino, Coach Wright, Larry Brown, and Coach Jankovic, they're four. Coach Jankovic isn't in the Hall of Fame like the other three, but you put him at Villanova, I think he would be too. Amazing head coaches. I think the thing that they all have as a similarity is they all have an incredible energy for this job, a passion for this job. They bring it. You can tell they're genuinely excited about being a part of this. And we're coaching basketball for a living. We're not building houses and digging ditches. You should have a passion for it. It's an incredible profession. That, and I think they all did an amazing job. It's the buzzword that I think is a Twitter thing that makes fun of it every year. The culture. But their culture was they didn't lower the standard for anybody. There was a quote. I don't want to butcher it, but if you lower the bar, you lose the guys at the top. You raise the bar and hold it there, you lose the guys at the bottom. So I think holding that standard to everybody and making sure we don't let this culture slip for anybody was something that they all did a fantastic job of.
That's great. We've got time for one more question.
Somebody has it. Let's go ahead right here.
Hey, Alex Ulrich, coach at Muskego High School in Wisconsin. So, as an assistant, we've all developed a relationship with players. Like sometimes they come to you guys with stuff that they're not comfortable, say the head coach makes playing time, or they don't like what we're running or stuff like that. So how do you handle those situations?
Between the players and then bringing that to the head coach?
Yeah.
Good question. I think when you work for head coaches that enable you as an assistant, that's what you're really looking for. So when you have that we have here at Georgia State, I think as an assistant, you want to be yourself in those moments. So when you get that call, or when you are sitting down across the table or in a locker room or wherever, on a bus, you have to be authentic. They have to know that you care. And as long as you do that, I think use your judgment. Your experience has taught you what maybe, I know things that I would have done in the past. I tried that. It didn't work. So I'm not doing that this time. I'm going to do what I saw this guy do because that worked. I like that. So I think if you learn from your experience, but you handle it in an authentic way, and you do it in a way that you know the ultimate desire of the head coach, you know the culture, you know what's acceptable, what's not. I think as long as you toe that line, you're going to be fine as an assistant.
Coach Hood?
I think a lot of it's done on the front end. And again, that's the beauty of being at UTSA. We all gang recruit. So again, it's not the first time that I'm talking to said player or, he doesn't know, I don't know Coach Hood, so I can't go. You understand what I'm saying? So it's a comforting feeling, and I think if they call me, I want to meet up with them. I want to talk to you face to face. I want to feel your energy. I want to know is this masking something else? Is this really the issue? Is it something behind this? What's causing this type of behavior or response? Because at the end of the day, it depends. The main thing is they're all on the same page, and again, you're having a great experience. So again, I think up front, again, hopefully having a relationship with that kid, because we obviously used to recruit everybody who's on our campus, having that, being able to, relate to them and figure out if this is the issue or if it's something else. And then some things, we talk about up front, it's hard to talk about playing time. If I don't play you, will you not like me? You understand what I'm saying? That you come here, we can't guarantee you playing time, so where's the disconnect? You know what I mean? And the beauty of, again, some places I've been, like I said, we stat practice. The beauty of it is you can pull out tangible data and say, well, you've turned the ball over 18 times in practice this week. It's hard to play somebody who turns the ball 18 times. If you play video games, right? Yeah? Well, you going to take that person out of 2K? Are you? Yeah, you probably are, because the end of the goal is try to win. So again, if you can do those things and then tell them how, and also just try to come with a solution too. Don't just listen and then not have any type of solution. Hopefully it's something that, reverts back to some of your program standards and pillars of your program, whether it's working hard, getting up extra shots, watching more film, or, really tailoring it to that.
Jack?
I think one word to bounce off that point, the point about solutions, I think that's a nugget that someone told me a long time ago that was really, really valuable to me, is don't take a problem to your head coach without a possible solution or two. Otherwise, you just gave him the problem, and anybody can relay a message. So that's an amazing point about having a solution. I would say it's an incredible thing to have players open up to you. I think don't take that for granted. I think if they're opening up to you, it means they got a real genuine relationship with you, which is what this business is all about. And if you don't feel like you're getting those relationships with the players, my suggestion, the best relationships I've ever had with guys that still come to my house to this day with their kids, are guys I was on the floor with. I think that's one of the best ways that you can end up having these personal relationships with guys is getting on the floor with them, being the dummy, being the defender, sweating with them. They can see that investment, they feel that investment, and they appreciate it. As for relaying the message, I think our job as assistants is we have to send the same message. So whatever your head coach wants, it's his program. Like I said, we make suggestions and he makes decisions. Whether I think it's right or wrong doesn't matter. It's his decision. So I think you got to know your head coach well, send the same message that he would. Use your discretion as, you got a good relationship with him, you can talk to him, but never against the will of the head coach or what he would want in his program. Keep sending that same message he would want.
That's great. Guys, we really, really appreciate your time. We've run out of time. Great questions. Appreciate the participation. Unbelievable wisdom and insights that you guys gave us. So, guys, thanks so much. What we're going to do right now, guys, we're going to introduce our next sponsors that we have. We've got the guys from Cerebro Sports. So if you guys want to come on up here real quick, I think you guys got to plug in your computer. We'll give you a bathroom break here in a minute. We'll let you guys plug in, and you guys can be back here in 2 minutes. We'll go ahead and keep this thing rolling.
Right.
We'd ask. We'd ask. Any chance you know where he can plug in?
I think it's right there.
Oh, okay.
I think that's the HDMI right
Here you
there.
go.
Here you go. And hopefully it doesn't give us any issues. It should pop right on. If not, I'll grab Margaret.
Do you want me to give this mic or for the next speaker? Do you need it for anything else? Or the next speaker? I'll give it to Richie. Is Richie Riley?
Yeah, you got that.
Which? Hey.
I'm gonna keep this here.
It's gone.
So it was good. Here.
Did you turn it? Okay.
Here we go.
Back.
Cable from here.
Okay. So a little bit more this side.
All right, guys, if everyone can grab their seat right now, we're going to keep the programming moving forward. Just like Adam has talked about, every single time we've had one of our sponsors up here, we can't do Rising Coaches like we do without the support of our sponsors. And we don't associate with just any random sponsors. It's companies that we truly believe in, and these guys are an example of that. I actually, the University of Dayton, we subscribed to what they do. So again, like they are like living proof. Like we purchase their stuff. So this isn't just a company that just gives us money and we just throw them up here. Like we believe in what they do at a very high level. So please pay attention to what they're having to say. I'm sure a couple of you guys were able to shake hands and talk a little bit. If you guys haven't already, please visit their booth in the back or afterwards. Make sure you guys connect with these guys. But here we go, the guys from Cerebro Sports.
Awesome, thank you, Andy. Guys, I'm Ryan Gerardo. I'm one of the founders here at Cerebro Sports. This is Rob James. He's my co-founder. Let me ask you guys a question. If you're going to spend 1,000 hours researching potential recruitable players, would you rather spend 1 hour on 1,000 different kids or 100 hours on the 10 that you need to be focused on? We help you start your search and find those 10 fast by using simple, basic box score data leveraged into metrics that are essentially numbers-only player evaluations. So you can use these evaluations for recruiting, for transfers, high school players, even international players. You can use them to scout opponents, you can use them for player development. Bottom line is, it's 7 simple numbers that tell you what you need to know about a player, kind of like a naked eye test. So I'm going to go ahead and show you guys a real-world example. So we've got our platform pulled up here on the screen. Rob, if you don't mind pulling up D1. Awesome. So the very first thing you do, Rob, if you don't mind, just clicking on the filters, expand those a little bit. You can, in any of these data sets, we have over 300, like I said, high school, international, collegiate, you name it, data sets in there, growing all the time. But in any one of these data sets, you can use these filters to narrow your scope down immensely, very quickly. And the first real application of this was on the transfer side. I appreciate Andy go ahead and say that he's a client. We have a handful of schools that have adopted here early. But like I say, filter your way down really quick. A lot of different criteria you can use to filter, but if you don't mind, Rob, oh, you already have it pulled up. So let's go ahead and take a look at Dayton right there. So what you're seeing, I said that there are 7 key metrics. We have these two right here, the RAM and the CRAM. Those are statements as to the overall like how good a player is, essentially. We have the RAM scales towards 1,000, the CRAM scales towards 10. You see some players that are medaling here, bronze, silver, gold, and then players that don't medal. And then we have our 5 metric suite. So kind of moving from left to right, we're talking about offensive categories, moving towards the middle, towards floor general skills, big man strengths, and then defensive statistical impact. That's on a scale of 100. And so if those first 2 metrics are telling you how good a player is, the next 5 metrics are telling you what they're good at. And this is, 80-20 rule. This is not designed to be the end-all be-all. Like I said, you got 1,000 hours. Are you gonna spend 1 hour on 1,000 different kids, or are you going to narrow it down to the 10 and go watch the game film, look at the synergy clips, right? Like, where do you invest that time? We help you start your search very quickly. But understanding those metrics, my question for you, Andy, is: does this look like your team?
That's last year's team, yeah.
Awesome.
I'll give you a better view of it.
Perfect. So that's basically it. And I'm not showing you this to tell you what you already know about your team. I'm showing you this so that you can see that it's possible that if Andy thinks this about the players in his building, other people in other buildings think the same about their players. This is a straight read based on how they've performed in games on what these guys are. And so imagine that being scaled out to high school sets, to other collegiate sets, NAIA, D3s, you name it, internationals, pro, and that's ultimately what we're building. So we've got lots of data. We want to meet you guys at your needs. So whatever it is, whichever one of those levels it is, we want to be there to help out. What types of players do you need evaluated? We're happy to talk with you back there. If you're a high school coach, we'd love to take your huddle data so we can get them, get your players featured front and center and return to you guys a free report that shows you what we're ultimately telling college coaches about you. But like I said, we're back there at the back of the room. We have a special offer for everybody that's here today. $19.99 a month for all the data that we have in the entire system, 300 sets. have some fun looking at NBA playoff stuff or stuff at your level if you guys are college coaches. So that's it. Again, we're Cerebro, back right corner. We'd love to walk you through a demo. If you're interested in that offer, please come back there and just sign a little sheet of paper. And it's not a contract. Just we'll send you a link. So that's it. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
If you guys just want to hang tight real quick, we've got our next speaker, Richie Riley, will be up here shortly.
Here it is.
Do you want me to use that one instead?
That was the one they were just using.
Got it.
They were just, this one was giving them trouble because
I think I left my cord.
Oh, is this it?
That one is my cord.
The gray one? Okay. My fault. That's all right. Hey, Randy, can you tell me that way?
good.
Yeah, doing good.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Sit up here. Where is Michael's text message? Here it is. Lost my video coordinator skills.
Perfect.
All right, guys. Excited for our next speaker. He had unprecedented success at Nicholls State, which, if you guys know anything about the job, not an easy place to win. He won at a very high level there and is doing the same thing now at the University of South Alabama. Richie Riley.
Yeah, always. Can everybody hear me on the mic? That one? Oh, it goes through there. Everybody can hear me in here. All right. The first thing when I come to these deals is a lot of guys talk about offense, defense, skill development, whatever it is. I think we do a lot of things that are really unique in those areas. Our culture is really unique, how we do things in our program at Nicholls and at South Alabama now. But the biggest thing that I feel like at these clinics that I can talk about that hopefully can help you guys is navigating through the coaching profession. I think, because when I was younger and I came to these deals, and this is an incredible deal, Rising Coaches, the job that they do is unprecedented to help young coaches, to help coaches elevate, to show guys how this business works. It's unbelievable. And to me, it's second to none. But I would come to these things, whether it was something like this or Villa 7. I was in Villa 7 as an assistant, something that used to be like the top 40 guys in the country, whatever it was. I was in that. And somebody would get up here and talk, and they would tell me about the profession and how to be successful and all this stuff. And I didn't have anything in common with them. They were an unbelievable player. Their dad might have been a Hall of Fame coach. They may have been tied into some high-level AAU organization. All those things right there are what I call golden tickets. And I've said this you might have heard this. I said it during quarantine when we were all doing the Zooms. I said this. Those are golden tickets. I didn't have any of those. And I'm sure there's some guys and some women in here that don't have that. They have to start at the very bottom, and they got to claw and fight their way there. And that's what I've done. And I always start these discussions or these clinics by telling my story so that you understand. I'm not just somebody up here that has some story, you know, whatever, and now I'm the head coach at South Alabama and it happened like that. That's not my deal. So my story has always wanted to be a coach. I thought at one time when I was in college I was going to be a high school coach in the state of Kentucky, and my goal was to win a state championship. My old high school coach, Steve Wright, is back here, and he did win a state championship. He's a Hall of Famer in Kentucky. That was my goal. That's what I was going to do, 100%. And I ended up volunteering at Georgetown College, an NAIA program in Kentucky that's one of the best, you know, at the NAIA level. Tremendous program. And I got a taste of the relationship piece and the recruiting piece. Even though I was a glorified manager at Georgetown, I was still in college at Eastern Kentucky, I was a glorified manager. I picked up Long John Silver's for Happy Osborne every single day, and that was the most important job that I could do for him. I didn't get any recruits. I didn't really coach any dudes. I wiped sweat up. I did laundry. I did anything I could do. And then I would drive 40 minutes back to Eastern Kentucky and Richmond, Kentucky, and I'd go to school the next day, and I'd drive right back to Georgetown. And that's what I did for a couple of years. But once I did that, I got a taste of like, man, this is what I want to do. I want to coach college basketball. I didn't know what that was going to be. I didn't know if I could make it in that profession, but that's what I was going to do. So a couple of years go by, and I get a chance at Hawaii Pacific University in Honolulu, Hawaii. I was making $8,500 a year living out there. So I'm an only child from Kentucky. I tell my mom and dad that's what I'm doing. They're like, no, you're not doing that. And I told them it's my dream. This is what I got to do right now. It's the only job I had. Hell, there was no other option. Like if I wanted to be a college basketball coach, somebody had to give me a job. Somebody had to give me an opportunity, and I took it. I got a credit card. I ran it up to $6,000, $6,500, and that was just to survive. You know, a lot of guys now, I talk to them, young guys, they're like, well, man, it only pays $10,000. I don't know if I can do that. Yeah, you can. You can do that. Depends on how bad you want to do that. So I went out there, and luckily the guy I was working for, Kelly Wells, ends up getting the Pikeville College job. It's the University of Pikeville now. And I came back with him. There I was making about $13,000. But I came up, you know, $13,000 versus $8,000 in Hawaii was a big difference. So I came back, I was there for 3 years. And by then I had started to, you know, connect with some people and talk to some people and kind of, I had no clue what the profession was really about, but I had more of a clue than I did when I was at Georgetown. So I decided, man, my goal in life is to be a Division I assistant. That's what I want to be. I don't care where it's at. I don't care if it pays anything. I'll volunteer if I can just make it to that. So that became the goal. So I knew that I needed to go somewhere in order to have a chance to do that with NCAA tagged on it. Because NAIA, like, I mean, let's be honest, there wasn't no rule back then. I mean, there may be now. I mean, I was doing whatever I wanted to do. And I took a job at Arkansas Fort Smith. They had just turned NCAA Division II. So I went to Arkansas Fort Smith. They were junior college before. They had just turned, they worked for Josh Newman. I was there 2 weeks, and Cliff Ellis calls me. Coastal Carolina. He says, are you interested in this job? I'd never spoken to Cliff Ellis in my life, but I had watched him on Jefferson Pilot growing up. I knew who he was. He's a legend, Hall of Famer. All you Auburn guys in here, you know who Cliff Ellis is. And I said, yeah, I'm really interested in it. A guy named Brian Cloman, who's assistant at College of Charleston, had told him about me. And I went to Josh Newman. I said, can I interview for the job? And he says, yeah, if you interview for the job, you better get it, which essentially meant there was no job if I went and interviewed. And I'd been there 2 weeks. I understand. Josh Newman is a good friend of mine. I'm not mad at him about it. And I said, all right. And I left, and I thought about 24 hours. And I came back, and I put a letter of resignation down on his desk. I drove 14 and a half, 15 hours to Conway, South Carolina. I interviewed for 48 hours, and I got the job. And so at 25, I was a Division I assistant. And that was a goal of mine.